Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Pokémon. Join Ash's chat group and become the all-around Ash. Part 1. Pain, go away. Don't come back another day. In a certain forest thicket, a childhood version of a hero saving a damsel in distress was currently playing out. A young boy with marks on both cheeks was holding a shy girl with a sprained ankle, heading back to the summer camp. The girl had delicate features, snow-white skin, and long flaxen hair. She was clearly a beauty in the making, which even the straw hat on her head could hardly hide. Beside her, the boy with the Z-shaped marks had somewhat messy hair, but his innocent and passionate smile had already left a deep impression on the girl. Obviously, this was the protagonist of the Pokémon world. Ash. And his official pairing, Serena. What's your name? After a long while, Serena received no response. Looking at the boy's profile, her face turned red from both shyness and a hint of anger. He's a bit handsome, but why won't he answer me? It wasn't that Ash was intentionally ignoring Serena. It was because something else seemed to have entered his head. Congratulations on joining the chat group. With unparalleled luck, congratulations on becoming the group owner. This sudden influx of information left Ash, who was holding Serena's small hand, completely bewildered, even forgetting to respond to her question. Especially the white box in front of him. It was very peculiar, filled with various symbols. His consciousness felt as if it had left his body and entered this box-like interface. At the very top of the box, it read, "The strongest Ash chat group 15. Group owner Ash. Wow, what is this?" Ash asked subconsciously, but the question was entered into the long rectangular box at the bottom and sent out. Strongest breeder. EH. This time the newcomer was airdropped directly as the group owner. Kanto Model Champion. The system is unfair. I'm a veteran, yet I didn't even get to be a group owner. World Champion. That's not the point. To be airdropped as group owner, this version of me must have something special about him. God comment you bet, he has incredible plasticity and a lot of room for growth smirk. Strongest Psychic. Makes sense. He must be a big shot in his field. Group status -1. Mount Silver Supervillain. Group owner Ash. What does this mean? I don't understand. QOQO, so that's how you send messages. The thing in my head is so interesting. I can communicate just by thinking. Looking at the messages in the group, he was a bit confused, but at an age brimming with curiosity, Ash wasn't afraid. Instead, he asked out of novelty. Strongest breeder. Doesn't the group owner understand? Then let me explain simply. Strongest breeder. Simply put, this is an Ash parallel universe chat group. As the name suggests, the requirement to join this group is to be as from a parallel universe. In other words, everyone in this group is the strongest in their respective fields. Well, maybe not the strongest, but among the top tier of Ashes. Strongest breeder. For example, I am the Ash who stands at the peak of being a breeder. Summer Camp Ash was dazed, but being young, his CPU reacted instantly. With a joyful smile, he caused Serena to shyly crack a smile as well. Group owner Ash, so that means Kanto Model Worker Champion is me after I grow up and become the Kanto Champion. Kanto Model Champion. Exactly, proud face emoji. Group owner Ash, and there's also a World Champion version of me. World Champion. That's right, smug face. Group owner Ash, strongest psychic. Then, what field is psychic? And there's also a Mount Silver supervillain. What field is that? Confused face. Summer Camp Ash scratched his head with the hand that wasn't holding Serena's. Although a young brain processes information quickly, that's only if there's information to process. Strongest psychic. I am, of course, the strongest psychic user. The one above me is the strongest person of exclamation marks. God comment I feel like you're just using aura as psychic power smirk. Mount Silver supervillain. Kanto Model Worker Champion. Ha ha ha. The group was suddenly flooded with laughter. Strongest psychic. Cough, stop laughing for a moment. This newcomer is a bit off. You aren't an Ash who stands at a peak, are you? Kanto Model Worker Champion. The super wisdom of the psychic brain is starting to kick in. Strongest psychic. Judging by your performance from the start, group owner, your ability to process information is very weak, though your receptiveness is high. You seem like a total newbie. Strongest breeder. Agreed. Kanto Model Worker Champion, +1. World Champion, +1. Mount Silver Supervillain, +1. Group Owner Ash, you're so smart. I was just helping a girl with a sprained ankle back to the summer camp when I came across this group. There was also a message saying I was very lucky and became the group owner. Summer camp Ash looked surprised. He didn't expect someone to be so smart as to see through his status as an ordinary person at a glance. World Champion. As a psychic user, he has a super brawn and possesses super wisdom. Kanto Model Worker Champion. Exactly. I've asked him to help analyze and handle many of my troublesome tasks. Strongest Psychic. Never mind that for now. Strongest Breeder. Right. Haven't you noticed the group owner is a newcomer? And a super low-level account. At that, since he's been traced all the way back to the summer camp. Kalos Champion. Summer camp. How long has it been since I heard that word? God comment, are you going to beat Diantha into retirement so she can raise a baby? Smirk. Person of Battles. Hey, not everyone has a summer camp experience. Mount Silver Supervillain. +1. The appearance of summer camp Ash drew out many lurkers. And Ash also preliminary figured out one thing. It seemed that everyone in the group, except for himself, was as smart as adults like his mother. Strongest Psychic. Stop dwelling on that. Let's clarify the situation first. Strongest Psychic. So, Ash, your current situation is that you're exactly 8 years old, participating in Professor Oak's summer camp, and you found a girl with a sprained ankle during free time. Group Owner Ash, your super wisdom is amazing. Everything you said is correct. I'm actually holding her hand right now. Strongest Psychic. Isn't that obvious? We're all Ash. Except for a few special ones, basically everyone has had the summer camp experience and met Esser. Strongest Psychic. Wait, let me guess again. You haven't even asked the girl's name yet, have you? Group Owner Ash. How did you know? A wave of silence filled the group. Even Mount Silver Supervillain joined in, blending perfectly with the team. Kalos Champion. Let's leave the chat here for now. I suggest you ask the girl's name clearly before we continue. World Champion. Agreed. +1. Seeing the flood of +1s in the group, Ash's consciousness returned to reality. With intense curiosity, he intended to ask the girl her name. What kind of name could interest so many versions of himself? He then noticed she had been staring at him the whole time, her face completely red. Ash subconsciously thought she had a fever and reached out to touch her forehead. I'm Ash. Do you have a fever? Why are you so red? Thump tilde. Why you? What's wrong with you? Seeing Serena collapsed in his arms, young Ash panicked. He felt her forehead with his hand and found it was burning hot, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Please, me from other worlds. Fortunately, Ash quickly found someone to turn to for help and glanced at Serena's glowing red face. Guided by his thoughts, a photograph formed and he sent it into the chat group. Group Owner Ash. Everyone, help me see what's going on. She passed out, and it looks like she has a bit of a fever. Kalos Champion. It looks like a fever. Hurry up and go find Dr. Oak. Kanto Model Champion. Right, hurry and find the doctor. World Champion. Even though in my memory Serena didn't have a fever at the summer camp, it's still best to be careful. The several champions paid special attention to Serena. After glancing at the messages, Ash intended to pick her up directly. Ah, so shy. Having passed out from shyness, Serena saw Ash right before her eyes and intended to hold her, instantly turning into a steaming state again and fainting. Although Ash didn't look, he could feel that Serena's originally soft body had become much stiffer. Strongest psychic. A bunch of idiots. Serena just came down with a blushing syndrome, not a fever. According to my experience, leave a little space and she will return to normal. The ashes. 666, we still have to rely on your super intelligence. Group owner Ash, so that's how it is. Taking the advice, Ash pulled back a little distance from Serena, changing from face to face to a normal support posture. True to form, Serena's complexion slowly turned fair over time, and she subsequently woke up. Though a blush could still be seen on her cheeks, she was already able to communicate normally. I am Serena, thank you. Ash, you're welcome. Ash didn't think much of it, replying straightforwardly, and then his consciousness once again immersed into the chat group. Group owner Ash, it really worked. She has returned to normal, and she can speak now. She told me her name is Serena. Kalo's champion. That's great. Everyone in the group was happy that Serena had returned to normal, but suddenly an untimely voice chimed in. King of Harems. Sigh, what a bunch of blockheads. Where is this a fever? As expected, I share no common topics with you guys, but the newcomer still has a chance to be corrected. As for you lot, forget it. Kalo's champion. I am no blockhead. Serena even praised me for being a rockhead, even harder than this. Group owner Ash, what does it mean that this isn't a fever? Also, what title is King of Harems? Why can't I understand a single thing? Ash was very puzzled. He could more or less understand the other titles, but there was not a trace of anything to analyze for this King of Harems. King of Harems, of course that's not a fever. It's a signal that the girl wants to convey a connection. In the future, you guys will become the best zero-distance partners. Group owner Ash, connection. What does that mean? Strongest breeder. Shoo, 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 don't teach bad things to a kid here. Fighting master. Exactly, ignore him. That guy is part of the minority in the group whose brains are full of lust. Don't listen to their words. If you want to learn more from the champions. This commotion blasted out quite a few lurkers, making Ash feel immensely novel. He hadn't expected that there was also a version of himself who was a fighting master. It's just that he didn't quite understand the other two versions of himself. Time management master. Hey, how are you talking? We are just a bit more universal in our love, what's wrong with that? King of Harems. Exactly, they are all my cars, and nobody objects. I take good care of everyone, what's wrong with that? Time management master. Even mom is very happy. Group owner Ash. Can it really make mom happy? King of Harems. That's simple, time management master and I together share the cheat codes. Ash was still very filial. Hearing a method that could make Delia happy, he asked without feeling ashamed of learning from his inferiors. Time management master and King of Harems have been muted by Administrator Mount Silver Supervillain for 1 hour. Strongest breeder. As expected of the big boss, fierce in action and few in words. Kalo's champion. Shivering in fear. Group owner Ash. Why aren't you letting others speak? Mount Silver Supervillain. Fighting master. Because they were teaching you evil theories. Of course the great administrator would mute them. Group owner Ash. Don't get it. World champion. Don't learn from them. If you become like them, you'll have to spend most of your time every day on girls in the future, and you won't have much time for training. Fighting master. Exactly, exactly. And that's on the condition that the two of them caught Hoopa. Otherwise, commuting alone would take up a lot of time. Strongest psychic. Those two unrepentant guys even wanted to draw my teleport to do that kind of thing. Anyway, Ash, if you really want to become the strongest trainer, listen to us. Group owner Ash. Oh, okay. Ash had immense faith in strongest psychic, who possessed super intelligence, so he nodded very sensibly. He only buried the method of how those two could make Delia happy deep in his heart. Afterwards, Ash's consciousness temporarily detached from the chat group and returned to reality. Following strongest psychic's words, he first settled Serena down and incidentally asked her some basic information. Serena, did you come from Kalos? Ash was very surprised listening to Serena's reply, because there was a champion in the group right in Kalos, and after a little thought, he guessed that version of himself was the champion in Kalos. Strange, how did I get so smart? Ash scratched the back of his head belatedly, quietly finding that he now knew how to analyze things. Then he secretly rejoiced, he still had to hang out with strongest psychic. Did you know, Ash? Serena looked overjoyed as she lay on the bed, looking expectantly at the boy in front of her. I've heard of it. It must be a place with a lot of Pokémon, right? That's right. My family raises a fletchling, and it loves doing backflips. Serena suddenly opened up, and for some reason, she just wanted the boy before her to understand her better. And because of himself in the chat group, Ash also wanted to understand the Kalos region, so he stayed very patiently. The two stayed in a room just like that, chatting about the Pokémon of Kalos. Meanwhile, Gary, sporting a spiky hedgehog head, walked past, curled his lip disdainfully, and left. Dr. Oak also walked past quite unexpectedly, curious as to how Ash had suddenly gotten enlightened, actually managing to calm down and chat with a girl. Even though this silly boy was only asking about Pokémon from Kalos. Group owner Ash, speaking of which, did I choose Squirtle as my first Pokémon when I went on my journey later? Or Bulbasaur or Charmander? After daydreaming with Serena about numerous Pokémon from Kalos, Ash suddenly became curious about his own first Pokémon, and couldn't help asking the big shots in the group. Strongest Psychic. As for this, well, this might depend on your future performance. For some reason, all the Ashes in the group tacitly remained silent, refusing to answer no matter how Ash asked. He could only temporarily shelve this question. 2.5 years later. Ash had changed a lot, from a childish appearance to initial maturity. Of course, in the eyes of the big shots in the group, he was still a newcomer. He had only grown a bit taller, and still had the Z-shaped mark on his face. At this moment, Ash was sitting at home, using the family communication device to contact the girl far away in Kalos. The girl's face had fully developed, with delicate features, light blue eyes, and longer hair than when she was younger, reaching past her slender waist and tied at the ends. On her head was a delicate little red round hat. Her slender legs were also wearing a pair of black knee-high socks, paired with a red pleated miniskirt, forming an absolute territory. Unfortunately, Ash couldn't see such a stunning view. But even if he saw it, he wouldn't know how to appreciate it. That's right, after the summer camp ended last time, Ash still kept in touch with Serena. Mainly because during the 7-day summer camp, Serena had developed a preliminary dependence on Ash, leading to her crying like a pear blossom in the rain on the day of departure. On the advice of many Ashes in the group, they exchanged home phone numbers as a way to stay in contact. Although Ash didn't understand why Serena immediately became happy that day, he didn't dislike it either. After all, he also liked Serena very much. It was just because Serena would often introduce him to Pokémon from Kalos. So Ash also really enjoyed chatting with Serena. Before he reached the age to set off, he would learn about Kalos Pokémon from Serena every few days. After all, in Kanto, these Pokémon were not common. But starting today, the frequency might decrease a bit. Because, Ash, congratulations, you can officially start your journey tomorrow. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Finally, I'm one step closer to my dream of becoming a Pokémon master. Ash clenched his fist with enthusiasm, while Serena looked at the boy's determined face and couldn't help but giggle foolishly, her cheeks flushing. But thinking that she couldn't accompany him, she couldn't help but regret. Unfortunately, Mom is too stubborn. She insists that I have to wait until I reach the official age in Kalos before I can set off. Due to regional differences, the legal age to travel in Kalos is 3 years later. A setting given to allow Ash to reasonably interact with the heroine, but Serena's early appearance will be considered later. Aunt Sachiko is also concerned for your safety, Ash comforted her understandingly. He had met Serena's mother, a kind and understanding aunt. But, Then I won't be able to travel with you, Ash. Serena sighed regretfully. Even the sigh was for the regret of not being able to travel together, but also a melancholy that Ash, this fool, couldn't see her feelings. Don't worry, Serena, I will definitely come to the Kalos region to find you. The sudden concern made Serena feel a glimmer of hope, thinking that Ash had finally understood her feelings. There are many Pokémon in the Kalos region that I've never seen before. Serena shook her head helplessly, already used to Ash's wooden-headed way of thinking. Although a bit disappointed, she still forced a smile and reminded, Ash, get some rest early. Don't be late tomorrow. No problem, I'll definitely take lots of pictures of the Pokémon I encounter in Kanto for you. Uh-huh. Despite her disappointment, Serena responded gently and patiently before hanging up. Ash also hung up on his end, and after Delia's instructions, went to bed to sleep, which of course meant entering the group chat for his daily check-in. Group owner Ash. Daily check-in. Kanto model champion. Yo, done with your pre-sleep phone call with Serena. That was pretty long today. Group owner Ash. It's not every day, and today it was longer because I'm setting off tomorrow, so I won't have time to call like this often. But since Ash was the only pure newbie in the group, the older brothers in the group teased him in a joking tone. He could only helplessly change the subject. Group owner Ash. By the way, I've been waiting for 2.5 years, and no one has told me what my starter Pokémon will be tomorrow. Time Management Master. Oh, what are you doing? We have our reasons for this. Anyway, you'll have the answer tomorrow, so stop asking. King of Harems. That's right, instead of worrying about that, it's better to go to bed early and wake up early, even though the result will be the same. Strongest breeder. I won't argue with that this time. +1. Ash was helpless about this. They only ever saw eye to eye on this matter. Group owner Ash. HMPH, then I won't ask. The answer will come tomorrow anyway. Good night, la la la. Leaving that message, Ash went to sleep with excitement, drifting off slowly after midnight. Strongest breeder. Come on, let's guess if he'll be late again tomorrow. Strongest psychic. I'll bet a luxury ball that he'll be late again tomorrow. World champion. Really betting? Seems like everyone knows the result. Kanto model champion, for real. If so, I'll bet a master ball. Other Ash. +1. Mount Silver supervillain. The next day, the cry of a Dodrio rang out. Oh no, I'm late. My Charmander, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, any of them left for me. Ash, with the sun beating down on his rear, rushed out in his pajamas, not even having time to change clothes, straight to Professor Oak's laboratory under Delia's stunned gaze. Relying on the superhuman constitution of a true Pallet Town native, Ash reached Professor Oak's laboratory in the blink of an eye. Gary. Go. From a distance, he could see a crowd gathered at the entrance of the lab, along with the sound of a cheerleading squad, as if seeing someone off. As expected, it's you, smug Gary. Ash used his brute force to shove aside the cheerleaders without any gentleness, revealing the spiky-haired boy surrounded by the crowd. Gary. Professor Oak's grandson. Always at odds with Ash, they would explode into arguments at the mere sight of each other. Together with the seniors in the chat, they had given him the nickname Smug Gary. After all, everyone found that Gary was narcissistic in every timeline. You loser Ash, you're late. But in the gap when the other was speaking, Ash dashed in as if using agility, not giving him a chance to speak. Because Ash had already argued with him many times, a few seconds didn't matter. Priority was to get the starter Pokémon. For 2.5 years, Ash had been extremely curious about his starter Pokémon. Professor, where's my Pokémon? Oh, Ash, you can even be late on the day of choosing a Pokémon. Remember, choosing a Pokémon is like catching a train, miss a second and it's gone. Stop, Professor Oak. I just want to know which Pokémon it is. Seeing that Professor Oak was about to give him another life lesson, Ash couldn't help but interrupt urgently. Professor Oak had no choice but to stop. After all, for 2.5 years, Ash had been pestering him frequently, asking what kind of starter Pokémon he would get. Here, that Pokeball is yours. Professor Oak pointed directly, indicating that all three balls were empty, and the one with a lightning bolt symbol in the middle was Ash's. I choose you. Ash didn't pick. It was his fault for being late, and he eagerly released the Pokemon from the Pokeball. It's a Pikachu, as common as stray dogs on the street. Ash's heart sank. A flash of white light, appearing from the Pokeball was a completely yellow Pokemon. It had two pairs of pointy ears longer than a rabbit's, two red electrical sacs on its cheeks, two brown stripes on its back, and a jagged tail. Pikachu, it actually looks very cute. Ash, don't just go touching it blindly, this Pikachu has a very bad temper. Professor Oak kindly offered a reminder, expecting Ash to clumsily reach out, only to find that he was just staring blankly. Little did Oak know that Ash was already immersed in the chat group and had casually sent a chubby photo of Pikachu. Still no neck snicker. Group owner Ash, family, I picked up an electric mouse. Is this our starter partner? World champion. That's right, yo. My partner is Pikachu, the absolute greatest contributor to winning the championship. Kanto Model Champion, +1. Strongest Psychic, +15. A single sentence blew all the group members right out. Group owner Ash, asking since I don't know, if it's Pikachu, why didn't you guys tell me? It's not like I would look down on it. Strongest breeder. Of course we knew you wouldn't look down on Pikachu, even though they are as common as stray dogs on the side of the road. Group owner Ash. Strongest psychic. To put it simply, I wanted to test whether our getting Pikachu was destined. Strongest psychic. It seems so now. Even though you became obsessed with the answers over 2.5 years, you still couldn't stop yourself from oversleeping and meeting Pikachu. Group owner Ash. Oh, so everyone woke up late and could only get Pikachu, right? The group members were speechless. Obviously, everything said was the truth, delivering a critical hit to everyone. Strongest psychic. Didn't sit. Hee, looks like the big shot can be late too. Seeing no one in the group responding, Ash instantly and comfortably accepted the fact that he was late. Then, he looked at Pikachu, who looked down upon him and arrogantly glanced aside. It looks a bit hard to get along with. Ash tried to place his hand on Pikachu's head and rub it. Pika tilde. At this time, Pikachu still did not like humans. Seeing Ash try to pet it, its expression changed, and golden electricity wrapped around its whole body, intending to give him an electric bath therapy. As a result, Pikachu looked at Ash's hand. After a faint throw, it pulled it back. As expected, what the strongest breeder Big Shot said was right. You shouldn't randomly pet a Pokemon you're meeting for the first time. Ash glanced at Pikachu's red electrical sacs, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Professor Oak couldn't help but look at Ash with a bit more respect. Pikachu, I am Ash, your trainer. As good partners, I'll give you a welcome gift first. After prioritizing his self-introduction, Ash took out the seasoning that the big shots in the group told him to prepare in advance from his pants pocket. Pikachu took the red sauce bottle as long as its own head, carefully smelled it, and took a taste. The sweet flavor instantly made its eyes light up. It's actually ketchup. Ash, you're quite well prepared. Professor Oak was very surprised. Ash usually looked careless, yet he actually knew how to win over a Pokemon's heart with food. Hee. Ash foolishly scratched his head with a silly smile. It was mainly thanks to the big shots in the group. Fighting Master reminded him that when encountering unfamiliar Pokemon, regardless of whether their appearance is cute, he must maintain a certain distance. Otherwise, theoretically, a cute and weak Eevee could still pose a fatal threat if provoked. He heard that himself in the group even made the news. As for tempting it with food, that was naturally the contribution of strongest breeder, who reminded him the day before yesterday to carry ketchup with him. So they had dropped hints long ago. Thinking of this, Ash had a sudden realization in his heart. So Ash, are you satisfied with Pikachu? Of course. You really don't regret it. You must know that Pikachu is an existence that runs rampant and floods Kanto. Of course, I will definitely raise Pikachu into the strongest existence in the world. This is true. Partner Pi's physique in Move Pool plus Ash Pi Bond plus Light Ball plus Electric Terra plus Con Gigantamax Snicker. Ash clenched his fist with great confidence. Even Pikachu, which was licking the ketchup, was attracted by Ash's mysterious confidence, and on top of the ketchup, added a little more favorability. As expected of you. Oak nodded approvingly, looking at him like he was a big idiot. Presumably, only with such a pure heart could one forge a miraculous bond with Pikachu. However, the reason Ash had such determination at this moment was mainly because the big shots in the group all said Pikachu was a starter partner and very strong. Otherwise, the early stage Ash wouldn't dare to boast. After all, truly strong Pikachu were really not many. Alright, these are the complementary Pokédex and Pokéball. Take these and set off together with Pikachu. Ash took the items handed over by Professor Oak, maintained eye-level contact with Pikachu on the table, and gently stroked it. Pikachu, please take care of me from now on. Ah. However, the next second, golden electric light flared up inside the research lab. Ash fell to the ground, his whole body numb, spitting out a puff of black smoke as he questioned. Didn't I already give you a bottle of ketchup? Hee hee, maybe the process of catching it was a bit intense, so Pikachu's temper is a bit explosive. Oak smiled awkwardly. Pikachu nodded in agreement. This weird old man relied on a big orange dragon to forcefully persuade itself. It would definitely not go into a Pokeball. Actually, Oak could win in a solo fight against Pikachu Snicker. Trainers back then all had strength, otherwise they would have died long ago Snicker. Then Pikachu, what will it take for you to come with me? One more bottle of ketchup. Relying on his superhuman physique, Ash quickly got back up. Pikachu quickly held up all its fingers. Fine, 3 bottles it is. Has it already started at this time? Looking at the human and Pokémon, although somewhat comical, Professor Oak's eyes revealed reminiscence. Reminiscing about how, in his youth, in a special forest, Ash was so high-spirited, and Pikachu was no longer just an ordinary electric mouse. Leaving Professor Oak's laboratory, Ash came to the entrance, and just like Gary, there was a group of family and friends waiting outside to greet him. It was just that they were mostly close neighbors and elders. Added to them was his mother, Delia, who was holding a spatial backpack specially prepared for his journey, endlessly talking about the clothing and items inside it. Alright Mom, I'm heading out first. Unable to bear Delia's nagging, Ash snatched the backpack and quickly walked outward, followed closely step by Pikachu. Although its relationship with Ash was still quite ordinary, as the saying goes, those who take food are soft-mouthed. For the sake of ketchup, Pikachu reluctantly followed along. Alright, remember to eat on time, be safe on the road, take badges if you can get them, and forget it if you can't. Mainly pay attention to the scenery on your journey, and by the way, bring back a wife. Delia was also used to Ash's rashness and waved goodbye, but her last half-joking remark made Ash's legs go weak. Scene shifts. Ash had already left Pallet Town, completely changing out of the pajamas scorched by Pikachu and putting on his formal travel outfit. His upper body wore a black undershirt as a base paired with a blue jacket outside, his lower body wore light gray jeans, and he wore a pair of gloves on his hands. As for the top of his head, he wore a red and white hat that was only given to him after he wrote 1,000 emails to the Kanto League. Actually, it was because the League found him too annoying that they gave it to him to send him away. He initially had the appearance of a proper trainer. Sigh, it would be great if Pikachu were willing to obey. Although he had obtained the Pokédex and officially become a trainer, Ash always felt something was lacking. Pikachu, are you really unwilling to listen to my command and defeat that Pidgey? It definitely didn't want to. Pikachu nodded, refusing firmly. But didn't you eat 4 bottles of my ketchup? Pikachu still shook its head, leaving Ash baffled, but in Pikachu's heart, that was merely the price for making it obediently go out and follow him. If he wanted a battle, he had to pay more, add more ketchup. The corner of Pikachu's eye casually glanced at Ash, seemingly hinting at the other party's next move. There's really nothing I can do with you. Ash's legs went limp, and he sat cross-legged directly on the ground. Although he still had extra ketchup, he no longer planned to bargain with Pikachu. No matter how much ketchup there was, it couldn't withstand Pikachu wasting it like this. Therefore, Ash immersed his consciousness into the chat group in his mind, wanting to consult the big shots on what methods there were. Just as he wanted to ask for advice, was there any way to make Pikachu a bit more obedient? After all, if the initial partner didn't obey, challenging gyms and the like later on would be difficult. However, as soon as he entered, he found that the messages in the group were already 999 plus, and they were still increasing methodically, looking suspiciously like they were arguing. World Champion. In my opinion, before his strength reaches a certain level, he shouldn't rely too much on the rewards of this chat group, otherwise there is suspicion of forcing growth. Fighting Master. I beg to differ, since this chat group can take our abilities as prizes and have them drawn out. Group owner Ash. I didn't look at the messages for just a moment, and you guys started arguing. World Champion. Perfect, the main person is here. You come and choose for yourself. Kalos Champion. We are discussing whether using the chat group's lottery will prematurely force your growth. Kanto Model Champion. And this chat group appeared out of thin air, who knows if there is any danger. Kalos Champion. Exactly, minor skills are fine, and those of us who drew didn't have very good luck either. On average they are all C-grade rewards, not very relevant. Strongest Psychic. It's rare for you champions to be willing to use your brains, but what you said is very right, one cannot be without defenses against others. Hoenn Champion. Agree. Betting 5 Master Balls, this Ash must have been coaxed up by Steven and Wallace smirk. Alola Champion. +1. Group owner Ash. Ah, does that mean I can't use it? Ash in the real world showed a difficult expression. Because the chat group's lottery was a good thing, capable of obtaining parallel Ash's talents and abilities. For example, Strongest Psychic. Drawing the other party's talent not only grants the same world-shaking wisdom, but also possesses a portion of psychic powers. Theoretically, the former is brain development brought by psychic powers. There was also Aura Guardian, himself from a parallel spacetime newly joined within 2.5 years. The ability he brought was aura and a strong physique. Unlike the exquisite taijutsu of Fighting Master, Aura Guardian leaned toward physical enhancement brought by massive aura abilities. But just like the world-shaking wisdom of Strongest Psychic, physical enhancement was the effect brought by aura. There were also the talent of Person of Battles, the knowledge of Strongest Breeder, the battle experience of the champions, etc., which were undoubtedly quite useful rewards. What everyone was discussing now was whether to let him draw or not. Even the champions who lurked most of the time jumped out. It seemed there was a possibility of harming him after drawing. Ash didn't quite understand, but looking at how serious the champions were. Therefore, even though Ash was very looking forward to the chat group's talent drawing effect, he also hesitated. Fighting Master. Ash drawing only gets talent, not directly getting the results. How is this considered forcing growth? Person of Battles. I actually hope Ash can draw my combat talent. Strongest Psychic. Looking at it that way, that's right. Talent is something innate. Looking at this guy's performance, he really seems like a pure lad. Strongest Breeder. Talent is like a seed. You have to be a good seed to sprout. If it's a naturally bad seed, no matter what, it can't bloom and bear fruit. Looking at the statements of the other faction in the group, Ash nodded in agreement once more in his heart. Group owner Ash. What you all say makes sense, I don't even know how to evaluate it. However, at Strongest Psychic, how come you're standing on both sides? Aura Guardian. I know this, he's a flip-flopper. Strongest Psychic. Go away, it seems our types really clash, I'm just seeking truth from facts. Strongest psychic. Mainly because this chat group is too mysterious, actually being able to gather us from parallel spacetimes together. World champion. Alright, the main issue is still this. The chat group's drawn rewards are indeed very practical, but the main concern is what ulterior motives the person behind the scenes has. Strongest psychic. At World Champion at Mount Silver Supervillain at Kanto Model Champion at Person of Battles. Speaking of which, you guys should be the strongest batch of us in the group. Why don't you try communicating with Arceus? Kanto Model Champion. That's right, what you say makes sense. When it involves time and space, it definitely has to do with the Sinnoh duo and their boss Arceus. World Champion. Indeed, arguing endlessly is worse than just asking the strongest of this world. Mount Silver Supervillain. No need, I have already learned from Arceus that this is done by his true body. Turns out it's the alpaca itself shocked. Attached photo of Arceus and Hoopa. All ashes. Big Shot 666. Ash couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. This Mount Silver supervillain was terrifyingly formidable, ruthless with few words, and possessed super strong execution. He could even converse with the strongest in the world. But why did the strongest in the world look like an alpaca wearing an iron wheel harness? Group owner Ash, since it's already been confirmed with that great deity Arceus, can I start the draw now? The lucky draw is a benefit of the chat group. As a chat group capable of pulling all ashes from parallel space-time together, its mighty power is unquestionable. And the lucky draw backs up the talents and experiences of every ash who has reached the pinnacle, turning them into prizes that fall into the prize pool. World Champion. Good luck, looking forward to you drawing an S rank. Unlucky Xiao Ji. How can it be that simple? Someone like me hasn't gotten anything even after drawing 50 or 60 times, and I can only wait for the hard pity. If he can score on the first try, I'll eat. 666, to think he is the unluckiest among the unlucky ones. Smirk snicker. Strongest breeder. Glutton. Ash didn't mind unlucky Xiaoji's words. Because ever since joining the group, the other party's draws had been so terribly unlucky that the skills drawn were all daily chores like stir-frying and cooking. That was why he often grumbled in the group. He didn't mind it either. Opening the 3 dots in the upper right corner, accompanied by a number 2 indicator, that was the draw panel that could only be accessed after reaching adulthood. Secondly, there were 2 draw chances. Normally there would only be 1, because since he had just set out, the chat group would give 1 for free. But because he was the group owner, an extra chance would be given every time an achievement was unlocked. Yosh, let's start the draw, Ash said, rubbing his hands together. A circular roulette wheel was seen monopolizing the entire chat screen. The entire wheel was divided into 6 regions, categorized by rank into E, D, C, B, A, and S. Among them, S was the highest, consisting of skills or talents related to the champion and even legendary Pokémon domains. Rank A came next, representing the elite tier, which was also considered a high-quality prize in Ash's heart. Rank B was the gym tier. If he really drew it, Ash wouldn't mind either, as that was a gym leader level reward. As for rank C, it was at a mediocre level in Ash's mind. According to the big shots in the group, these were basically skills they could master after setting out on their journeys for a month or 2. However, if he actually drew it, Ash wouldn't despise it. After all, he was just a rookie trainer. Unlike the big shots in the group who disdained them because they already stood at the pinnacle of their respective fields and naturally carried an S-rank skill or talent. He was still a nobody right now, so he shouldn't think too much. As for ranks D and E, the corners of Ash's mouth twitched slightly, it was better not to mention them. He hoped his luck wouldn't be too terrible. At least he should be a bit better than unlucky Xiaoji. However, glancing at the roulette sections, where the area above rank C didn't even make up half, Ash's face darkened, and black lines instantly broke out on his forehead. No wonder S rank is so hard to draw. This section is only slightly bigger than the crack of an ass. Looking at the section corresponding to rank S, Ash couldn't help but laugh out of anger. No wonder that in the past 2.5 years, only a few people had drawn rank S, and the average reward drawn in the group was at rank C. Let's start with a rank B, I won't mind either, Ash said in a mocking tone, spinning the roulette with his mind. The pointer spun rapidly. 4 seconds later. The pointer slowly decelerated, and finally, amidst Ash's pleasant surprise, it truly stopped within the ass-crack-sized rank S section. Ha 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 ha. Ash froze for 2 seconds, rubbed his eyes, and then burst into unbelievable laughter. Pikachu tilde. Pikachu outside was startled. Why did a perfectly fine Ash suddenly go crazy? Could it be that he pushed him too hard, ate too much ketchup, and didn't cooperate, causing Ash to have a seizure? Pikachu suddenly felt somewhat at a loss. It didn't truly despise Ash. Because the other party knew how to use ketchup to make friends with it, and hadn't mentioned going into a Pokeball yet, these points alone already surpassed many trainers. Pika-P tilde. Pikachu pushed Ash, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, hoping the latter would snap out of it quickly. However, Ash at this moment had no desire to snap out of it. Looking at the prompt box before him, he was overjoyed. Congratulations on drawing the S+ rank talent, Person of Battles. It can significantly enhance Pokemon's growth process, break shackles, and elevate the trainer's battling talent. I've struck it rich. The talent of the Person of Battles is at the level of the big shots in the group. Ash still vaguely remembered that among the people tagged by strongest psychic was Person of Battles. To dare use Person of Battles as an online handle showed just how formidable it was. Just by drawing this talent alone, Ash felt that he had already gotten more than his money's worth, but he didn't flaunt it immediately. After all, he still had one more draw chance. The roulette spun once more, and when it stopped again, Ash was so surprised his jaw dropped. In the words of the group, that meant he had hit gold again. Congratulations on acquiring the talent, Source of Golden Kidney. Source of Golden Kidney grants you enduring stamina and recovery power, highly beneficial in terms of fighting. Could the bond form last longer? At least it's a childhood memory, everyone be serious, smirk. I've never heard of this. Looking at the description of the Source of Golden Kidney, Ash scratched his head in confusion, as if he had never heard the big shots in the group mention it. Whatever, never mind, anyway, it was beneficial for fighting. Better go show off in the group first. Unlucky Xiao Ji, is the reward drawn bad? There's been no reaction for so long. If you ask me, don't look down on rank ED either, drawing the cooking skill. WC. The next second, 2 golden, glowing rank S entries dazzled the big shots in the group. Mount Silver Supervillain. World Champion. 6. Drawing the Person of Battles talent lets you take off right on the spot. Kanto Model Champion. Indeed, even the taciturn supervillain was blown out, guaranteeing a champion baseline directly. Time Management Master. The only double S in the group, extremely high gold content. Group Owner Ash. Basic Operation, Don't 6, Akimbo Face. Strongest Psychic. A Time Management Master. Get real. The latter one is just to make up the numbers, the main thing depends on the Person of Battles. That person's talent can take him straight to the champion tier. Do you dare say your talent is useful? How is it useless? This is the foundation of a happy life, smirk. Fighting Master and Aura Guardian. Fighting Master and I both agree. King of Harems and Time Management Master. It's a talent I honed through 20 years of exercise anyway. Even if it's no good for battles, competing in stamina is still champion level. Group Owner Ash. Exactly, it's an S rank prize after all. Sounds very suitable for running away and holding out stubbornly. Strongest Psychic. Hey, don't corrupt children with something equivalent to rank D in battles. Group Owner Ash. Huh. Ash didn't understand why there were no S-rank rewards, but seeing that there was a tendency for an argument to break out in the group again, he quickly absorbed the 2 clusters of golden light from the chat group into his body, and then his consciousness returned to reality. Meanwhile, Seeing that Ash had been sitting for a long time without getting up, Pikachu thought the latter had encountered some accident. After pondering for a long time, it planned to dish out a thunder shock to wake Ash up. Pikachu tilde. Ash opened his eyes wide and met Pikachu's gaze face to face, only to discover a bolt of golden electricity shooting directly towards his body. Ouch! Pikachu! What are you doing? Taken by surprise, Ash was shocked until his scalp went numb, but after adapting slightly, he found that his body was actually gradually adapting to Pikachu's thunder shock. Gradually, Ash even began to develop a strange and unusual feeling. So, comfortable. Although there was a slight tremble in his voice, Ash could genuinely feel Pikachu's thunder shock, which felt just like a massage for his body, bringing waves of a numb and tingling sensation. However, Pikachu hurriedly stopped the thunder shock, staring at Ash with a look of astonishment. Then, it stepped forward to check on Ash, pointing at Ash's head. This guy couldn't have actually been shocked silly by its thunder shock, right? Pikachu, it's rare for you to care about me. I'm so touched. Are you saying my head might have been shocked silly? How is that possible? Seeing Pikachu look at him with the gaze of a mentally disabled child, Ash retorted irritably. Where did he look like that kind of person? Humph, Pikachu, let me tell you, I've already gotten stronger. You can shock me all you want, and I won't feel any pain anymore, Ash clamored arrogantly. No matter how foolish he was, he had figured it out. The reason he was able to endure Pikachu's thunder shock just now must be because that source of golden kidney had taken effect. After all, the description stated that it was very strong in terms of stamina and also very adept at fighting. Thinking of this, Ash stood up, pointed at Pikachu, and issued a challenge. Let's have a duel, Pikachu. Whoever wins gets to make the rules, how about it? Because he was blessed with champion-level talent, Ash was confident that he could single-handedly take down Pikachu, this electric mouse. After all, Pikachu's thunder shock didn't cause any pain anymore. As long as he held out a bit longer, sooner or later he would subdue Pikachu. His brain really was broken. Pikachu wore an expression of looking at an idiot. After all, how could a human's weak body possibly fight against them? Pikachu, I'm being serious. Seeing that Pikachu still viewed him as a fool, Ash responded with a serious expression. A senior told me that a trainer who can't beat their own partner is not a good trainer. As a trainer aspiring to become a Pokémon master, I will start by defeating you, Pikachu, all over again. Ash recalled that over the past 2.5 years, Aura Guardian and Fighting Master, those two muscular hunks, had always instilled in him that beating Pokémon with physical might was the first step to becoming a Pokémon master. In the past, Ash hadn't believed it, but after acquiring the source of Golden Kidney, Ash wanted to test his own limits. Pika. Pikachu burst out laughing, mocking where Ash had heard such nonsense from, actually believing a human could beat a Pokémon. However, looking at Ash's serious expression and for the sake of ketchup, Pikachu reluctantly agreed to Ash's first request. Come on. Pikachu even struck the demeanor of a grandmaster, waving at Ash to signal him to attack first, lest he not even get a chance to make a move. Pikachu, take this. Ash didn't stand on ceremony either, winding up his right fist and rushing forward quickly, heading straight for Pikachu's location. Mega Punch. Seeing Ash actually dare to rush forward with a human body, Pikachu smiled condescendingly, then exerted strength all over its body, unleashing Quick Attack. Its hind legs glowed with white light, colliding head-on with Ash. Between the human and the Pokémon, the collision naturally ended with Pikachu coming out on top. Ash was knocked back dozens of steps before barely managing to stop, the impact causing him to gasp and draw a sharp breath. Again. But fortunately, Ash had thick skin and flesh, plus the source of Golden Kidney providing a steady stream of stamina support. Ash and Pikachu fought for 300 rounds. Pikachu was quite calm at the beginning. Every quick attack could send Ash flying. But after a dozen or so rounds, Pikachu noticed something was wrong. How come this Ash was just like a Tauros, holding out for such a while and still not even panting? Pika Pika. On the other hand, Pikachu itself had already begun panting heavily. Pikachu, I knew you couldn't cut it, right? Exhausted after just a few minutes. This time, the offense and defense reversed. Ash unsparingly continued to mock Pikachu, then relentlessly wound up his fist and rushed forward again. Pikachu tilde. Pikachu was so angry its fur stood on end. Clenching its fists and curling its body, it gathered the electricity inside its body and released it all at once toward Ash. Thunder shock tilde. Golden current densely covered Ash's entire body, but this still couldn't stop Ash's pace. Hard suppressing the current, he continued to forge ahead. Pikachu, I'm coming. Relying on the blessing of the source of Golden Kidney, Ash felt that his durability was off the charts, and he stubbornly pushed through Pikachu's electricity to reach right in front of his opponent. Hee, I'm going to win. Facing Pikachu, which was right close at hand, Ash extended his fist and smashed down hard. Pikachu, like a helpless wife, could only watch with wide eyes as Ash's fist swung right in front of its face, completely powerless to stop it. It could only close its eyes and wait for the fist to arrive. But the fist he imagined didn't land on his body. Instead, a pair of hands picked Pikachu up. Opening its eyes to take a look, Pikachu discovered that Ash's sincere eyes were locked in a gaze with his own. How about it? Convinced yet? Do you acknowledge me as your good partner? Although Ash's body was somewhat charred black, overall he still looked like nothing was wrong, eagerly anticipating Pikachu's acknowledgement. Pika tilde. You win, Ash. On one hand, it felt Ash's gentleness towards it. On the other hand, to keep its promise, Pikachu slowly nodded. It practically acknowledged Ash, a trainer who could officially defeat it, as its partner. Yay! Although the process was somewhat twists and turns, having to conduct one more real-life PK than other rookie trainers, he had finally gained the recognition of his starter partner. Pika tilde. But before that, Pikachu pointed at the Pokeball at Ash's waist and shook its head, indicating that it didn't want to go inside. You mean you don't want to go into the Pokeball? Pika tilde. Small problem, as long as you admit we're good partners. Pika tilde. Hearing this, Pikachu's gaze toward Ash became a lot more agreeable. Strong in strength, being able to take a beating is also a kind of strength, and understanding human nature, perhaps becoming his partner wasn't a bad idea. As for Ash, he had already rushed into the chat group to show off his battle record. Group owner Ash, at Aura Guardian at Fighting Master, what you guys said really makes sense. Defeating Pikachu head-on is the fastest way to gain recognition. Aura Guardian. That's right. Fighting Master. But you are a rookie nowadays, how did you pull it off? Group owner Ash. Of course by relying on the source of Golden Kidney, depending on the stamina it brings to endure all of Pikachu's attacks, and then getting recognized. King of Harems and Time Management Master. Aura Guardian. The source of Golden Kidney has this kind of effect. Group owner Ash. Isn't that how it's used? Strongest Psychic. No problem at all. You've unlocked the correct usage of the source of Golden Kidney. World Champion. Ahem, since you earned Pikachu's recognition on your own abilities, you can take this opportunity to use the Person of Battles talent to improve your strength through Pokémon battles. Person of Battles. This talent of mine is suitable for the wild and allows me to grow stronger through continuous battles. Group owner Ash. I understand what you guys mean. I'm going to stop chatting and log off right now to do some battles. Pikachu, since we are partners now, let's have a battle and verify our strength. Pika tilde. This time Pikachu nodded cooperatively. After all, having been defeated head-on, as a qualified Pokémon, it wasn't going to go back on its word. Yosh, target the grass ahead, let's go. Ash gave a big wave and, with Pikachu, boldly and proudly embarked on the journey to find wild Pokémon. On the outskirts of Viridian Forest, a Rattata soon popped out from the grass. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock. Electric arcs flashed across Pikachu's cheeks, and a golden current shot out, hitting the Rattata. Followed closely by a hit from Tackle, the Rattata rolled twice and fled into the grass. Just like that, the battle ended quickly. The person of battle's talent really is magical. Ash blinked, recalling the feeling of his first battle. During the command just now, his mind was exceptionally clear, and when to attack or retreat seemed to have long been carved into his bones. Meanwhile, Pikachu also felt the changes in its battles. It lowered its head to stare at its forepaws with an incredulous look. Pika. It felt a warm current surge through its body, faint yet real. It wasn't an illusion. Pikachu felt that its power had grown stronger. You felt it too. Pika P tilde this is all thanks to you, Ash. Pikachu realized Ash's intention, but the latter hadn't grasped Pikachu's meaning yet, simply stating with great joy, as long as we keep winning, we can get stronger. Pika P tilde. Pikachu looked at Ash's back and its ears twitched. Following Ash actually seemed kind of interesting. Next, Oddish, Raticate, Pidgey. Pikachu won battle after battle. Following the defeat of a Spearow, after the number of defeated opponents reached double digits, Ash could clearly see the changes in Pikachu. The current went from the thickness of a finger to the thickness of a wrist, and the golden light grew brighter and brighter. Pikachu itself also excitedly clenched its small fists, feeling the endless power surging within its body. Pika P tilde. It took the initiative to tug at Ash's trouser leg, meaning not to stop. If you get experience points just from fighting, then it's going to be a blast to fight Snicker. Alright, Pikachu, I'll give you as much as you want. Seeing Pikachu getting a bit carried away, Ash didn't mind. After all, the stronger Pokémon got, the better it was for him. Speaking of which, I need to look for a second Pokémon. Ash rubbed his chin and looked around in thought. He had gotten too carried away with the battles just now, focusing all his attention on Pikachu and completely forgetting about catching a Pokémon. However, just as Ash was thinking, it suddenly grew quiet overhead. The buzzing of insects and chirping of birds all vanished together. Ash looked up to see dense rows of red eyes staring at them from the treetops. The Spearow leading them was larger in size, with burn marks still on the corner of its beak. It was precisely the one that had been defeated just moments ago. No way. Ash took out his Pokédex, took a picture, and sent it to the group chat. Group owner Ash, big shots, what is going on here? Strongest breeder, did you provoke a Spearow? Run quickly, they are extremely vengeful. Kanto model champion, my Pikachu would have taken them all down in one move, but unfortunately you just started out. Ash didn't have time to look anymore. The flock of birds swooped down. Run. He scooped Pikachu into his arms and turned to sprint wildly. Pikachu shrank into Ash's arms, poked its head out to take a look, and its body shivered instinctively. Behind them, the overwhelming flock of Spearow flapped their wings like beating drums. But soon, Pikachu discovered something absurd. Ash was running too fast. So fast that his legs practically kicked up after images, so fast that the trees on both sides were flying backwards. And even while holding it in his arms, his breathing was surprisingly even. Most absurd of all, that flock of flying Spearow couldn't even catch up to a human running on two legs. Pika. Pikachu raised its head, giving Ash's chin a strange look. Is there something wrong with this guy's stamina? After fighting hand to hand with it for 300 rounds just now, and then continuously battling over a dozen wild Pokémon, he could still run like this while holding it. I told you, I have great endurance. Noticing Pikachu's gaze, Ash still had enough breath left to strike a pose and brag to Pikachu by lowering his head. Of course, Ash was also muttering under his breath that this source of golden kidney really was useful. As expected of an S rank, he didn't know why the other big shots looked down on it. A few minutes later, the flight rhythm of the Spearow flock began to fall into disarray. The smaller ones had already fallen behind, and the leader was still chasing, but its wings were flapping noticeably with strain. The Spearow were gradually becoming unable to fly. Yet Ash was still running, his speed not decreasing by even a bit. Don't give up, Pikachu, taunt them a bit. Seeing that the Spearow were planning to stop chasing, Ash was stunned, that simply wouldn't do. Pika tilde. Pikachu tentatively looked back and made a funny face at the flock of birds. Spia tilde. The leader's eyes bulged with anger, and it shrieked as it squeezed out every last bit of stamina to chase after them. Finally, Ash stopped beside a small river. It wasn't a dead end, he stopped on his own accord because his goal had already been achieved. They've been flying for the better part of a day. Sure enough, their wings are almost too tired to flap anymore. Ash smiled as he looked at the exhausted Spearow, put Pikachu down on the ground, turned to face the oncoming flock of Spearow, and said viciously, "You like chasing, do you? Pikachu, shock them all down." Pika tilde. Pikachu glanced back at the wobbling, flying Spearow, and then looked at itself. Carried all the way, its stamina was at max, and its electricity was at max. It suddenly understood. Ash never intended to just run away from the very beginning. He had walked the flock of Spearow until they were utterly exhausted, and then served them right in front of it. Pika P tilde. Pikachu couldn't help laughing out loud. It was too wicked, but it liked it. Ash's personality at the very beginning was a bit black-bellied smirk. Following that, Pikachu crouched slightly on all fours, and the electric light all over its body surged violently. Its cheek electric sacs shone like two small suns, and the surrounding air crackled loudly. The flock of Spearow had arrived right in front of them, so exhausted that even their swooping trajectories were crooked and wobbling. Pikachu released all its current in one breath. It wasn't the individual streams of thunder shock from before, but an entire sheet of golden electric net that hooded over the flock of birds like a large mesh bag. The current leapt wildly among the Spearow, their struck bodies stiffening and plummeting, dropping to the ground with a flurry of clattering thuds like dumplings falling into a pot. Although Ash didn't know the concept of experience points, he was well aware that with such a large number of Spearow falling, Pikachu's experience was definitely skyrocketing upwards. Finally, the current all over Pikachu's body transformed into a pillar of golden light that flashed through the forest and vanished. At this point, all the Spearow lay on the ground, smoking all over, and completely losing their ability to battle. Pikachu, the power of your final move seems to have gotten stronger. Ash was still curious about what that final move was, as it didn't look like discharge. At that moment, the Pokédex chimed with a notification. Ding! Pikachu has mastered Thunderbolt. Is the Pokédex gifted by the professor this smart? Ash muttered softly at first. Then he scooped up Pikachu and said happily, Pikachu, you've learned a new move. Pika tilde Pika tilde. Pikachu leaned against his chest, its tail swaying gently. It had finally completely accepted Ash as its partner. Ash grinned broadly and rubbed that pair of long yellow ears vigorously. After spending 2.5 years, Ash had long since developed the habit of lurking and chatting in online group chats. Therefore, after defeating the flock of Spearows, Ash immediately sent a screenshot to show off a little bit. However, the group members were big shots after all, and there was zero reaction at all. Ash wasn't depressed about this either, except for drawing the double X skill today, which shocked the big shots in the group for a bit. He was already used to the big shots, calmness. He just asked another question in the group. If he forgot to catch some Pokémon today, would he fall behind everyone else's progress? Although they were all Ash, he didn't want to lose too much to his other selves in the group. World Champion. Relax, at this time. Besides, Pikachu, everyone has nothing, don't worry. Unlucky Xiaoji. Not only that, I still remember having the bad luck of running into Spearows. Fortunately, it started raining, and Pikachu used the thunder move to summon heavenly lightning to defeat those guys. Unlike you brat, who has a golden kidney by your side and actually managed to tire out the Spearows just by running. Fighting Master. Although I can fight just as well as the Aura Guardian, against the early game flock of Spearows, I really had no way out. Aura Guardian. Same here. You've already gotten through the early game quite perfectly. Regarding the problem of Pokémon selection, I suggest taking a stroll through Viridian Forest. The Pokémon there are a bit more abundant, and there are more types to choose from. King of Harems. Jealous, aren't you? Let's see who still dares to say that the skills the two of us painstakingly trained among groups of women are useless. Strongest Psychic. Hey, praise you a couple of times, and you're really getting full of yourself, C++. Seeing that the group was about to start arguing again, Ash habitually tapped to exit. After all, he had just set out on his journey, and he had no interest in watching a bunch of leisurely adults bicker. Glancing at Pikachu in the distance, he found the latter squatting with great interest next to the knocked-out flock of Spearows, ready to send a bolt of discharge to whip their corpses the moment any of them dared to get up. This made the corners of Ash's mouth twitch slightly. Pikachu held quite a grudge. Alright, Pikachu, get ready to move on. Pikachu nodded, coming over to Ash in 3 strides, nimbly leveraging his arm to leap onto his shoulder, and even rubbing against Ash's cheek. After this battle, Ash and Pikachu's relationship became much closer. After all, this was a friendship forged by being chased and running from a massive flock of Spearows. They were brothers who had shared life and death. Afterwards, ignoring the charred Spearows scattered all over the ground, Ash left with a clear conscience. The strongest breeder in the group had said that Pokémon have a special energy protecting their bodies. As long as fatal attacks aren't continued to be dealt after a battle ends, even wild Pokémon won't die. Following the map route provided by the big shots in the group, Ash found that under the chase of the Spearows, he had gotten a lot closer to Viridian City. It looks like I'll be able to reach Viridian City before dark. Ash chuckled. His luck was really too good. Pika. However, just as Ash wanted to walk a few steps, he felt Pikachu poke his cheek and then point to the other side. Ouch, Pikachu, what are you doing? If we don't leave soon, watch out for it getting dark. It's actually a wild bicycle. Pikachu, you're amazing, you even discovered this. Looking in the direction of Pikachu's little finger, Ash abruptly discovered a vehicle. With it, relying on his stamina, he could huff and puff and finish the rest of the road in half an hour. Hey, does this bike belong to anyone? Ash shouted loudly toward the surroundings. Of course he wouldn't be stupid enough to think that wild bicycles would actually spawn in the forest, even games aren't that outrageous. Shouting so politely was mainly to determine if the original owner was nearby. If not, it meant the person had lost it, and then he could logically and justifiably ride it to Viridian City's lost and found, the police station. Plan execution. Nobody here. If nobody's here, I'm riding it away. Wait a minute, this is my bicycle. Hearing this made Ash feel a bit regretful. However, hearing that the voice belonged to a girl, Ash couldn't help but look toward the direction the voice came from, discovering that the other party actually crawled out from behind a large tree, revealing her appearance. It was a rather refreshing outfit, wearing a crop-top yellow short-sleeved shirt on her upper body and ultra-short shorts on her lower body, revealing snow-white arms and long legs. But in Ash's view, it was all thoroughly unremarkable for now. His current focus remained mainly on the other party's strange actions. I'm Ash from Pallet Town, just passing by with the kind intention of taking the bicycle to the lost and found at the police station. Is that so? My name is Misty, then thank you very much. She stared at Ash suspiciously, with an expression that showed she had caught onto his little scheme of wanting to secretly ride away with the bicycle, making Ash break out in a cold sweat. But he remembered that over the past 2.5 years, his other selves in the group had taught him the art of language, how to change the subject. By the way, why did you put the bicycle by the river and hide behind a big tree yourself? Could you be? Ash said while sizing up Misty's face, and the latter actually showed signs of dodging his gaze. So Ash continued to ask with a clear conscience, taking a dump by the tree, right? You idiot. However, the next second, Misty's fair face flushed red, she clenched her fists, and directly delivered a hearty slap. It hurts, you violent girl, unlike the gentle Serena. The sudden outbreak slapped Ash into a daze, and he muttered softly while clutching his cheek. Pikachu. And Pikachu listened dumbfounded to Ash's outrageous words, suddenly realizing Ash's flaw. Humph. Who told you to slander a youthful and beautiful girl like me? Misty said angrily with her hands on her hips. Who told you to have a guilty conscience? I thought you really were. Ash argued softly back. That was. Look, you have a guilty conscience again. Fine, I admit it all right. After a brief communication with Misty, Ash really found that he had wronged her. Turns out she had noticed him being chased here by a massive flock of Spearows, and due to fear, she hadn't extended a helping hand at the first moment. Fearing that Ash would blame her later for standing by and doing nothing, she even planned to come out after Ash left. Who could have thought that you'd set your eyes on my bicycle? Misty looked at Ash with a speechless expression. Haha, then I'm really sorry. Ash also realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized. 2.5 years of chatting experience with Serena told him that talking about those things just now seemed impolite to a girl. It's fine, and you didn't blame me for not lending a hand either. I totally understand you. After all, you're a girl, and being chased by so many Spearows, you must have been terrified. That's good. Misty breathed a sigh of relief, then spoke with a look of viewing a monster. Come to think of it, how did you manage to run faster than the Spearows? And you kept it up for so long. After saying that, she also meaningfully sized up Ash's lower body. How could a human's stamina compare to a Pokémon? Source of golden kidney, you stinking scumbag. After some communication, Misty found that Ash had a really strong desire to show off. After a bunch of words, he spilled almost everything and didn't have much miracle eye. He just loved to brag. She could believe for a moment that he ran faster than a Spearow. But Ash insisted on saying that he walked the Spearows for several kilometers and even labeled his special ability as the source of golden kidney. Sigh, boys really love to put up a front. Misty couldn't even be bothered to say anything. Tisk, Pikachu can help me testify. After all, it still had to rely on me to counter-kill so many Spearows. Pika tilde. Speaking of this, Pikachu nodded, indicating that Ash was not lying. Seeing Pikachu actually nod, Misty was momentarily speechless. Because Pokémon were much more honest than people. Pikachu is electric type. Under well-trained conditions it can also counter-kill flying-type Spearows. Misty made her final struggle, still not believing Ash's bizarre ability. However, I am a rookie trainer this year. Really? Misty looked at Ash suspiciously. The current intensity mastered by Pikachu did not look like what a rookie should have. Hey, this is my Pokédex, and Pikachu is my initial partner. It really is. As the Cerulean City gym leader, Misty had naturally seen the styles of the Pokédex, and the one in front of her was definitely the genuine version issued by the League without a doubt. Pressing the identification of the Pokédex, the image of Oak popped up. This is the Pokédex I assigned to Ash. Oak. What's wrong? Ash looked at the excited Misty and asked in confusion, is Oak very famous? You don't know Oak's status in the Kanto region. That's a world-famous Pokémon professor, the first person to complete a regional Pokédex, published related papers such as Pokémon abilities, and it is rumored that he was also Kanto's first regional champion, and so on. Ash and Pikachu looked at each other in surprise. Obviously neither of them expected that the usually amiable old man Oak was actually a hidden expert. Can you talk about when Oak was a champion? Speaking of Oak, Misty got energized and endlessly recounted Oak's achievements in the champion field. For example, who he defeated and so on, when he retired, and why he finally embarked on the path of a researcher. All in all, Oak is a genius in an all-around field. Misty had a look of admiration. After all, no one could have imagined that after Oak jumped from the peak of trainers to a researcher, he became a renowned regional professor. By the way, are you really from Pallet Town? How come you seem completely clueless about Oak? Ah ha ha, mainly because Oak didn't say anything, and I didn't know either. Ash silly scratched his head. Misty covered her face, unable to bear looking straight at him. Ash's performance looked indeed like a pure rookie, but Pikachu didn't. However, Ash's silly look really didn't look like someone who would beat around the bush, so Misty initially believed a few points of Ash's ability. Just thinking of that unmentionable name, Misty's cheeks would flush slightly. Sister Shaw, you're blushing, come, let me take a look shy. Rumbled Tilda. However, when Ash wanted to continue learning about Oak's wonderful deeds, he found that the clear blue sky instantly became covered with dark clouds, accompanied by rolling thunder. Which divine beast used rain dance? How could the weather change so drastically? At this time, the two people and one pet had already come under a hollowed-out tree to shelter from the rain. Misty looked at her bicycle getting soaked in the heavy rain outside the tree, complaining on the side about the sudden change in weather. Relax, isn't a trainer supposed to endure wind and sun? Ash calmly left such a sentence on the surface, while secretly sinking into the chat group in his heart to kill time. Otherwise, he would have to hear Misty's complaining voice again. Group owner Ash, may I ask if Oak was really the champion of the Kanto region when he was young? World champion. Of course, after I became the Kanto champion, that old man Oak didn't talk much less to me about his heroism back then. Kanto model champion. The Oak on my side is the same, hey. Person of battles. That's right. Group owner Ash. So amazing, why haven't I heard Oak talk to me about it? Strongest psychic. Isn't the reason obvious? As a regional professor, Oak is very busy, dealing with all kinds of experimental equipment every day. Where would he have time to brag with you? Strongest breeder. At Oak's successor, there is a ready-made example in the group, who joined recently, but doesn't seem to have surfaced until now. Group owner Ash. To think there are researchers among us, shocked face. Strongest psychic. We are in parallel space-times, any kind of Ash is not surprising. Theoretically, if you turn left and right when going out, it is possible to create a parallel space-time. Group owner Ash. Although I don't quite understand, as expected of a super brain. Strongest psychic. Flattering me is flattering yourself, no need to say more about that. Let's talk about how you knew Oak was a regional champion in the past. Let me guess, at this point in time you can only meet Misty, you guys should have accidentally chatted about it during a conversation. Group owner Ash. As expected of me, you really are omniscient. Strongest psychic. King of harems. Misty is good, although she was a bit violent before, she is also a rare wing, I must grasp her well as I just started traveling. Time management master. But remember not to put her in first place, otherwise there is the risk of abandoning the entire forest for a single tree. Group owner Ash. Don't understand. Strongest psychic. You two are enough, you really came as soon as you smelled the scent, but I warn you two not to instigate randomly. I don't care about the final result, just don't let the group admin give you a 1-year mute package, then you'll behave. Mount Silver supervillain admin. That's right, red is right smirk. King of harems and time management master. Spare us, we'll shut up QAQ. Group owner Ash. So brain burning, I'd better go draw a prize first. Listening to everyone in the group chatting about adult topics again, Ash decisively went diving, and then clicked on the 3 dots at the upper right. Ash chat group. Pikachu defeated Rattata, completed the first battle, lucky draw 1. Repelled the Spearow flock, unlocked achievement, Nemesis, lucky draw 2. Glancing at the history messages and the 3 lucky draws issued to him by the chat group, Ash couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Hee, being the group owner feels great. Because generally, every completed achievement meant 1 lucky draw task, but because he was the group owner, it brought an extra 1. Alright, let me see which self's ability I can get this time. After a brief excitement, Ash used his mind to flick the pointer on the roulette wheel and started a triple draw. This time, he didn't fixate on the S-tier area with a crack-like gap. Therefore, his gaze focused on areas above C-tier, which met his minimum standards. Of course, I wouldn't mind if an even more powerful talent came along, Ash thought happily. However, the result of the lucky draw 2.5 minutes later made Ash's breathing heavy and his chest heave like an ox. Congratulations on obtaining the S-tier reward, Aura Guardian. Congratulations on obtaining the C-tier reward, Breeding Eye Limited. Congratulations on obtaining the B-tier reward, Viridian Power Self-Healing. This Viridian power is so rare. Currently only 2 people have it, Giovanni and Yellow Facepalm. But he couldn't be blamed for this. Ash believed that any other version of himself in the group who hit an S-tier reward once again would react even more exaggeratedly than he did. Especially his unlucky self in the group. As for this S-tier reward, Ash was also very familiar with it. It belonged to the Aura Guardian version of himself in the group, and the ability he mastered was Aura. A special ability that integrated detection, communication, and combat into one. Obtaining his third S-tier ability made Ash ecstatic, temporarily making him ignore the other 2 special abilities. After all, they weren't S-tier. Of course, mainly to show off, he immediately used his mind to take a screenshot and sent it to the group chat. Group owner Ash. Hehe, sorry everyone, it seems I've drawn a third S-tier reward again. Dog head. Unlucky Xiao Ji. Ah. However, different from the scenario Ash expected, aside from his unlucky self, not many other versions of Ash showed the envy and jealousy like last time. Strongest Psychic. It seems just as we thought. You are the luckiest one in the group, while the unlucky one is the exact opposite. Group owner Ash. Hehe, no wonder everyone is acting unserious. Unlucky Xiao Ji. Woo-woo, this chat group is bullying people too much. No, I'm going offline to find Rayquaza and play in space. Group owner Ash. What is Rayquaza? For some reason, even though he didn't recognize this Pokémon, Ash felt a hint of showing off in the dark. Aura Guardian. Just a flying Caterpie, don't mind it. That kid is just envious that you got my S-tier aura. You must know that my aura developed to its peak can even battle legendary Pokémon. Group owner Ash. Is aura really that strong? Ash's eyes lit up. Over the past 2.5 years, he had learned what legendary Pokémon were. They stood at the pinnacle of Pokémon, even stronger than the champions Pokémon. Although he didn't know their specific names, judging by the Aura Guardian's tone, wouldn't he be able to punch Pokémon even stronger than a champion into submission with his bare fists? Aura Guardian. It's not that aura is strong, it's that I am strong. All of us in parallel spacetimes have the potential to awaken aura. Group owner Ash. Does that mean I can awaken aura without drawing prizes? Strongest Psychic. I can testify to this. Although I possess Psychic, through acquired development, I gradually awakened aura as well, though its intensity isn't as high as the Aura Guardians, barely reaching the B-tier standard. World Champion. Barely. Well, I'm still a bit short of reaching B-tier. Aura Guardian. You're a psychic user, of course you can't compare with me. After all, I'm a man who self-awakened aura since childhood. Aura Guardian. But group owner, if you want to reach my level, you'll still need to adapt for a while before you can slowly beat up legendary Pokémon. Strongest Psychic. I have to admit, punching Groudon and kicking Kyogre is something only you can do in our group. Once you draw it, group owner, at least you won't have to worry about your own safety anymore. Kanto Model Champion. More than that. This kid also had great luck drawing Viridian Power. Although it looks like it can only self-heal, it's an extremely good ability. You don't have to fear injuries and can just charge straight in. Strongest Breeder. Indeed. Although these 3 lucky draws aren't all S-tier, whichever one it is, they are extremely practical. Even the lowest tier Breeding Eye is remarkable. Group owner Ash. Is the Breeding Eye yours? Strongest Psychic. Ah, your reaction is half a beat slow, truly worthy of my younger self. That Breeding Eye is naturally related to the strongest breeder. Don't look down on it just because it's C-tier, it's definitely the most practical one. Group owner Ash. So is there any backstory to it? Strongest breeder. Simply put, the Breeding Eye is a special ability I've had since childhood. It allows me to see through a Pokemon's ability values based on its external features, thereby judging their potential. Group Owner Ash. Potential. Strongest Breeder. It can be understood as a Pokemon's upper limit of strength. For instance, suppose there are two Pikachu, one with a speed upper limit of C and the other S. Ash. How would you choose? Group Owner Ash. Catching the latter would definitely be more worthwhile, since the latter can reach the S-tier realm. Strongest Breeder. This is the breeding eye. Through my long-term accumulation, I am able to determine the differences in ability values. Group Owner Ash. Then wouldn't it mean I just need to catch Pikachu with S-tier ability values right from the start? Ash was very excited. If he could filter out the most potential-filled batch of Pokemon using the breeding eye, wouldn't the champion title be within easy reach? However, after a brief excitement, Ash felt that doing this might not be very good for Pokemon. Strongest Breeder. That's right, but this is also why I walked the path of a breeder instead of becoming a trainer. Group Owner Ash. Why? Strongest Breeder. Because this way, you can't see the role of a trainer. As a trainer, one should grow together with Pokemon and strive to break through their own limits. This is the responsibility of being a trainer. World Champion. That's right, I also think the breeder version of myself did very well. Otherwise, relying purely on these eyes to walk the path of a trainer would be too much like Shinji in the early stages. Group Owner Ash. Who is Shinji? Kanto Model Champion. Ahem, an interesting rival whose path at the beginning wasn't quite right. If the breeding eye were placed on him, 99% of the Pokemon in this world would be considered useless by him. Me watching the anime. Believe it, belief needs no reason. Me playing the game. Useless things only become nourishment. Mount Silver Supervillain. Group Owner Ash. Can I still use this breeding eye? Strongest Breeder. Feel free to use this breeding eye, because it can only show the corresponding data after capturing a Pokemon. It's a stripped down version I made before my transition, when I gave up on observing Pokemon. Group Owner Ash. That's good. I thought the reward I drew couldn't be used. Strongest Breeder. Of course you can use it, but don't blindly believe in the saying that ability values have an upper limit. Pokemon themselves possess infinite possibilities, they just need persistent effort to break through. For example, a Pikachu's speed upper limit might be B rank, but with persistence and sweat, there will eventually be a day when it breaks through to A rank. Group Owner Ash. I see. Strongest Psychic. Speaking of this, Person of Battles' talent can be described as uniquely advantageous. While accelerating Pokemon growth, the probability of breaking the upper limit is also much greater. Group Owner Ash. Person of Battles' talent is that powerful. Person of Battles. It's alright. I've never believed that a Pokemon's strength has an upper limit. I believe there are no trash Pokemon, only useless trainers. Strongest Psychic. Is this the legendary power of I reckon? Strongest Breeder. Anyway, keep up the good work. With the abilities of all of us combined in you, I believe you will achieve remarkable accomplishments. Group Owner Ash. Thank you all for your tremendous help. Strongest Psychic. We're all Ash, no need to be polite. Ash smiled, left those words, and started lurking. After collecting the 3 light orbs and absorbing them into his body, his consciousness returned to reality. Ash desperately wanted to show off his newly acquired aura right away. After all, as a boy who had just set out, his urge to show off couldn't be hidden. Unfortunately, the rain kept falling. A bored Misty started to nod off, leaning drowsily against a tree trunk, so Ash didn't have the heart to disturb her. He could only turn his gaze to Pikachu and try out the newly acquired breeding eye. In the following panel, Ash didn't generate it in his eyes, he just saw the ability values. Pokemon. Pikachu. Ability values. Stamina D8, Physical Attack D8, Special Attack DS, Defense E8, Special Defense E8, Speed DA. Soon, through the breeding eye, Ash could see Pikachu's general 6-dimensional stats. They were quite standard, perfectly fitting the level of a newcomer like him who had just started traveling. However, to his great surprise, Pikachu's special attack ability value actually reached the S rank. You must know, according to the strongest breeder, a Pokemon's ability value tier was just like the ability value tiers of the chat group's lucky draws. E rank was the lowest, and S rank was the highest. However, E2 were the grades for most Pokemon, while S rank meant that a certain ability of an ordinary Pokemon had reached the level of a divine beast. Just like his aura, S-rank aura could greatly strengthen his physical body and human-to-human battle capabilities. He just didn't expect that one day, his Pikachu's special attack ability value could also reach the level of a divine beast, and its other abilities weren't low either. You must know that A rank represented the level of a champion. Thinking of this, Ash couldn't help but look at Pikachu with even more fondness. Although Pikachus were as common as stray dogs on the side of the road, the one before him was obviously extraordinary. It seems that even though I overslept, running into you is truly my luck. Ash murmured softly, gently stroking the soft fur of Pikachu curled up between his thighs. Pika are we setting off? As soon as Pikachu heard the movement, it got up quizzically, covering its yawn with its paws, and looked at Ash curiously. Not really, I just suddenly felt that you're so amazing, and I was just speaking from emotion. Pika yours truly is naturally the strongest. Although feeling baffled by the sudden praise, Pikachu still puffed out its chest proudly. Yes, 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 I can already tell. Ash patted Pikachu's head, finding it somewhat amused. Pikapi. How come it feels like you can understand what I'm saying, Ash? As a good partner, isn't it a piece of cake for me to understand what Pikachu is saying? This time it was Ash's turn to proudly puff out his chest. After all, the aura he acquired was no joke. Aside from battles, it also included a certain communication ability. This was also a unique advantage endowed to those with special abilities. No matter how well a Pokémon could understand humans, a barrier ultimately existed between it and its trainer, requiring a certain amount of time to cultivate before reaching mutual understanding. But Aura could directly allow Ash to understand Pokémon's speech. Truly convenient. However, Pikachu looked astonished. Was Ash really this strong? As a good partner, I'll generously tell you that I've actually awakened Aura. Ash sneaked up to Pikachu's long ear and recounted how powerful his aura was. For instance, exaggerated descriptions in Pikachu's eyes like being able to brawl with Pokémon and effortlessly beating divine beasts. Pikapi. Keep bragging, Ash. Pikachu turned its head away and rolled its eyes speechlessly. At first, Pikachu believed that he had awakened the aura that allowed him to understand speech, especially since it had seen a faint blue light quietly emerge from Ash's palm, which indeed didn't look like an ordinary person. Besides, Ash wasn't one to begin with. How could an ordinary person outrun flying Spearows? Even yours truly couldn't do that. Hey, Pikachu, you don't believe it, right? Let's go one-on-one. Feeling the buffs brought by Aura, Ash's ego swelled exceptionally, and he rolled up his sleeves wanting to single out Pikachu. Seeing Ash's overestimation of his own capabilities, Pikachu was quite willing. After beating up the flock of Spearow, it had also grown stronger and could effortlessly beat up the old Ash. Just then, hey, you two, hiding in the trees and staring at each other with big eyes, is there any point? It turned out that at some point, the dark, cloud-covered sky had experienced sunny day and cleared up, while Misty was holding her bicycle, eager to leave this damp wilderness. After all, for a girl, dampness was an absolutely unbearable thing. But I still want to spar with Pikachu. Huh. What kind of joke is that? How could a human ever beat a Pokémon? Even a single Pikachu could electrocute you down. Misty shook her head, looking at Ash with a disdainful gaze, as if she were looking at an idiot. Pikachu P-tilde. Pikachu jumped onto Misty's shoulder, rubbed cheeks against her, and agreed with the latter's view. Feeling looked down upon, Ash immediately wanted to show off his abilities. What do you mean? I've actually awakened. Yes, 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 but I'm going to Viridian City first. But Misty made a gesture indicating that if Ash didn't come along, she would ride her bicycle away by herself. Ash wanted to argue further, but saw that in the clearing, golden red sky, a colorful rainbow suddenly appeared, drawing both of their arguments to a halt. It's a rainbow. It seems rainy days aren't all bad after all. Misty looked at the gorgeous sky, her eyes widening. Did something fly through this rainbow? But that wasn't what Ash was focusing on. The main point was that above this rainbow, a colorful, dazzling giant bird flew right over their heads. Facing such a peculiar giant bird, aside from being slightly surprised, Ash didn't forget to take out his Pokédex to scan it. A mechanical electronic voice came through. Unknown Pokémon, suspected to be a Shinifiro. How is that possible? Looking at the large bird emitting dazzling seven-colored light above, Misty shook her head and voiced her doubt. The Pokédex did not refute Misty, and the doubt was successful. Therefore, the one above was definitely not a Shinifiro. And Ash believed it wasn't either. Although he had just set out and had yet to see a Firo, the aura he had acquired allowed him to sense the powerful aura of the large bird in the sky. Under that extremely terrifying sense of oppression, Ash felt that the opponent's aura was not below his own, it was definitely a formidable enemy. A real man should challenge it. At this moment, Ash's original intention to challenge Pikachu changed. Although he didn't know the word Daijobu, with S-rank aura, Ash couldn't help feeling a surge of grand ambition deep in his heart, wanting to challenge the top powerhouses of the world. Pikapi. Ash, you're so brave. Pikachu skeptically rolled its eyes, wondering where Ash got such courage. Even if they wanted to challenge someone, it should be letting it take on that Shinifiro. After single-handedly defeating the Spearow flock, Pikachu's ego had also expanded immensely, paying no regard to any bird Pokémon in the world. Not knowing whether it sensed the thoughts of the human and Pokémon duo, Ash and Pikachu, the Shinifiro, in the sky paused for a moment. A rainbow light fell from the air, and then its main body accelerated its flight, disappearing into the horizon. What a pity, I didn't bring a camera when I went out. Misty wore a look of regret, failing to capture the beautiful rainbow and the mysterious Pokémon. That large bird seems to have dropped something, I'll go take a look first. By the time Misty came back to her senses, Ash had already taken Pikachu and charged out like a gust of wind, puffing and panting as he disappeared from the spot. This speed is fouling. Watching Ash move forward as if using agility, Misty's pretty face darkened. What kind of monster was this? Not only could he run fast, but his stamina was also ridiculously enduring. Could he really have a golden kidney? Thinking of this part of a man, Misty's cheeks flushed rarely. Her older sisters said that having something like this on a man would be incredible, huh? During the time Misty was daydreaming, Ash had already arrived at the spot where the rainbow light fell. Pikapi. Ash, you're too fast. Pikachu jumped down from his shoulder, its fur blown backward by the wind like a yellow chestnut. It hadn't expected Ash's speed to increase even further, running faster than when he was jogging alongside the Spearow flock earlier. Not knowing if it was an illusion, Pikachu felt that its quick attack might not even be as fast as Ash. Could it be that even after getting stronger, it still couldn't beat Ash? At that moment, a flicker of self-doubt crossed Pikachu's mind, recalling how, when they first set out, Ash used his unyielding, tanky endurance to pin it to the ground, dominating and rubbing it into the dirt. Ash temporarily ignored Pikachu because his attention was entirely on a feather lying in the grass. It wasn't an ordinary feather. The feather shimmered all over with seven-colored luster, with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet blending layer by layer, as if someone had crushed a rainbow and painted it on. Pikachu also saw it, proactively went forward, picked up the feather with both paws, and handed it to Ash. Ash crouched down, the human and mouse staring at the feather, locking eyes in a stare down. Is this that large bird's feather? It's so pretty. Pikachu tilted its head. It didn't know either, but that rainbow-like color was identical to the large bird in the sky just now. Just as they were pondering, the sound of bicycle chains turning came from behind. Misty chased after them, panting heavily. She leaned her bicycle to the side, supported her knees with both hands while taking several breaths, and looked up at Ash, who was squatting on the ground as if nothing had happened. This guy ran so far without even sweating a single drop. He really is a pervert. What did you pick up? Here, a pretty bird feather. Misty leaned in and immediately saw the feather in Ash's hand. The seven-colored luster shimmered in the setting sun, ridiculously pretty. This is. It dropped from that large bird just now. Ash shook the feather and said. So pretty. Misty's eyes lit up. Lend it to me to take a good look. Here. Ash didn't object either, because according to himself in the chat group, his relationship with Misty should be pretty good, so after a brief thought, he handed the feather over. However, the moment the feather fell into Misty's palm, the seven-colored radiance was like someone turned off a switch, and the entire feather turned into a grayish-black color. Misty was stunned. And no. It wasn't me. She hastily waved her hands. I just touched it, I didn't do anything. It's fine. Ash was also stunned, but instead of blaming Misty, he softly comforted her. After all, he also saw that after handing it to Misty, the feather changed color right under his nose. He just curiously took the feather back. But as soon as it entered his palm, the seven-colored radiance lit up again. The two looked at each other, as if they both discovered something marvelous. Seeing Ash pass the feather over once more. It turned black again. Taking it back. It lit up again. An expression of sudden realization appeared on Ash's face. Ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at? Misty said unhappily, because she felt she was actually being looked down upon by a feather. Misty, are you too dirty? Even the feather looks down on you. Bang tilde. A straight punch smashed onto Ash's head, as precise as if it had been practiced. You're the dirty one. Your whole family is dirty. Misty blushed furiously. As the world's #1 beautiful girl, where am I dirty? Ash clutched his head and squatted on the ground, not daring to make a sound. Pikachu covered its mouth and snickered on the side, its shoulders trembling. HMPH. Misty took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. Her gaze fell back onto the seven-colored feather, and her eyes gradually became serious. However, a seven-colored feather, bringing a rainbow when flying. She muttered to herself, then suddenly widened her eyes. Could that Pokémon just now be Ho-Oh? Ho-Oh. Ash raised his head. Idiot, the legendary Pokémon of our Kanto region. Misty looked irritably at Ash, this lucky fool. Legend has it that it possesses seven-colored feathers, leaves a rainbow behind when flying across the sky, and bestows its feathers upon trainers it acknowledges, who are called heroes of the rainbow by people. Ash blinked. Then is this Ho-Oh very strong? Duh, that's a divine beast. Misty rolled her eyes at him. A legendary tier existence, very few people in the entire Kanto have ever seen its true face. Trainers who manage to get its feather are said to be able to find Ho-Oh's location through the guidance of the feather, and even challenge it and catch it. Ash's eyes lit up. Can it be caught? Theoretically yes. Misty crossed her arms, but the premise is that you have the strength. Ho-Oh is not some roadside pie. Rattata, to be caught just like that. Misty originally wanted to use the roadside Pikachu as an example, but seeing its cute appearance, she quickly changed her words. Hearing Misty's words, Ash clenched the feather in his hand, a fire seeming to ignite in his eyes. So what if it's a divine beast? Pikachu will definitely win, and if not, I'll step up. Pikapi. Pikachu also waved its little fist. Although it didn't have much concept of a divine beast, since Ash was so motivated, it would just go along with him. But what did, if not, I'll step up, even mean? Misty watched the human and mouse full of motivation, her mouth twitching. Such ignorant and arrogant fellows. But then again, Ho-Oh leaving its feather to this boy showed that it truly acknowledged him. And the reason she was able to witness the legendary Ho-Oh was mostly thanks to this guy. Misty glanced at the feather in Ash's hand that was glowing with seven-colored radiance once more. Perhaps, this guy really could reach that step. Misty, I keep telling you that you can ride your bicycle, otherwise you walk so slowly and it ends up with me waiting for you. Ash walked in front, hands pillowed behind his head, chewing on a blade of grass with a leisurely look. Misty behind him pushed her bicycle, her steps growing heavier and heavier, and her expression darkening. Mind your own business. If you think I walk too slowly, you can just leave directly. What is this? You walk slowly, I kindly wait for you, and yet you get angry out of nowhere. Ash turned around, looking innocent. It is clearly me kindly accompanying you on a walk, can you not be considerate of this lady? Misty finally exploded. She clearly saw that Ash did not have a bicycle, and was embarrassed to ride alone, so she bit the bullet and pushed her bike while walking. As a result, this guy walked ahead on his two legs step by step, and still thought she was slow. Truly a steel straight man. Purely so. Pikachu, Misty walks slowly and still blames me, is this right? Ash lowered his head to look at Pikachu on his shoulder. Pika P tilde, idiot Ash. Pikachu rolled its eyes, shaking its head like a rattle drum. Even with its emotional intelligence, it could see the problem, yet Ash still felt he was in the right. Even you are not on my side. TCH, Pikachu is still better, knowing how to be considerate. Misty snorted, reaching out to touch Pikachu's head. Pikachu narrowed its eyes comfortably, its tail wagging. Pikachu P tilde, that goes without saying. Ash watched the two of them echoing each other, the corners of his mouth twitching. Fine, 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 then it will be fine if I walk slower, right? He slowed his pace, walked next to Misty, and walked side by side with her. HMPH. Misty turned her head away, but her steps underfoot were obviously lighter. The two of them walked forward bickering just like that. For a moment arguing over who Pikachu liked more, and for another moment arguing whether that Ho-Oh just now was a shinny Firo. The setting sun stretched their shadows longer and longer. Unnoticeably, the tree shadows in the distance dispersed, and the silhouette of a city appeared at the end of the road. Viridian City had arrived. However, today's front gate was a bit different from usual. An officer Jenny wearing a police uniform was standing at the gate, conducting inspections on pedestrians entering and exiting one by one, with a serious expression. Because thieves had been rampant recently, trainers entering the city had to be screened, making her somewhat nervous. However, she was soon attracted by the commotion in the distance. Only to see a boy and a girl walking side by side, the girl pushing a bicycle, the boy with a Pikachu on his shoulder, the two of them taking turns disparaging each other with rich expressions. It is all your fault for walking too slowly, it is already dark. Ha! If you do not rush me, we would have arrived long ago. I kindly waited for you. Shut up. Jenny looked at this scene and could not help laughing. What a loving couple. She pressed her hands together, her tone carrying a bit of teasing. Who is a loving couple with him, her? The two of them said in unison, then glared at each other. Ahem. Jenny cleared her throat and brought the topic back on track. You two, please show your identity proofs. Identity proof. Ash was stunned for a moment. He had not left Pallet Town much, how would he know that entering the city required some kind of proof? It is the Pokédex in his hand. Although they were arguing the second before, Misty still thoughtfully pointed at the Pokédex on Ash's waist. After opening it, there is a personal information page with Dr. Oak's verification on it, that will do. Oh. Ash quickly pulled out the Pokédex and turned to the personal information page. It read, Pallet Town Ash, and beside it was Dr. Oak's electronic signature. Jenny took a look and nodded. Then it was Misty's turn. Misty felt out a card from her pocket and handed it over. Jenny took it and looked, her eyes slightly brightening. Turns out to be from Cerulean City. All right. Confirmed. Misty snatched the card back, moving so fast as if she was snatching something, a trace of panic flashing across her face. Officer Jenny, we are going to the Pokémon Center to rest. After saying that, she carried the bicycle with one hand, grabbed Ash's wrist with the other, and walked into the city without looking back. Hey hey hey, slow down. Ash was dragged stumbling a couple of steps, leaving under Officer Jenny's astonished gaze, leaving only a sentence, the gym leader of Cerulean City is really fierce. The Pokémon Center was right on the main road of Viridian City. The red and white building glowed with warm yellow lights in the night, and the Pokeball logo at the entrance was particularly eye-catching. Misty pushed the door open, then released Ash's hand, and parked the bicycle against the wall. What were you nervous about just now? Ash rubbed his wrist, he still wanted to hear where Misty was from. Nothing, just in a hurry to rest, what else could it be? Misty turned her head unnaturally, parking the bicycle at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Ash gave her a suspicious look, but did not press further. Anyway, ever since Misty hid behind a big tree when they met, she had been weird, and he was used to it. Welcome to the Pokémon Center. A gentle voice came from the front desk. Nurse Joy stood behind the counter. Like Officer Jenny, she was a great beauty. However, this was not Ash's focus of attention. Compared to beauties, Ash's gaze was more on a round Chansey beside her. A pink nurse's hat was worn on its head, and its smile was as standard as if measured with a ruler. Good evening, are you here for accommodation? Yes, 2 people. Pika. Pikachu waved its paws as a greeting. Alright, please show your trainer identity proof. Soon a room was arranged. The Pokémon Center provided free resting places for trainers on their journey, which was a benefit given to trainers by the Pokémon League. The room was neither big nor small, just right with 2 beds, placed against the wall on the left and right. The bedsheets were clean white, and the pillows were fluffy, looking very comfortable. Ash threw himself onto the bed, sinking his whole body into the quilt. I am exhausted. What are you exhausted from, running like a Tauros? Misty gave him an eye roll, rummaging through her backpack for a change of clothes. I am going to take a bath. I am warning you first, if you dare to peek, I will beat you up. Who wants to peek at you? Ash rolled his eyes, scooping Pikachu over and placing it on his stomach. I have Pikachu and that is enough. Pika. HMPH. Misty snorted and turned into the bathroom. The door closed with a click. Ash closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the chat group. The group was chatting lively. Group owner Ash, brothers, you guys definitely will not believe that on my way passing through Viridian City, I saw Ho-Oh. And I even got the rainbow wing. Picture. Aura Guardian. Oh, Ho-Oh, normal. Fighting Master. It is alright. Strongest Psychic. Everyone has seen it, no need to make a fuss. Group owner Ash. Huh. You have all seen it. World Champion. We are you, of course we have all seen it. After all, it is a standard outgoing equipment. Ash thought he was rather special, but as it turned out, everyone could meet Ho-Oh, which made him feel a bit discouraged, but an ID popped up. Hero of the Rainbow. However, there are not many who actually got the feather. I counted, and currently it seems I am the only one in the group who has gotten it. Group owner Ash. No way. Nobody has it. Hero of the Rainbow. Because this involves a trial. A trainer recognized by the feather can find Ho-Oh through its guidance, and challenge and capture it. Ash's eyes instantly lit up. Group owner Ash. Can it be captured? Hero of the Rainbow. Yes, Pikachu and I went through all sorts of hardships back then, and finally defeated Ho-Oh and captured it. Kanto Model Champion. Just a shinny Firo, nothing worth mentioning. Aura Guardian. Indeed, not as good as my Urshifu, which can even spar with me. Fighting Master. Rapid Strike Style Urshifu is number 1 under heaven. Aura Guardian. You want to argue with me again, right? Single Strike Style Urshifu is definitely awesome. Kanto Model Champion. None of them are as awesome as Rayquaza. Strongest Psychic. Childish. World Champion. Ahem, Mewtwo is just a stray on the roadside. Strongest Psychic. IC++. Ash suddenly sat up from the bed, startling Pikachu. Pika. Ho-Oh can actually be caught. Although he had also seen other ashes show off the divine beasts they had caught in all sorts of ways, he still cared the most about the Ho-Oh he encountered for the first time. Seeing that the group members had almost finished arguing, Ash was just about to type out a question when another message popped up in the group. World Champion. Right, have you arrived in Viridian City now? Let me give you a warning, don't go challenge the local gym. Kanto Model Champion. Yeah, definitely don't go. The Viridian City gym leader is not someone the current you can handle. As the strongest gym leader, it's still too disadvantageous for a rookie like you to fight. The other group members also chimed in one by one. The previous second they were still arguing, but the next second they unanimously reminded Ash not to battle the Viridian gym. This instantly caught Ash's attention. Person of battles. Generally speaking, the difficulty of the Viridian gym is no longer the first choice for rookies, but as the last gym, it's not a bad choice for training. Strongest psychic. Ahem, you guys are warning him one after another. Have you ever thought that he might not even know there is a gym in Viridian City? The group chat fell silent for 2 seconds. Group owner Ash, is that so? Is there a gym in Viridian City? Sitting on the bed, Ash stared at the long string of ellipses in the group chat and scratched his head. Why did everyone suddenly stop talking? He clearly still had a bunch of questions he wanted to ask. How to catch Ho-Oh? How on earth do you use the rainbow wing? The divine beasts flexed by those big shots in the group were all so flashy, he still wanted to hear a few more stories. But now the group chat was dead silent, and the last one to bubble up was that ellipsis from Mount Silver supervillain. This is awkward. Having become the conversation terminator, Ash was just about to shamelessly send a message to keep the topic going when the bathroom door opened with a click. Misty walked out. She was still wearing that yellow crop top, but her damp orange hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wiping it with a towel in her hand. Heat surged out from behind her, carrying the scent of shampoo. I'm done washing, hurry up and go wash. Misty draped the towel around her neck. After you finish, go downstairs to the restaurant for dinner, and by the way, register for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Registration. That's right. Misty rolled her eyes at him. Didn't I tell you on the way that to challenge the league conference, you have to register in advance at the Pokémon Center? You couldn't have forgotten, right? Ash slapped his forehead. He remembered. Misty had indeed mentioned on the way that he was going to participate in the Indigo Plateau Conference. But at that time he was busy locking horns with Pikachu, so it went in one ear and out the other. Alright, right away. The group chat happened to be quiet, and he didn't bother waiting either. Withdrawing his consciousness from the chat group, Ash bounded down from the bed and rushed into the bathroom in a jiffy. Hot water poured down in a rush, while Pikachu squatted on the sink, wetting its paws with water to wipe its face. After taking a bath and changing into clean clothes, the human and mouse went downstairs looking fresh and refreshed. The Pokémon Center's restaurant was on the right side of the first floor. It wasn't too big or too small, with a few long tables set up. The free dinner wasn't very lavish, but it was all you can eat. Rice, curry, a few side dishes, and a bowl of steaming miso soup. Pikachu was distributed a small dish of Pokémon food and a few berries, eating until its cheeks were bulging. Ash scarfed down his rice in a few bites, held his round belly, and walked over to the front desk. Nurse Joy, I'd like to register for the Indigo Plateau Conference. Alright, please show me your trainer ID. Nurse Joy took the ID and operated the computer for a few moments. The Indigo Plateau Conference requires collecting 8 gyms. Facing Nurse Joy's explanation, Ash nodded. He had already figured all of these out from asking the people in his group. 8 badges, a total of 8 official gyms in the Kanto region, just beat them one by one. After finishing registration, Misty stood up and stretched lazily. I'm heading back to my room. After camping out in the wild for several days, now that we've finally reached the Pokémon Center, I'm going to lie down properly today. She turned her head to look at Ash. I'll contact home first, I'll go up in a bit. Alright. Misty didn't ask any further and walked straight toward the stairway. After all, early tomorrow morning, she and Ash would probably part ways. They had simply bumped into each other on the road anyway, not pre-arranged companions. She had to ride her bicycle to continue her own journey, and Ash also had his own path to walk. Otherwise, walking the bicycle and traveling with Ash like tonight would sooner or later piss her off to death by Ash. She also had no reason to abandon her bicycle and travel on foot with Ash. Unless the bicycle broke down. Ash walked to the video phone booth in the corner of the lobby, dialed home, and briefly reported his safety to his mother, Delia. After patiently listening through all of Delia's admonitions, he hung up the phone and was just about to get up. Ding tilde. Unfortunately, the phone rang again. Professor Oak. Although the person in front of him had their back turned, looking at the familiar laboratory, Ash immediately recognized the other's identity. Ash, I just heard from your mother that you've arrived in Viridian City, so I specifically called over. How is it? Has your first day of travel been smooth? Pretty smooth. That's good. Right, how many Pokémon have you caught? The smile on Ash's face stiffened for a moment. Not caught any yet. Not yet. Professor Oak's eyebrows stood up. That brat Gary has already caught a dozen or so. He caught a Rattata on the very first day he set out, and on the second day he. Professor, I have my own thoughts on catching Pokémon. Ash interrupted him, took a deep breath, and with the words the group members had told him over the past 2.5 years flashing through his mind, his tone turned unusually serious. Pokémon don't have the right to choose who catches them, they only have their fates chosen for them. The initiative of catching lies in the trainer's hands. Because of this, I feel that trainers must cherish and value every single Pokémon willing to go with you. He glanced at Pikachu crouching on his lap. I won't be like Gary, throwing balls at the sight of any. I want to find Pokémon that truly want to become my companions, and then treat them well. Treat every single one of them seriously. Pikachu. Pikachu looked up at Ash, its eyes flashing with an inexplicable look. The other end of the phone fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Professor Oak smiled with a gratified expression. As a professor, my original intention in asking you to catch more Pokémon was so that I could better observe more individuals and species. Anyway, the laboratory can afford to raise them, and it's also beneficial for a trainer like you. However, well, your idea isn't bad either. He nodded, his gaze carrying a bit of approval. An outstanding trainer should have this kind of awareness. Ash's nose turned up high. Right, Professor, I even saw Ho-Oh today. What? Ho-Oh. Professor Oak almost spat out a mouthful of coffee. Are you sure it's Ho-Oh? Sure am, and it even dropped a rainbow wing for me. Seeing Professor Oak, who was usually unfazed, acting so startled and jumpy on the screen, Ash couldn't even begin to describe how smug he felt inside. That'll teach you to pressure me with Gary, hee hee. Hanging up the phone, Ash leaned back in his chair, the corners of his mouth almost splitting to the roots of his ears. He finally got to flex in front of Professor Oak for once. He stood up, placed Pikachu on his shoulder, and walked toward the stairway. He was just getting ready to head back to his room to sleep. Woo woo woo. A harsh alarm sound suddenly resounded through the entire Pokémon Center. Red alarm lights flashed wildly on the ceiling, and the urgent voice of Nurse Joy came from the speakers in the hallway. An emergency has occurred at the Viridian City Pokémon Center. Trainers, please gather in the lobby. Repeat, please gather in the lobby. Ash's hand paused on the doorknob. Pikachu's ears perked up swishily, and tiny electric sparks emerged from the electric sacs on both sides of its cheeks. Pika. Attention, a Pokémon kidnapping syndicate has broken into the Pokémon Center, please be extremely careful. Seeing that, the bicycle secretly cried out woe is me, and in an instant, it was refined and turned into a pile of scrap metal. The voice coming from the broadcast sounded a bit familiar, and Ash was stunned for a moment before reacting. It was Officer Jenny, the one who had interrogated them at the entrance of Viridian City during the day. A Pokémon kidnapping syndicate. Ash repeated, his tone carrying a bit of novelty. Pika-P tilde. Pikachu also nodded, its expression equally puzzled. Misty rushed out in a fiery hurry, just in time to hear the voice on the broadcast, her face full of disbelief. Who is so blind as to dare cause trouble at the Pokémon Center? Exactly. Nurse Joy's voice came from the other end of the corridor. She walked over quickly, followed by that round Chansey, with a worried look on her face. She didn't know how to face it. Primarily because Joy's family's Pokémon centers were spread all over the region, mastering the most advanced medical technology. Even those villainous organizations generally dared not easily provoke them. That was why Nurse Joy found it unbelievable. As soon as her voice fell, a crisp shattering sound of glass came from overhead. Two Pokeballs smashed in through the ventilation window on the ceiling, rolling rumblingly to the center of the lobby. Immediately after, the spheres burst open, and large billows of haze gushed out from inside, filling the entire hall in the blink of an eye. It's poison gas. Cover your nose and mouth. Misty covered her mouth and began to cough. Ash stood in place, inhaled a couple of mouthfuls of the haze, and then blinked blankly. It seemed like he didn't feel anything. He immediately reacted, figuring that his aura was probably at work. The aura inside his body automatically circulated, neutralizing the inhaled poison gas. On the other hand, Misty, Joy, and Pikachu nearby were choked to tears, covering their noses and mouths as they retreated repeatedly. Ash frowned, staring at the pervading haze. Who on earth did this? Since you've asked so sincerely. As if acting out a script, a female voice rang out from the haze. We shall graciously tell you. Followed immediately by a male voice. To prevent the world from being destroyed. To protect the peace of the world. To carry out evils of love and truth. Cute and attract villains. Two figures jumped out from the haze, striking an extremely pretentious entrance pose. A red-haired woman wearing a white Team Rocket's uniform. A blue-haired man in the same white uniform. Jesse. James. A Meowth also popped out from between the two of them, stretching out its two hands like a beckoning cat. We are Team Rockets traveling through the galaxy. A white hole, a white tomorrow awaits us. That's right, meow. The lobby fell silent for a second. Team Rockets. So you guys are the thieves who specialize in stealing other people's things. Little girl, thieves cannot compare to the status of us Team Rockets. What kind of status is there to speak of for thieves and robbers? Misty and Team Rockets started an unexpected argument. But Ash didn't listen to what they were arguing about at all. Because his attention was completely attracted by the Pokémon. In the haze, the figures of two Pokémon emerged. A purple snake with a poison sting growing on its head, coiled on the ground flicking its tongue. A round purple sphere with a pitted surface, floating in midair, constantly spewing poisonous gas from the holes on its body. Ekans and coughing. Ash stared at these two Pokémon, his brows slightly furrowed. Although his field of vision didn't pop up with data like when looking at Pikachu, he could vaguely sense some things. These two Pokémon were trained quite ordinarily. The concentration of poisonous gas on their body surfaces was thin, their muscle lines were relaxed, and there was no sharpness in their eyes. They were only stronger than his Pikachu from today. Are bad guys nowadays all this weak? These two combined can't fight as well as my Pikachu. Ash couldn't help muttering out loud. As soon as his voice fell, Jesse and James's faces turned black. What do you little brat know? Exactly. Pikachu are all over the street, goods found by the roadside, and you have the nerve to compare them with our carefully cultivated Ekans and coughing. Haha, my Pikachu is not just some roadside goods, it's a 1 in a million existence. Ash retorted with a smug smile. He truly knew. The data seen by the breeding eye was written clearly and distinctly, with a special attack upper limit of S rank, which was the potential to touch the threshold of divine beasts. The upper limits of the other items were all A, at champion level. No wonder the other Ashes in the group all started with Pikachu. A Pikachu with this kind of talent, calling it 1 in a million was indeed understating it. 1 in a million. Jesse and James looked at each other, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. No matter how one in a million Pikachu is, it's nothing more than an electric mouse that our Meowth loves to eat. Meow. Meowth licked its paws. This Meow loves eating electric mice the most. Today is just right for an extra meal. Meow. Pika. Pikachu's expression instantly sank, its ears pressed back flat, its forelimbs crouching on the ground, and its electric sacs crackling noisily. This Meowth of yours can actually talk. Ash cried out belatedly. Of course, this Meow is a genius, Meow. Meowth puffed out its chest proudly. It really can talk. Misty was also stunned, then vigorously shook her head. No. Now is not the time to talk about this, beat them to the ground first. Oh, right. Ash came back to his senses. Just as well, Jesse and James didn't want to talk nonsense anymore either. Ekans, poison sting. Coughing, take down. Ekans opened its mouth, and a row of purple poison stings shot flying out. Coughing's round body performed a takedown toward Pikachu. Pikachu, thunder shock. Golden current burst out from Pikachu's body, splitting into two paths in midair. One accurately hit the flying poison sting, and the other hit Coughing squarely. The poison sting was melted into ashes by the current, and Coughing was electrocuted all over, smoking, and screamed as it flew backward. The two Pokémon fell to the ground, struggling several times before getting back up. How is that possible? Jessie widened her eyes. An electric mouse from the roadside, how can it be this fierce? James's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Continue the attack. Ekans, wrap attack. Coughing, keep tackling it. The two Pokémon rushed up again. Pikachu nimbly jumped and dodged in the lobby, sometimes jumping onto the front desk counter, sometimes stepping on the wall to leverage a flip. Ekans's tail swept through empty air, and Coughing slammed head first into a pillar. Thunderbolt. Pikachu flipped in midair, the lightning all over its body surging wildly, and a thick golden current swept outwards. Ekans and Coughing were hit squarely, screaming as they crashed back down beside Jesse and James's feet. Misty had originally taken out a Pokeball to help, but seeing this scene, she silently put the Pokeball away. There was simply no need for her to make a move. However, the situation on the field slowly turned into a war of attrition. Coughing kept releasing poisonous gas, and the haze in the lobby became thicker and thicker. Although Pikachu had the upper hand, every time it was about to finish them off, the poisonous fog would interfere with its vision, giving the opponent a chance to breathe. This is endless. Then I might as well try this. Ash frowned, and then remembered another S-rank reward he had drawn, Aura. It wasn't just used to understand Pokémon speech. Among those usage methods instilled in his brain, there seemed to be a move that could use Aura to strengthen a Pokémon's combat power. It was a technique mastered by that Ash who was the Aura Guardian only after cultivating to the peak. And he had inherited it directly now. Let's try it. Ash took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with blue light, and reached out his hand aiming in Pikachu's direction. Aura, reside in my heart. A wisp of blue light silently shot into Pikachu's body. Ash estimated the aura inside his body and inputted 1/10 of it. Don't think it's little. Even 1/10 was 10 times Pikachu's. Pikachu, which was in the middle of battle, suddenly froze. It felt a warm current surge into its body. It was warm. Subsequently, its power surged explosively, its limbs and bones were all heating up, and the electrical energy in its electric sacs churned as if it had been ignited. Pikapi. Ash, what did you do? Pikachu felt extremely surprised experiencing its burning body. Ash, what is this? Misty also noticed the blue light on Pikachu and Ash, and couldn't help blinking her eyes as she asked. A special ability kept at the bottom of the box. Ash didn't explain much, just waved his hand toward Pikachu's direction. Pikachu, give them the final blow. Thunderbolt. Pikachu. A startled thunderclap exploded. The ground under Pikachu's feet instantly caved in, and cracks spread around like spider webs. With it as the center, an exaggeratedly thick pillar of thunder soared into the sky, the golden electric light illuminating the entire hall as bright as day. Boom tilde. The thunder pillar swept past, and Ekans and coughing were swallowed up before they even had time to scream. Jesse, James, and Meowth were blown away together with their Pokémon by the shockwave, turning into a shooting star at the edge of the sky. We're blasting off again. The shooting star flickered once and disappeared into the night sky. However, the entire Pokémon Center fell into an eerie silence. Because that thunder pillar not only blew away Team Rocket's, but also incidentally blew off the ceiling. Moonlight spilled down from the big hole overhead, illuminating the debris all over the floor. Oh my goodness, did you have to go to such a huge expense? Outside the main door, Officer Jenny arrived tardily. She looked at the Pokémon Center, which had turned into an open-air style, her mouth wide open in an O shape, and the scene was truly too ghastly to behold. In addition, she also heard a young girl's miserable scream. Ah, my bicycle. Bicycle. Must I be broken once? Bicycle. Woe is me. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Pokémon. Join Ash's chat group and become the all-around Ash. Part 2. Remember, it's not that I want to travel with you. It's that I'm supervising you, and I won't leave until you return my bicycle to me. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. HMPH. Ash raised his hands in surrender, facing an indignant Misty. Even though her attitude was a bit intense, he didn't retort. Who told Pikachu's Thunderbolt yesterday to get Misty's bicycle caught in the crossfire? It was blown up into a fish skeleton. Traveling together was a delaying tactic given to him by his other selves in the chat group. Because everyone in the chat group swore up and down that as long as he invited Misty to travel together, he wouldn't have to compensate for the bicycle. Although he didn't know the logic behind it, he didn't oppose the matter of inviting Misty to travel together. Nurse Joy is still the best, you don't even have to pay compensation even if the Pokémon Center gets blown up. Thinking of Nurse Joy's gentle gratitude before departure and her nonchalant attitude towards the Pokémon Center being blown up, Ash couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Nurse Joy is a good sister, just as gentle as Serena. The entrance to Viridian Forest was right on the north side of Viridian City, and they arrived after not walking for long. The tree crowns blocked out the sun, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering shattered gold all over the ground. The air was mixed with the scent of soil and green grass, and occasionally a few Pidgey cries came from deep within the forest. Misty walked in front, always maintaining a certain distance from Ash. She still had a cold face, and from beginning to end, she didn't say a single word. Ash walked behind her, scratched his head, and felt completely uncomfortable, unlike the companions he had imagined. He and Misty shouldn't be like when they met Ho-Oh, where everyone chatted together about knowledge regarding Pokémon. He was very interested in these things right now. He wanted to say something to break the awkwardness, but every time he opened his mouth, the back of Misty's head seemed to grow eyes, timely letting out a cold HMPH. After trying 3 times in a row, Ash gave up. Pikachu lay on his shoulder, looked at Misty in front, then looked at Ash with an expression like he was constipated, and shook its head. Ash gave a dry cough, his consciousness quietly sinking into the chat group. The group was as lively as ever, with several Ashes arguing about which gym was the hardest to battle, and messages scrolling past at lightning speed. Ash hesitated for a moment and typed a line of text. Group owner Ash, after inviting Misty, is the matter of the bicycle really wiped clean? But Misty still looks like she won't talk to me. Kanto model champion, trust us, we all came through it this way. Group owner Ash, then what's with Misty's current appearance? Cold War Misty. Time management master, can't even understand this. The bicycle broke inexplicably, being in a bad mood, isn't that normal? King of Harems, relax, relax, Misty has a very big heart, she'll automatically get better in a bit. Time management master, does Misty have that big of a heart? King of Harems, what I'm saying is proper. Ash looked at it completely bewildered, is it big or small after all? But too lazy to dwell on it, he subsequently asked another question. Group owner Ash, do I really not need to return this bicycle? Strongest breeder, of course. After traveling together, she won't bring up the bicycle matter again. Aura Guardian, I have a say in this. When dealing with this kind of thing, my experience is quite rich. Group Owner Ash, really or fake? World Champion, real. Kanto Model Champion, guaranteed genuine. Strongest Breeder, 100% guaranteed genuine. King of Harems, nobody understands Misty's wing better than me, you gotta grasp it well, bro. Winking Smile. Group Owner Ash, huh. Mount Silver Supervillain. King of Harems and Time Management Master, ahem, nothing, nothing. Anyway, you won't go wrong listening to the seniors. Ash always felt this guy had hidden meaning in his words, but the other Ashes in the group had tacitly steered the topic away. Strongest Psychic. You don't need to worry about the bicycle, just leave it to Nurse Joy to handle. What you should be thinking about now is preparing for the pewter gym. Ash looked at this message and didn't quite get it. Leave the bicycle to Nurse Joy. What does that mean? Is she going to help me pay for the repair fees? But before he could follow up, the World Champion's message popped up again. World Champion. If the first one is only Pikachu, fighting the pewter gym will be quite strenuous. Pay attention to the training plan I gave you yesterday, don't slack off. Ash was just about to reply, received, when his mind was yanked back by an external force. Someone was pulling his clothes. He opened his eyes. Misty had hidden behind him at some point, both hands tightly grasping the clothes at his lower back, her entire body curled up into a ball. The Cold War expression from just now was completely gone, replaced by a flustered look. Ah, annoying bug. Ash looked forward following her gaze. Less than 3 steps ahead on a roadside tree branch lay a caterpie. Green body, red antennae, it was leisurely crawling across a tree branch with those few pairs of short legs, holding half a half-chewed leaf in its mouth. From its appearance, this thing really wasn't much different from a large green caterpillar on the roadside, except for a pair of red antennae on top of its head and a small tail horn sticking up on its butt. Just this. Misty, what's there to be afraid of about bugs? Ash was speechless and amused, and that's not just a bug, it's a bug-type Pokémon, Caterpie. This beautiful girl hates Caterpie and these bugs, isn't that allowed? Misty shrank her whole body behind Ash, only then having the confidence to shout. But aren't there bug-type Pokémon in the forest? Isn't that a very normal thing? HMPH. It's all your fault. If you hadn't blown up my bicycle, I would have ridden right through Viridian Forest long ago, would I need to be scared by bugs here? Misty poked half her face out from behind, her eyes full of accusation. Ash opened his mouth, finding himself unable to retort. Fine, knowing he was in the wrong, he shut his mouth and cast his gaze back towards that Caterpie. His gaze was as if he were looking at a true beautiful girl, the more he looked, the more excited he became. It turned out that last night in the chat group, besides chatting about resolving the aftermath of the bicycle, those self-proclaimed champions also told him about the Pokémon he should catch to battle the pewter gym. Caterpie was impressively among them. Pikachu, I choose you. Pika tilde. That Caterpie sensed the commotion, and just as it turned its head over, a figure had already rushed in front of it. Tackle. With a muffled thump, Caterpie was bounced flying off the tree branch, flipped twice in the air, and crashed into the bushes beside the tree root. Ash seized the opportunity to throw a Pokeball. The red and white sphere hit Caterpie and wobbled twice on the ground. Capture successful. All right. Caught my first Pokemon. Pikachu tilde. Ash excitedly picked up the Pokeball, weighing it up and down in his hand. This first capture really is easy. As soon as Caterpie disappeared, Misty instantly bounced out from behind Ash. That's naturally simple. She put her hands on her hips, recovering her previous confident expression, as if the person curled up in a ball just now wasn't her. Bug-type Pokémon are inherently the weakest Pokémon, what's there to be proud of in catching them? Ash was still admiring his newly acquired Pokeball, but upon hearing these words, his expression immediately changed. What did you say? As a trainer who loved Pokémon, Ash instinctively furrowed his brow, disliking Misty's words very much. After all, he loved every single Pokémon equally. HMPH, Caterpie is universally acknowledged as weak, let alone it being a bug type. Misty unceremoniously stated her view. So what if it's bug type? Strong or weak, in the final analysis, it relies on the trainer's nurturing. I only believe that there are no weak Pokémon, only useless trainers. Paul. Misty was stunned for a moment, she didn't expect such words to come out of Ash's mouth. Although what you say is correct, but bug types are recognized as the weakest after all. Misty shook her head. In so many league conferences, have you ever seen any bug-type specialist trainer win a championship? Ash was silent for a moment, realizing he really hadn't thought about whether any trainer's signature was a bug-type Pokémon. I don't care, discriminating against Caterpie is wrong. Ash also learned Misty's willful appearance, unreasonably turning his head away. Misty. Moreover, to defeat the pewter gym, this Caterpie is indispensable. Ash added an extra sentence. But precisely this sentence made Misty widen her eyes in utter incomprehension. To fight a rock-type gym, according to type advantages, you should catch water-type Pokémon. Oh, this forest has nothing but bugs. Why don't you beg me, and I can lend you one? Misty put on a generous posture, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, showing a teasing look. No need. Ash tossed his head back, his nostrils facing the sky. He knew that his counterparts in parallel dimensions were all big shots, how could he possibly beg others? Newbies have a newbie's battle style, having an evolved Butterfree is enough. Misty looked at his expression of refusing to bow his head even in death, and the corner of her mouth twitched. 2 hours later. Deep within Viridian Forest, in a clearing half hidden by tree shade. Caterpie, just like that, use string shot to tie up that Weedle, and then slam into it. Ash squatted on a rock, clenching his fists as he commanded. Tilda. Caterpie raised its head, spitting a stream of white bug silk from its mouth that swiftly wrapped around the Weedle's short little legs opposite it. The Weedle struggled to run, but was firmly pinned in place by the bug silk. Using the recoiling force to catapult itself forward, Caterpie slammed its head solidly into the Weedle, flipping it head over heels. The Weedle shook its head and collapsed to the ground. Great job. Ash jumped down from the rock, ran over to Caterpie, squatted down, and reached out to stroke it. Don't listen to Misty's nonsense from earlier, you're the strongest. Tilda. Caterpie raised its head, rubbing against Ash's palm with its head, its big eyes sparkling. Ash happily rubbed Caterpie's head and then turned to look the other way. Pikachu, you need to work hard too. Tilda. Not far away, Pikachu was confronting a Rattata. Pikachu's tail glowed with electricity as it spun its body, sweeping its tail horizontally and striking the Rattata solidly, leaving the opponent dizzy and disoriented. Very good, that's the rhythm. Practice this movement more over the next few days to improve the precision of your power control, so you can perform better when we battle the gym. Tilda. Pikachu flicked its tail and proudly shook its ears. Ash put his hands on his hips, looking at the two Pokémon, feeling immensely pleased. Along the way, Caterpie's performance had indeed been quite good. From initially struggling even to shoot crooked strands of string shot to now accurately binding moving opponents, its progress was visible to the naked eye. Under the blessing of its battle talent, continuous battles were also making Caterpie's aura stronger and stronger, which was evident. Of course, Caterpie itself was also very outstanding. In his breeding eye's view. Pokémon. Caterpie. Stats. Stamina ED, Attack ED, Special Attack EB, Defense ED, Special Defense ED, Speed DC. The upper limit in the parentheses wasn't particularly high, but that B rank potential in Special Attack, according to the strongest breeder, was already a 1 in 100 level among Caterpie. To randomly encounter one on the roadside with this kind of potential meant his luck was indeed quite good. Thinking of this, Ash couldn't help but send a message in the chat group. Group owner Ash, brothers, that Caterpie I caught, I checked with my breeding eye, and its special attack potential is B rank. Strongest breeder, B rank. For a Caterpie, that level is 1 in 100. The one you picked up by the roadside. Group owner Ash, yeah, that's the one from just now. Strongest psychic. Not bad, your lucky European physique lives up to its reputation. World champion, B rank special attack is enough for an elite, even C rank would suffice. After all, early game battles mostly rely on sleep powder. Once it evolves into Butterfree and learns Tailwind, Hurricane, and Quiver Dance, it can barely secure a spot as a special attacker. Seeing this, Ash contentedly closed the group chat, turned around, and walked over to Misty with his nose turned up to the sky. How is it? My Caterpie is very strong, right? Misty instinctively shrank back half a step. Caterpie was currently lying on Ash's shoulder, blinking its pair of watery, big eyes at her. It's not bad. She turned her head away. Because she didn't like Caterpie, she instinctively backed away. Of course, so as not to hurt Caterpie's feelings, she still reluctantly replied with a sentence. Even so, it still made the human and the Pokémon feel smug for a moment. But after all, it still has an upper limit. Seeing this, Misty remarked impatiently. Ash gently cupped Caterpie down from his shoulder and replied confidently, upper limit. With me, a future Pokemon master, around, its upper limit will definitely be raised. There's no such thing as an upper limit. Nuo tilde. Caterpie cooperatively raised its head. Misty looked at the immensely confident posture of the human and the Pokemon, her mouth twitching. Perhaps. Surprisingly, she didn't refute. There was no help for it, she had witnessed Ash's prowess and knew he was definitely no ordinary person. Especially when Ash used Aura to amplify Pikachu, turning the Pokemon Center into an open-air style venue, Misty still remembered it vividly. Her bicycle was one of the casualties of that. Sob 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 tilde. Right, why has Pikachu been practicing that close combat move all this time? Shouldn't it be utilizing its electric-type advantages? She pointed at Pikachu, which was still whipping its tail against the air. That's where you don't understand. Ash crossed his arms with the demeanor of an expert. I'm having Pikachu practice a new move. A new move. Of course. I've already checked. Although the pewter gym is a rock-type gym, the gym leader's specialty Geodude and Onix are both dual rock and ground types, which are immune to electric-type attacks. No matter how strong Thunderbolt is, it's useless. Ash raised a finger and shook it. That's why we have to find another way and have Pikachu practice the steel-type move Iron Tail. Type advantages, move countermeasures. Did you really figure this out yourself? You're not one of those clueless, reckless newbies. Misty blinked in surprise. As the Cerulean gym leader, she had seen too many rookie trainers who came to challenge the gym without knowing anything. There were quite a few who even attempted disadvantageous type matchups. Although Ash was someone with special abilities, she had assumed he was simply a reckless and clueless brute. Of course I thought of all this myself. Ash said without blushing or his heart beating fast. Ash from a parallel universe is still Ash, nothing wrong with that. Misty looked him up and down twice, suddenly getting a bit interested. Because according to this guy's statement, he planned to use Butterfree and Pikachu to fight a rock-type gym. Isn't that purely fighting against type disadvantages? A classic example of working hard for little reward. But she didn't say those words out loud. The two continued walking forward along the forest trail. The road surface was much smoother than before, and the trees were slightly sparser, allowing the ridge line in the distance to be seen. Suddenly, a rose popped up right in the middle of the road ahead. What's going on? Littering flowers. Ash looked at the suddenly appearing rose, feeling puzzled. However, as luck would have it, two figures jumped out from behind the trees on both sides. Since you've asked from the bottom of your heart. Why? Z's. ###. Jesse. James. And it was still the familiar trio shouting their bizarre performance lines, leaving Ash looking at them in puzzlement. What are you guys up to again? Misty's fists were already clenched. Need you ask? Jessie tossed her hair. To snatch precious Pokemon, of course. James nodded in agreement. That's right. Precious. Ash looked left and right. Where? The trio simultaneously extended their fingers, pointing at Ash's shoulder. It's that, Pikachu. Huh. This time Ash scratched his head. Didn't you guys say it yourselves? Pikachu are as common as stray dogs by the roadside. What's so good about snatching a stray dog? That's different. Jessie shook her finger. This Pikachu is 1 in a million. Heh, very good, you know your stuff. The corners of Ash's mouth curled up smugly. Pika tilde. Pikachu also puffed out its chest, its tail swaying back and forth. How about that, Pikachu, hear that? They're complimenting you. Pikapi. Bang. Misty punched Ash right on the head. Idiot, why are the two of you cooperating? They're enemies. Ash covered his head and inwardly muttered, such a violent woman, completely lacking Serena's gentleness. The smiles on Jessie and James's faces also faded. Ekans, go. Coughing, you go too. The purple Ekans and the round Coughing appeared on the field, striking battle poses. Without a second word, Ash pulled out Caterpie's Pokeball. Caterpie, Pikachu, I choose you. Nuo tilde. Caterpie landed on the ground and, facing two opponents a size larger than itself, instinctively shrank its head back. Caterpie, don't be afraid. Even though you aren't as strong as those two, you still have me. Idiot, is that how you comfort a Pokemon? Misty covered her forehead speechlessly. Nuo tilde. Strangely enough, whether it was due to the confidence accumulated from battles or seeing Ash behind it and Pikachu helping to flank nearby, Caterpie grew confident again. Next, a row of purple poison stings came flying toward Caterpie, followed closely by Coughing, whose round body slammed forward like a cannonball. But after experiencing half a day of battles, Caterpie's dodging had also become proficient. It easily evaded. Under Ash's command, it used string shot to wrap up the already plump coughing even more roundly, drastically lowering the opponent's mobility while using it like a bowling ball to crash it back, smoothly knocking out the Ekans in the rear. What a horrible feeling. The Team Rocket trio turned into shooting stars on the horizon, disappearing along with Ekans and coughing in the direction of the sunset clouds. Misty looked up at the shrinking speck of light and clapped her hands. Things have quieted down. But Ash, you're going to have a miserable time from now on, being tangled up with the Team Rockets. Team Rockets. What's there to be afraid of? Those three aren't scary, it's mainly the organization behind them, which is the most notorious Pokémon criminal organization in the Kanto region. Misty crossed her arms, her brows knitting together. Stealing other people's Pokémon, trafficking rare breeds, illegal experiments. They do all kinds of bad things. Those guys have their eyes on Pikachu, they won't keep pestering you, right? Just them. Ash clipped his Pokeball back onto his waist, crossed his hands behind his head, and wore an expression as relaxed as if he had just taken a stroll. If the Team Rockets are all this weak, I'd rather they come a few more times. Huh. Beat them every time they come, just treating it as practice opponents for Caterpie. Ash chuckled. Right now, he was extremely eager for Pokemon battles. After all, with the talent of the person of battles, every battle would make him stronger. He was simply a god of war. Indeed, after blowing away the Team Rocket trio, the aura inside Caterpie and Pikachu grew a notch stronger. Sandbags delivered right to their door like this were something others couldn't even ask for. Misty was silent for 2 seconds. This guy's thought process really wasn't quite the same as a normal person's. Afterwards, the two continued forward, battling wild Pokemon as they traveled. After all, for him who possessed the talent of the person of battles, battling was the fastest shortcut to growth. Pikachu dealt with the passing Pinsir and Nidorino, while Caterpie handled Oddish and Raticate. Both Pokemon were making steady progress. Until the sun went down, Misty stopped in place, exhausted. No way, let's call it a day here, I can't walk anymore. Ash didn't refuse, because it was indeed unsuitable to continue moving forward after dark. Nuo tilde. But who would have thought Caterpie would eagerly express that it still wanted to battle? There was no help for it, it wanted to make progress too badly. Because under Ash's command, every battle increased its strength, Caterpie was like an addict, constantly begging for battles, even more exaggerated than Pikachu. Pikachu tilted its head and glanced at it. Pikachu. Getting stronger was pretty exhilarating, but not to the extent of skipping rest entirely, right? That's right, Caterpie. Wanting to make progress is a good thing, but you must rest on time. Otherwise, fighting with an exhausted body will eventually wear you out, and then a good thing will turn into a bad thing. Ash appreciated Caterpie's desire to become stronger, but for the sake of health, he did not agree to Caterpie's request. Nuo tilde. Caterpie lowered its head and ultimately obediently followed Ash back to the edge of the camp. But it didn't lie down, instead, it looked up at the slowly brightening moon overhead, its antennae swaying slightly, not knowing what it was thinking. What's wrong this time? Ash, who had just taken out his sleeping bag, couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled upon seeing Caterpie's troubled expression. Misty leaned against a tree trunk, looking at Caterpie staring blankly at the moon, and suddenly spoke. Bug-type Pokémon are the fastest evolving category, and things like Caterpie are even the crash course within the bug types. It can probably sense that it isn't far from evolution, which is why it's pushing itself so hard. Misty's tone unusually lacked any disdain. As soon as she finished speaking, Caterpie's body suddenly emitted a faint layer of white light. It abruptly raised its head, continuously spitting out white silk from its mouth. The threads wrapped around layer by layer, enveloping its emerald green body within. After a few seconds, the light dissipated. A hard, crescent-shaped metapod hung from a tree branch, the surface of its shell shimmering with a bluish-green luster. It evolved. Ash scooped Metapod down from the tree branch, lifted it high over his head, his eyes shining like two light bulbs. Metapod, my first evolved Pokémon. Pikachu, Misty, did you see that? It feels so hard to the touch. Pikachu tilde. Saw it, saw it. Misty's ears were left ringing from his volume. Bug-type Pokémon evolve fast to begin with, is there any need to make such a big fuss? Saying that, watching Ash spin in place while holding Metapod, the corners of her mouth still couldn't help but curl up. Although this guy was thick-skinned and had a foul mouth, his fondness for Pokémon was genuine. That kind of happiness bubbling up from the bottom of his heart couldn't be fooled. It was late at night. The campfire crackled as it burned, an occasional spark popping out, lighting up briefly in the air before extinguishing. Misty lay wrapped in her sleeping bag on one side of the campfire, Pikachu curled up beside her, covering its nose with its tail and snoring softly. Ash lay on the other side, holding Metapod in his arms. Metapod's shell shimmered with a warm luster under the firelight, feeling both hard and smooth to the touch. He closed his eyes, his breathing steady, looking as though he had already fallen fast asleep. But in reality, his consciousness was hanging out in the chat group. Group owner Ash. Brothers. My Caterpie evolved into Metapod. It evolved on the first day of departure. Picture. Aura Guardian. Not bad, quite efficient. Fighting Master. Bug-type evolution is fast, normal. Strongest Psychic. It won't take long from Metapod to Butterfree. By then, you'll have a usable flying type in your hands, and when you challenge gyms, you can slowly kite those that can't fly. Group owner Ash. Okay. Ash prepared to close the chat box with satisfaction, his finger habitually swiping towards the upper right corner. A red dot popped up. Remaining lottery draws. 1. He was stunned for a moment. Why was there suddenly an extra 1? Then he realized it was because Caterpie evolved. A Pokemon's first evolution was considered a milestone, and the system had issued a lottery chance. Anyone who didn't draw when there's a prize is a fool. He clicked directly on the draw. The roulette wheel spun a few times with a swish, and when it stopped, the beam of light rested on an area the size of 3 fingers. Grade A. Ability Capsule. Disposable item. After use, it can convert a Pokemon's ability into a hidden ability. Note can freely switch between the current ability and the second ability once per day. Ash rubbed his chin. Grade A, passable, but compared to those S-grade things of his, it was indeed a bit lacking in meaning. However, the name of this item caught his attention, Ability Capsule. What on earth is an ability? He directly sent a screenshot of the item into the group. Group owner Ash, I just pulled a Grade A Ability Capsule. What is this thing used for? By the way, what exactly is an ability? Picture. Unlucky Xiaoji, no, you call this, only pulled a Grade A. Is Grade A very crappy? Do you know what I pulled yesterday? A bottle of E-grade potion spray. Fighting Master. +1, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Strongest breeder. Good luck is just good. But as trainers, do you really not know what an ability is at this point? Group owner Ash. Hee. World champion. Hee. Strongest psychic. Simply put, an ability is a kind of passive talent naturally possessed by Pokémon. For example, Blaze of the Fire-type starter trio. When HP drops below 1/3, the power of Fire-type moves increases by half. Torrent of Water-type, Overgrow of Grass-type, and Swarm of Bug-type all have similar effects. Group owner Ash. Oh, I see. Ash suddenly understood, so it was this. He had seen abilities simply displayed on the Pokédex. For example, his Pikachu's ability displayed on the Pokédex was static. Strongest Psychic. But wait. The grade of this ability capsule isn't right. Kanto Model Champion. Indeed not right. I've pulled one before, but that was a B grade item. Strongest Psychic. Then why is there a grade difference? Kanto Model Champion. Indeed there's a slight issue. As a disposable item, once the ability is changed with an ability capsule, it's locked in and cannot be modified. For people like us whose teams are already finalized, deliberately changing an ability doesn't have much meaning, so the rating given isn't high. Strongest Psychic. At group owner Ash, take a look at the description, is there anything different? Ash reopened the item description and looked closely. He noticed the line of description he had previously missed. Group owner Ash, it says here, can freely switch between abilities once per day. Strongest Psychic. No wonder it's grade A. Being able to switch once a day is roughly equivalent to a Pokémon having 2 abilities simultaneously, the tactical value is completely different. Person of battles. But to be honest, for most Pokémon, unless their own abilities are already numerous, switching back and forth between 2 abilities is just icing on the cake and doesn't count as a qualitative change. World Champion. Indeed, unless it's directly modifying the ability, like slacking, if you could swap away the truant ability, its value would instantly skyrocket. Group owner Ash. Hey, isn't this ability capsule of mine useless then? Unlucky Xiaoji. That's enough from you guys. You're actually turning your nose up at a champion tier capsule like this. For the group owner who just set out on a journey, no matter what, you're still better than my bottle of potion spray. Strongest breeder. Ha ha ha, that makes sense. It's just right for the group owner to use now. The value it can unleash in the early stage is the greatest. For example, Pikachu, normally using static to paralyze opponents, but when encountering an electric-type civil war, switching to lightning rod to immunize against electric-type damage, and also getting a free boost in special attack. One routine, two tactics, opponents won't even be able to guess it. If developed well in the future, fighting in divine battles isn't impossible either. Zapdos, Raikou, Thundurus, those legendary Pokémon all rely on electric types to make a living. With Pikachu bracing Lightning Rod, its advantage will be even greater. Seeing the strongest breeder put it this way, Ash's mood instantly changed from massive loss to not bad. Even though he had never heard of any Zapdos, Raikou, or Thundurus, he understood the two words, legendary. Things that could contend with divine beast level Pokémon, could they be bad? Right away, he opened his eyes. The campfire was still burning, and Misty and Pikachu were fast asleep. Metapod stayed quietly in his arms. Ability Capsule. Use, target Pikachu. A faint gleam visible only to him flew out from the item inventory and merged into Pikachu's body. Pikachu twitched its ears in its sleep, mumbled vaguely, rolled over, and continued sleeping. Group owner Ash, thanks for the advice, I've already used it on Pikachu. Strongest breeder. I was just using Pikachu as an example earlier, you really used it on Pikachu. Group owner Ash. Strongest psychic. If you like what you read, please help watch an ad and send some free gifts. Although he used the ability capsule on Pikachu so decisively, Ash did not regret it. Pikachu was his first partner. What did a great item matter? Ash pulled Pikachu closer into his arms, resting his chin on those warm, long ears. Pika-P tilde. Pikachu muttered in its sleep, its tail unconsciously patting his arm. A sound sleep through the night. Early the next morning, before the sunlight had fully penetrated the forest, the two of them continued on their journey. Ash's pace was neither fast nor slow, his eyes constantly scanning the bushes on both sides. Whenever he saw wild Pokémon, he would have Pikachu go up and fight a match. Walking for less than an hour, Pikachu had already knocked down 3 Rattata, 2 Oddish, and 1 Weedle. Metapod was kept by him in the Pokeball and was not released. According to what strongest breeder had taught in the group chat, when bug-type Pokémon were in their cocoon form, they relied entirely on the nutrients accumulated within their bodies to sustain themselves. Making Metapod fight at this stage would result in losses outweighing the gains. Just let it stay quietly in the Pokeball until the day it breaks out of its cocoon to become a butterfly. Therefore, the training focus for half the day was entirely on Pikachu. Ash's goal was very clear. Before fighting the Pewter Gym, he had to practice Iron Tail. But things did not go smoothly. Pikachu's electric-type moves were getting smoother and smoother. Thunderbolt came casually, and the thickness and direction of the current could be precisely controlled. Ash had previously instructed it to hide electric-type energy in its tail, and Pikachu had practiced it to perfection. With a lash of its charged tail, a Rattata directly twitched, went into spasms, and rolled its eyes, an Oddish was swatted 3 meters away, and even a Pinsir that accidentally popped up along the way was sent dizzy from a single strike by this lightning-infused tail. But that was not Iron Tail. That was just a charged tail, which was entirely different from the Steel-type Iron Tail. Pikachu, why haven't you learned Iron Tail yet? Ash squatted on a rock, cupping his cheeks with both hands. Pika-P. Pikachu stood opposite him, its tail drooping to the ground with a helpless look. It had used all its strength, but no matter how it exerted force, crackling electric light still appeared on its tail. Metallic luster. Non-existent. Misty walked over from the side, bent down to pick up Pikachu, and rubbed its head. Isn't it normal that it hasn't learned it? Did you only teach the technique of exerting force from the tail? Go ahead to the next step. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Pika tilde, exactly. Ash thought about it, and it seemed to be indeed the case. He immediately sank his consciousness into the chat group. Group owner Ash, Pikachu is having trouble practicing Iron Tail. It has mastered the tail exertion technique, but the attack it outputs is still electric type, not steel type. What should I do? Strongest breeder. Isn't this simple? Pikachu has never been exposed to steel type energy. Have it touch some metal products to experience what metal is. With Pikachu's talent, it can master it after a few days of hard training. I see. Ash opened his eyes and began rummaging through his backpack. He searched through it 3 times, then looked up at Misty. Did you bring any metal products? No. Misty spread her hands. The things I brought are all instant food, and the packaging is all paper. Ash rummaged through his backpack once more. Were Pokeballs made of metal? It seemed so, but the material of Pokeball technology was too special, and Pikachu couldn't feel anything after touching it for a long time. Everything else was also paper products. Regarding this, Ash felt somewhat helpless. Isn't it simple to let Pikachu contact metal? Hurry up and walk out of the forest. Outside Viridian Forest is Pewter City. Aren't there plenty of metals in the city? Misty happily pointed forward. She was eager to leave the forest early. But I still want Pikachu to find a few more Pokémon in the forest to practice battles with. Ash was somewhat hesitant. In Viridian Forest, which was full of wild Pokémon, it was a natural battle base. And in the group, I learned before that there are quite a few bug-type Pokémon worth cultivating deep in Viridian Forest, like Scyther. It would be great if I could catch one. This was also the second reason Ash wanted to stay. But after hearing this, the smile on Misty's face instantly vanished. Deep in the forest. Bug type. That's right. No way. Misty's voice suddenly pitched up by an octave. Things like Scyther can only be encountered by going deep into the woods, and inside are all bugs, spiders, Venonat, Beedrill. I will never go in. But, no buts. Either you go in yourself and I go to Pewter City alone, or you obediently come with me. Ash looked at Misty's clenched fists and slightly trembling mouth, remembering the scene of her curling up into a ball when she saw a Caterpie yesterday. Forget it, considering that she didn't ask him for his bicycle anymore. Fine, fine, fine. We won't go deep inside, we'll go straight to Pewter City. Misty's fists loosened. She nodded with satisfaction, holding Pikachu and walking forward in big strides. For the rest of the road, Ash no longer stopped to look for wild Pokémon to battle. For one thing, the Pokémon on the road now were indeed quite weak. Pikachu could take them down one per tail strike, and after finishing the fight, even his aura didn't increase at all. Secondly, he was also in a hurry inside. The move Iron Tail had been emphasized no less than 3 times by the 2 champion Ashes in the chat group. It was the key for Pikachu to battle the Rock-type gym. Therefore, he simply accelerated his journey. The two of them, no longer battling, traveled noticeably much faster. Although Ash deliberately slowed his pace to match Misty, with his physical stamina, he wouldn't pant even if he walked at this speed for a whole day. To leave the forest quickly, Misty also exerted all her strength, moving her legs very fast. The distance traveled in a single morning was more than the entire day yesterday. When eating lunch, Misty leaned against a tree trunk, unwrapping an onigiri while unable to help speaking. Wouldn't it have been fine to just do this earlier? What's so good about staying in a forest full of bugs? I am a trainer, and cultivation is naturally the primary purpose. Ash's mouth was stuffed with onigiri, and he retorted vaguely, instead of that, a single Caterpie could scare you like that. HMPH, who made Caterpie and Weedle look exactly like bugs? Isn't it normal for a beautiful girl to be afraid of bugs? TCH, a beautiful girl is fine, but if you say that about Metapod, I won't be happy. At least something round and hard like Metapod is acceptable to me. She glanced at Metapod, which had been released from the Pokeball by Ash to get some fresh air, and tactfully added a sentence. After the small interlude, Ash lowered his head and frantically devoured his rice. Misty didn't eat much, 2 onigiri filled her up. The rest of the time, she sat aside, watching Ash eliminate the food one by one. 1, 2, 3. Misty's mouth twitched. Why is your appetite so big? It might be because of aura. When more internal aura is consumed, the body needs more energy replenishment. Naturally, the appetite becomes bigger. Ash explained while eating, without stopping his movements at all. Afterwards, as if thinking of something, he opened his backpack and took a look, his expression suddenly turning relieved. It's a good thing we didn't stay longer in the forest, otherwise, given my current appetite, the rations we brought would be eaten up in 2 or 3 days. Misty looked at his expression of almost starving, and couldn't help laughing out loud. So you were in a rush to get out of the forest not to learn Iron Tail, but because you were afraid of running out of food. Before her voice faded, a gray shadow suddenly dived down from the tree canopy at an extremely fast speed, rushing straight towards the Metapod on Ash's knees. Before Misty could cry out, Ash's hand had already moved. His right hand probed upward, his 5 fingers closing to precisely pinch the neck of that gray shadow. The gray shadow flapped its wings frantically in his hands, making a series of panicked cries. Ash raised the struggling thing in his hand to his eyes. A bird. cream-colored feathers, off-white down on its abdomen, and 3 tufts of red crest feathers sticking up on top of its head. Its wingspan when unfolded was taller than his height, but at this moment, it was pinched by the throat of fate, its 2 claws kicking wildly in the air. Pidgeotto. Ash blinked. Pidgeotto nodded desperately. Ash was stunned at first, then overjoyed, because Pidgeotto was one of the Pokémon he wanted to catch. Pidgeotto, one of the flying-type Pokémon most suitable for beginners to catch in the Kanto region, with a gentle personality, easy to raise, and its evolution Pidgeot was even more handsome and capable in battle. That Ash called world champion in the group had a Pidgeot, which was said to have accompanied him all the way from Kanto to the world tournament. Misty finally recovered from the shock of just now. This reaction speed, this grip strength, a Pidgeotto diving at high speed in the air, and he intercepted it just like that with one hand. Pikachu and Metapod widened their eyes synchronously, the expressions of the Pokémon and the cocoon being surprisingly uniform. Why did you attack my Metapod just now? Ash asked innocently. Pidgeotto still wanted to quibble that it was just trying to do a diving exercise. Is that so? Then I must have misunderstood you. Ash innocently believed it. Idiot Ash, birds eating bugs is only natural. It must have taken Metapod for lunch. Misty felt somewhat speechless. Should she say Ash was foolish or naive? He could even be fooled by a Pokémon. Is that so? Ash's gaze turned unfriendly. He tightened his fingers, dragging Pidgeotto right in front of him, with only 10 centimeters between their faces. Pidgeotto felt as if its sweat was about to break out. It shook its head desperately, its wings flapping like an electric fan, panicking like crazy. After all, it had dived at full speed from a 30-meter high tree canopy. This human casually intercepted it just like that, and this grip strength was outrageously huge, making it completely unable to break free. It would be strange if it weren't panicked. Was this guy really a human? I don't believe it. Ash chuckled, his other hand groping an empty Pokeball from his belt and waving it in front of Pidgeotto. If you want me to believe it, unless you become my Pokémon. Pidgeotto's struggle stopped. Let's play by the rules. We'll have a battle. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you belong to me. Ash's smile looked exceptionally creepy in Pidgeotto's eyes. Come on, one-on-one. Pidge. You and me, battle. I'm going to die. Pidgeotto, are you really voluntarily becoming my Pokémon? Voluntarily. Definitely voluntarily. Thinking of Ash being able to react to it diving down from the sky, Pidgeotto felt that this human was unfathomable. If it still had to battle against the other party, it would rather be caught. Thinking of this, it decisively dived into the Pokeball held up by Ash, automatically turning into a beam of light and entering it. Great. The sudden scene left Ash a bit dazed, but he still excitedly raised the Pokeball high, striking that classic beyond classic pose under the noon sunlight. Pidgeotto, I caught you. Pikachu raised its 2 front paws, hopping and spinning in a circle. Misty leaned against the tree trunk, witnessing this scene from beginning to end. The corner of her mouth twitched. What voluntary capture, it was clearly scared. Congratulations, you caught Pidgeotto relying on your personal charm. Looking at the smug Ash, Misty congratulated him, gritting her teeth to emphasize personal charm. Of course. But Ash completely missed the subtext. He was using the breeding eye to check Pidgeotto's data. Pokémon. Pidgeotto. Ability values. HP DB Attack EC Special Attack DB Defense EC Special Defense EB Speed DB. Ash blinked his eyes. His luck was as good as ever, the Pidgeotto he caught looked really good. 4B rank caps, 2C rank caps. This Pidgeotto, according to that breeder version of myself, Pidgeotto also has a 1 in 8,000 standard. Group owner Ash, hey, harvested another good Pidgeotto. Unlucky Xiaoji. Holy crap, isn't your heaven-defying eye only able to be viewed after capture? How can you still find such an outstanding Pidgeotto? This heaven-defying luck is coming again. World champion. Without a doubt, it's personal luck. Strongest breeder. So lucky, I've been hatching eggs for so long, and I don't even have a few Pidgey families of such high quality. Having harvested another wave of envy, jealousy, and hatred, Ash couldn't help chuckling. Catching this kind of aptitude casually once again proved his heaven-defying luck. Alright, I know you caught Pidgeotto, but stop foolishly smiling. Not at all, this is just being overly happy. He carefully clipped Pidgeotto's Pokeball onto his waist and patted the ball's body. Then he continued on his way. After catching Pidgeotto, the pace of their journey slowed down again. Ash looked left and right, searching for any wild Pokémon suitable for Pidgeotto to practice on. However, the outer ring of the Viridian Forest truly had no opponents that could make Pidgeotto feel pressured. After all, having evolved once already, in this area where Weedle and Caterpie ran amok, Pidgeotto was a little overlord. Among the wild Pokémon encountered, very few had aura stronger than it. It could fight them, but the leveling efficiency was obviously not as good as when training Pikachu earlier. Ash also noticed this point, so the time spent stopping each time was not long. After fighting a match that Pidgeotto easily won, he would wave his hand and continue on his way. It didn't matter if the fight wasn't satisfying, first letting Pidgeotto familiarize itself with his command rhythm and accumulating a bit of tacit coordination was always right. Truly quality opponents would be looked for after getting out of the forest. Another 2.5 days later. The trees on both sides of the path gradually thinned out, and the dirt road underfoot somehow turned into a gravel road, crunching when stepped on. More and more light leaked through the tree trunks, no longer the fragmented light filtered through leaf gaps, but whole patches of bright white sunlight. Ash was directing Pidgeotto to battle a roadside wild Weepinbell, having just shouted Wing Attack to end the battle, when a figure suddenly popped out from the corner of the path. A boy wearing samurai armor. About the same age as Ash, with a white headband tied around his head, 2 Pokeballs tucked at his waist, standing straight as an arrow. Behind him followed a Metapod and a Pinsir, the cocoon and the bug lined up neatly. Trainer over there, battle with me. In the name of bug-type Pokemon. The samurai boy reached out toward Ash's Pidgeotto. Sure. Ash agreed immediately. He could sense that the other party's Pinsir and Metapod were both much stronger than wild Pokemon, making them good opponents. Pidgeotto, Wing Attack. Metapod, Harden. Pidgeotto, Quick Attack. Pinsir, you're up. Pidgeotto, end it, Wing Attack. However, after a few rounds of clash, the bug-catching boy was completely no match for Ash. As Pinsir was chopped down to the ground, the samurai boy was stunned for a long while before recalling his 2 Pokemon. He looked at Ash, his gaze slowly turning from shock into admiration. Too strong. Is every trainer coming out of Pallet Town a monster? Not really. Ash touched the back of his head, the corners of his mouth unable to be suppressed. But after being happy for a few seconds, he gradually regained his composure. After all, in Ash's view, the other party was also just a newcomer, and defeating a newcomer was nothing to be happy about. Defeating the Pewter Gym and getting the badge was what was worth being happy about. You guys are going to Pewter City. Follow this path straight ahead. The further forward, the more rocks there are. When both sides of the road are full of rock walls, you've arrived. So that's how it is, thanks a lot. Thanking the samurai boy, Ash strode forward. The rocks by the roadside indeed became more and more numerous, slowly changing from fist-sized gravel to half-person-high rocks. The earthy smell in the air faded, replaced by an aura of dry rock dust. We're about to reach Pewter City. Ash waved his fist excitedly. What are you so excited about? Misty crossed her arms, casting a chilly glance at him. Look at the lineup in your hand. Pikachu is electric type, the Butterfree that evolved not long ago is only bug and flying, and Pidgeotto is even flying and normal type. There isn't a single one that counters rock types, all of them have reversed attribute matchups. Be careful of returning in a crushing defeat. I have my own ways. Ash had a confident look of victory in hand, as if he had figured out the tactics long ago. In Ash's view, the tactics thought of by himself in the group chat were approximately equivalent to him thinking of them. Misty stared at the back of his head for a few seconds, opened her mouth, and in the end didn't say anything demoralizing. Walking all the way here, she had also figured things out. When Ash said he had a way, it usually wasn't just being stubborn, he really had a way. If Pikachu could really learn Iron Tail, fighting Geodude and Onix would indeed have a few more points of winning chance. After all, judging from its performance of trials in the Viridian Forest, Pikachu's strength had long exceeded Misty's judgment of a rookie Pokémon. To put it bluntly, her Staryu and Starmie might not be able to beat that Pikachu anymore. Fine then. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace to follow him. I want to see what other methods you have besides Pikachu's Iron Tail. Heh. Anyway, for this match, I'll definitely have no problem. Ash gave a crooked smile, shouting out the catchphrase the time management master in the group loved to say most. No problem. Stepping out of Viridian Forest, Pewter City was right at the foot of the mountain. The entire city was grayish, with houses and streets entirely built of stone. When the sunlight hit them, the walls gleamed with a rough texture. Pewter City was famous for its stones, wedged between Viridian Forest and Mt. Moon. The gym here was of the rock type, which was weak to water and grass types, making it the top choice for most novice trainers. Ash stood on the hillside, took a look down, and started running. Wait up for me, Misty chased after him in a disheveled state, her feet slipping on the gravel path with every step. By the time she dragged herself to the foot of the mountain, Ash had already been waiting for quite a while. Misty, your stamina is so terrible. Duh. Misty slumped onto a rock by the roadside and rolled her eyes. Not everyone has a golden kidney like you do. After saying that, her face blushed slightly, and she turned her head away. After all, this special ability was simply too bizarre. Hey, don't sit on my merchandise. A deep voice popped up from beside them. The two turned their heads and found a middle-aged man standing behind a pile of stones, wearing an old hat and full of stubble. Merchandise. Misty looked at the place under her feet, which consisted only of rocks, and couldn't help asking in confusion. He pointed at the rock under Misty's backside. That's right, the quality of this rock is very good, it can sell for at least 800. Rocks can be sold for money too. Ash had a look of disbelief. Pewter City lives off stones in the first place, isn't it normal to sell them for money? The middle-aged man's tone sounded like he had heard a joke. Well, neither of them could refute that now. The middle-aged man sized them up, recognized them as trainers, and pointed in the direction of the city. The Pokémon Center is on the street ahead, and the gym is behind it. Thanks a lot. We'll go to the Pokémon Center first, and then go challenge the gym. Ash finished and added, although he looks pretty weird, he's a good guy. That'll be 50. Huh. Guidance fee. I've been pointing directions here for 2.5 years, 50 per person, clearly priced. The two almost lost their footing. Pikachu was also left speechless at the sight. Inside the Pokémon Center, Ash wolfed down 3 bowls of rice in a row. Misty looked at the stack of empty bowls, her expression shifting from shock to numbness. He really is a big eater. After eating and drinking his fill, Ash walked out without saying another word. But Ash wasn't in a hurry to go to the gym, he still remembered to let Pikachu contact some metal first and try using Iron Tail. He brought Pikachu to the front entrance, squatted down, and pressed Pikachu's 2 front paws onto the metal door frame. Touch it, this is metal. Pikachu's paw pads pressed against it, its ears twitching. It closed its eyes to feel it for a moment, opened them, and flicked its tail. Pika understood. Behind the Pokémon Center was an open space scattered with a few rocks. Ash picked one that was half a person high and placed Pikachu in front of it. No way, you just lifted it like that. Misty watched Ash effortlessly pick up the large rock, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly, increasingly finding Ash terrifying. Pikachu also agreed with Misty's view. Was Ash even human? It felt like he could fight better than itself. Give it a try. Don't use electricity, flick your tail with the feeling of metal. Ash didn't notice their gazes and was still focusing on the training. He still wanted to beat the gym early on. Hearing this, Pikachu turned around, tensed its tail, and lashed out. Thud, the rock didn't budge at all. It flicked it several times in a row, all resulting in muffled thuds, leaving only a few white marks on the rock. Misty leaned against the wall, just about to complain, it's not that easy, when she saw Ash take off his jacket, walk up to another rock, and plant himself in a horse stance. What are you doing? Of course we're training together. Trainers need to lead by example. With that, Ash took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with blue light, and delivered a palm strike downwards. Crack! The rock split into 2 halves, with neat cross-sections. Ding! Ash has learned the fighting-type move Brick Break Smirk. Misty's eye twitched. Pikachu lowered its head to look at the split rock, then looked at its own tail, its ears instantly flattening. However, with Ash setting an example, Pikachu really got motivated. It couldn't lose to Ash. Pikachu turned around, continued to imagine the energy of metal, and then flicked its tail. At first, it was still the muffled sound of failure. Pikachu flicked again, still a muffled sound, but with Ash accompanying it by the side, Pikachu didn't get depressed or give up. It grinned, revealing 2 small fangs, and flicked its tail faster and faster. Ash squatted nearby, waving his arms to gesture the movements while endlessly shouting, again, again, again. Misty watched the human and the mouse competing against the rock, rubbing her temples. The trainer is working harder than the Pokémon, what is this situation? Perhaps the tail training done in Viridian Forest hadn't gone to waste, Coupled with Ash's encouragement, Pikachu turned around once more. This time it didn't rush to flick, but pulled its tail back, its forelimbs gripping the ground, and a low roar rolled from its throat. Pikachu. Its tail swept horizontally, instantly lighting up with a layer of silvery white metallic luster in midair. With a crack, the rock split open with a deep crevice in the middle, and gravel pattered down. Pikachu maintained the posture of its tail flick, turning back to look at its own tail. The tail was still glowing with a lingering metallic luster, hard as a rock, making a clanging sound when knocked on the ground. It worked. Ash scooped it up in one go, and Pikachu kicked its 4 short little legs in his arms. Pikachu tilde. Pikachu was also so happy that its tail was pointed high up. Misty looked over, her eyes holding a few inexplicable expressions, and then she gave 2 dry coughs. Don't get carried away, you're still not skilled at it. Yes, 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 strike while the iron is hot. Ash put Pikachu down, and the human and mouse continued to pound against the rock for a dozen minutes. The number of times Iron Tail lit up became more and more frequent, and Pikachu swung it smoother and smoother, until later on it lit up almost every single time it swung. Ash looked at the sky, picked up his jacket, and slung it over his shoulder. Let's go, time to beat the gym. After Ash finished speaking, Pikachu jumped onto his shoulder. Misty followed behind, looking at the fast striding steps ahead, and sighed. He really is quite impatient. Then she immediately strode forward with her long legs to catch up. Pewter Gym was on the street behind, a 5-minute walk away. The entire building was a huge hollowed-out rock, with 2 stone pillars at the entrance supporting a thick stone slab inscribed with the characters, Pewter. Ash was just about to push the door open when he suddenly turned back. Behind a lamppost across the street, that stone-selling uncle was leaning against the pole. Seeing Ash turn back, he awkwardly coughed, covered his hat, and pretended not to see anything. Ash frowned, but couldn't be bothered to care. That weird uncle is here too. Misty followed Ash's gaze and also spotted the middle-aged man behind. Forget it, ignore him. Getting the badge first is what matters. Ash said, shaking his head. He reached out and pushed open the stone door, which slowly closed behind him. The inside of the gym was surprisingly dark. Several thick stone pillars stood on both sides of the hall, and the lamps on the pillars barely illuminated the battlefield in the center. The field was a large piece of flat rock ground, with white boundary lines drawn on it, and the surrounding walls were entirely unpolished raw stones. The interior of the gym was very dark, looking as if the lights weren't turned on, making one wonder if the gym had no money. However, Ash didn't care and walked deeper inside, looking for traces of the gym leader. Bang tilde. Suddenly, the gym lit up with a whoosh, and a beam of light shone onto a rock, perfectly revealing a young man. Taller than Ash by a head, with a darker skin tone, and spiky hair. His eyes were squinted into slits, making his pupils completely invisible, completely impossible to guess where he was looking. He was wearing an orange t-shirt and gray trousers, with a dark green vest layered on top. I am Brock, the gym leader of Pewter Gym. Are you today's challenger? Brock said, glancing at Ash and Pikachu walking towards him. Meanwhile, Misty had quietly walked over to the spectator stands on the side. That's right, I am Ash from Pallet Town, and I've come to obtain the Pewter badge. Pika tilde. Both Ash and Pikachu had full of confidence looks, as if victory for the gym badge was already in the bag. Is this your first time challenging? Yeah tilde. Gym battles are official matches, completely different from street battles. You should know that the rule is a 2-on-2 match, right? Of course I know that. Ash nodded confidently. He didn't know before, but he had the almighty Ash support group. Even so, Brock still saw Ash's immaturity, and couldn't help sighing to remind him, how long have you and Pikachu been together? Counting from the day we set out, a week has already passed. That's right at the cutest age. Pika tilde. Too bad, that's about to be broken. Brock shook his head pityingly. If accepting training challenges wasn't an obligation for a gym trainer, I'd really want to turn you down. What? Are you looking down on me? Ash replied unconvincingly. Brock didn't say much more, simply snapping his fingers to voice activate and start up the gym field. The two of them stood at opposite ends of the battlefield. Brock reached to his waist and pulled out a Pokeball, weighing it in his palm. As the gym leader, I will send out my Pokémon first. Challengers are free to switch, but gym leaders cannot, that's the rule. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the Pokeball onto the rocky battlefield, where it bounced off and a white flash swept across. Geoda. A Geodude landed in the center of the battlefield, its round stone body hitting the ground with a dull thud. Its two rocky arms spread wide as it let out a roar at Ash. Geodude, a physical Pokémon. Ash pulled out his Pokédex to scan it, then reached for his own Pokéball. Butterfree, I choose you. Billy Tilda. As the red light dissipated, a Butterfree appeared above the battlefield, its wings gently flapping. Its wings were white, covered in black patterns, with a deep purple border rimming the edges. Its two red compound eyes sparkled brightly, and the slender antennae on top of its head swayed slightly. Compared to when it was a Caterpie, its entire body size was more than a circle larger, flying steadily in midair. Brock narrowed his eyes for a moment and nodded. Raising a Butterfree in 7 days is quite impressive for a beginner. Its appearance is also lovely, with clear wing patterns and glossy compound eyes. You've raised it with a lot of care. Not bad, not bad. Ash rubbed the back of his head, the corners of his mouth curving up. Butterfree had indeed evolved quickly, going from Caterpie to Metapod and then breaking out of its cocoon without taking any detours along the way. Pokémon. Butterfree. Stats. HP D, Attack D, Special Attack D, Defense D, Special Defense D, Speed D, C. The Person of Battle's talent had laid a solid foundation back at the Caterpie stage. After evolving, its strength surged significantly. Except for physical defense, which still needed some work, all other stats had broken out of the lowest tier. Of course, the reason it broke out of the lowest tier so easily was also because Butterfree's potential was simply D rank. Naturally, Ash believed that under his training, Butterfree's potential still had the possibility of breaking through. Therefore, he didn't care about these details too much. However, on the other side, Brock changed the subject. But you've made a fatal mistake. Bug and flying types are 4 times weak to rock. A single rock type move will wipe it out if it even grazes it. Exactly. In the spectator stands, Misty, leaning against the railing, agreed wholeheartedly. Although type advantages didn't explain everything, what kind of stubborn and whimsical beginner would try to pull off a type disadvantaged battle? From her perspective, if Ash wanted to get a badge, he could only perform a bit better and see if he could gain Brock's recognition. Types can't decide everything. But Ash down below refused to accept this, clenching his fists as his eyes lit up a bit more. That's when you can truly see a trainer's skills. Brock was slightly taken aback. Although it sounded a bit blunt, it actually made a lot of sense. Then he smiled. Fine, then let me see what skills you have. Attack first, that's the challenger's right. Ash didn't stand on ceremony either, raising his hand and waving it. Butterfree, Sleep Powder. Billy Tilda. Butterfree flapped its wings and flew diagonally above Geodude, its wings beating rapidly. A sheet of white powder spilled from between its wings, drifting toward Geodude. The powder was very fine and drifted slowly, drawing a faint trail of smoke in midair. Brock glanced at the slowly floating powder and shook his head. Sleep powder is a decent beginner tactic, but it has a fatal flaw, it's too slow. He snapped his fingers. Geodude, roll out. Tilda. Geodude tucked in its arms, curling its entire body into a round ball and rolling fiercely forward. Its rocky body crushed across the battlefield. The speed wasn't particularly fast, but it was much faster than that slowly drifting powder. In the blink of an eye, it rolled out of the powder's coverage area, curving and charging toward Butterfree's direction. Brock crossed his arms, feeling like victory was already in his grasp. With a 4-time type advantage right here, as long as Geodude grazed Butterfree once, this battle would be over. However, as Geodude rolled and rolled, its speed grew slower and slower. It wasn't that it wanted to slow down, its body felt like it was stuck to something, growing heavier and heavier. By the time it rolled underneath Butterfree, it stopped completely. Geodude splayed out its body, its 2 arms hanging limply against the stone surface with its eyes tightly shut, letting out rhythmic snores. Brock's brow furrowed. What's going on? Hee, it's Butterfree's compound eyes ability. Ash held up a single finger. Butterfree's compound eyes can increase the accuracy of moves. I've tested it, the base accuracy of Sleep Powder is about 3/4, and compound eyes can boost it by another 30% on top of that. Stacked together, that's a 97% accuracy rate. Ash calmly and collectedly recounted what the strongest breeder in the chat group had told him. He pointed at the snoring Geodude in the center of the field. So don't mind how slow my powder fell. In Butterfree's compound eyes, Geodude's rollout trajectory was already calculated clearly ages ago. No matter how fast it rolled, it was crashing right into the landing spot I calculated. Brock fell silent for a moment, then lowered his head, a smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. You're pretty good. He raised his head again, a bit more seriousness in his squinted eyes. No wonder you're so confident. Most people wouldn't think of using the sleep powder tactic. Ash chuckled. In fact, you couldn't really blame Brock for not knowing. Butterfree had always been a universally recognized representative of weakness among bug types, low potential, low strength, and once it evolved, all it did was fly around and scatter powder. Even if someone challenged a gym using a Butterfree, they would never push upward against type disadvantages like Ash did. The combination of compound eyes and sleep powder was probably something very few trainers in all of Kanto had actually used in actual combat. Therefore, Brock getting hit by it wasn't really unfair at all. String shot. Hovering above the sleeping Geodude, Butterfree spat out white silk threads from its mouth, wrapping Geodude tightly round and round. Even if it woke up later, it wouldn't be able to roll anymore. Brock nodded, a hint of approval showing on his squinty-eyed face. Put to sleep first, then bind. Quite steady. Ash recalled Butterfree, looked down at Pikachu by his feet, and pointed out. Pikachu, I choose you. Pika tilde. Brock watched with great interest, because he could already tell that Ash wasn't just any ordinary trainer. Daring to send out Pikachu for a type-disadvantaged battle meant he must be fully prepared, just like with Butterfree. Pikachu, Iron Tail. You actually went out of your way to learn the Steel-type Iron Tail. Brock's eyes lit up. Even though his eyes were still closed. Pika tilde. Pikachu kicked off its hind legs and charged fiercely toward Geodude. It leapt into midair, did a flip, and raised its tail high. However, the metallic sheen that had flared up suddenly extinguished the moment it swung down. Its tail turned back to fluffy yellow, slapping limply against Geodude's face without leaving even a single mark. Pika tilde. Pikachu landed back on the ground, holding its tail and hopping around twice, tears almost welling up from the pain. Ash completely petrified. Brock sighed softly, a hint of regret in his tone. Looks like Iron Tail hasn't been practiced to perfection yet. Up in the stands, Misty covered her face with one hand. She had watched Pikachu swinging stones around for so long earlier and thought it was a sure thing, only for it to drop the ball the moment it entered the match. Pika tilde. Pikachu turned around and gave Ash a standard cute expression. The corners of Ash's mouth twitched. Pikachu, you actually played me. Pika P tilde I didn't mean to. Brock gave a dry cough. If you don't have an effective attacking method, my Geodude is going to wake up. He motioned with his chin toward the center of the field. Geodude's snores were indeed growing fainter, and its eyelids were already starting to twitch. Ash withdrew his gaze. I have one more move. Brock raised an eyebrow slightly. Misty also lowered her hand and looked back toward the battlefield. Only to see Ash standing at the back, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, with his eyes closed. When he opened them again, a faint blue light flickered within his eyes. Aura is in my heart. The power of aura surged within his body, turning into an extremely thin blue beam of light that shot into Pikachu's body. First time clumsy, second time practiced. Last time when blasting Team Rockets away at the Pokémon Center, he still couldn't control the force well, and a tenth of it blew off the ceiling. This time, Ash held back most of it, sending over less than a third of the amount from last time. Pikachu's body shuddered slightly as it felt that familiar warm current pour in. Instead of exploding out directly like last time, it pushed the aura upward. Pika tilde. Pikachu's eyes also lit up with blue light. Raising its paws above its head, the blue energy dissipating around its body rapidly converged toward its palms, and a blue energy ball larger than Pikachu itself condensed and formed above its head. Air currents churned across the surface of the light orb, blowing the rubble on the battlefield rolling to both sides. Right now, Aura Sphere. Pikachu pushed forward with both paws, and that huge blue energy ball whizzed toward Geodude. The light orb dragged a trail of light across the battlefield, hitting the target dead on. With a deafening roar, debris flew everywhere, and a cluster of blue light and flames exploded across the battlefield. A shockwave rolled up, dust and smoke rushing in all directions, blowing the corners of Brock's clothes flapping wildly. Brock's mouth dropped open, and his squinted eyes almost widened into round circles. He desperately wanted to question, is this right? Pikachu knows this move. Misty was the same. Are you a special ability user? Brock asked, narrowing his eyes. That's right. I've awakened Aura, which allows me to transfer the aura within my body to Pokémon and let them use the attack methods I've mastered. Because Brock had previously reminded him to finish off Geodude, Such a kind gesture that made Ash quite appreciative of Brock. He didn't think of hiding it. You mastered Aura Sphere yourself. However, Brock's voice suddenly pitched up. When that blue sphere of light was pushed out from Pikachu's paws just now, he had thought Pikachu was simply talented and had been stimulated by Ash using some special method. As it turned out after all this move didn't belong to Pikachu, it belonged to Ash himself. A human learning a Pokémon move. Who would believe that if it were told to someone? Misty, watching from the stands, couldn't help leaning her upper body forward. She had seen Ash use Aura to buff Pikachu at the Viridian City Pokémon Center, but the act of using Aura Sphere far exceeded her expectations. Especially since Aura Sphere was mastered by Ash himself. Watching the shocked expressions of the two, Ash couldn't help curling the corners of his mouth upward. But halfway up, he suddenly remembered something, reined in his expression, and asked cautiously, me using a special ability shouldn't be against the rules, right? The league doesn't have a clause prohibiting special ability users from participating. It's not a violation. Hearing this, Ash breathed a sigh of relief. On the other side, Brock recalled Geodude into his Pokeball and pulled another ball from his waist. With a flick of his wrist, a beam of white light slammed into the center of the field. With a muffled rumble, an Onix appeared out of thin air. Its body was strung together section by section with gray rock blocks, and each section was thicker than Ash's waist. From the tip of its tail to the top of its head, it was at least 3 stories high, standing upright on the field like a moving stone wall. Pikachu looked up at this wall and took half a step back. It looked down at its own paws, then looked up at Onix's head, which was larger than its entire body, and flattened its ears backward. Pika. How is this supposed to be fought? Pikachu felt that a behemoth like Onix was better left for Ash to handle personally. Don't give up. Ash squatted down, patted Pikachu on the shoulder, and said, show some courage. Pikachu rolled its eyes. It suddenly felt that a behemoth like Onix was still best suited for Ash to handle. Normal Pokémon would feel scared, but Ash wouldn't. Fighting something like this in close quarters isn't being brave, it's feeding. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pikachu turned its head away, shaking it like a rattle drum. It extended its small paw and gestured toward Onix, such a huge stone pillar, and you want me to hit it with my tail. It would be sent flying by a headbutt from the opponent before even getting close. Then it raised its other paw, formed the shape of a sphere above its head, and blinked at Ash. Unless we use Aura Sphere, I'm not doing it. Ash touched his chin. That makes sense. After communicating with his other self in the chat group, Ash felt he had already evolved and wasn't a complete hothead anymore. He had to think of an alternative plan, just like his self who possessed world-shaking wisdom. However, Pikachu's proposal to use Aura Sphere again was vetoed by him. Aura is my ability. If I rely on Aura Sphere to clear every match, what's the point of training? At the very least, I need to master Iron Tail first. Pikachu curled the corners of its mouth in disdain. All he could say was that it was all Pikachu's fault. It practiced Iron Tail so well before the match, only to drop the ball during the battle. No wonder his other selves in the chat group all said Pikachu acts like an actor sometimes, dropping the ball at critical moments. Brock waited for a long time on the opposite side and couldn't bear to watch any longer. He gave a dry cough and said, Ash, if you don't make a move, I'll attack first. Ash gritted his teeth. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu also went all out, the electricity all over its body surging wildly as golden current crackled against Onix's body. The electric light enveloped the entire stone snake's body, making it look like a huge spectacle. When the electricity dissipated, Onix stood motionless in place, not even a flake of its stone skin being scraped off. Its body surface was completely clean, as if the thunderbolt from just now was merely a gentle breeze. Ground-type immunizing electric types was something hard-coded into the type chart. Brock was stunned for a moment, then frowned. He couldn't figure it out. The guy who used compound eyes to boost accuracy and sleep powder to precisely intercept rollout's trajectory earlier, how could he suddenly make such a rookie mistake? Electric attacks dealing 0 damage to ground types was something one should know on the very first day of setting out. Ash also realized it. He took a deep breath. Pikachu, come back for now. With a sense of relief, Pikachu zipped back to Ash's feet, squatted down, and started licking its paws, completely free of any psychological burden from just now. I'm counting on you again, Butterfree. Ash threw Butterfree's Pokeball once more, and its white and purple wings reappeared on the field. Sleep powder. Ash intended to use the exact same routine once more. Billy tilde. Butterfree flapped its wings and flew above Onyx, scattering blue-green powder downward in a flurry. Brock shook his head and said, the same move cannot be used a second time against a gym leader. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Onyx, dig. Onyx thrust its rock head into the ground with a loud, rumbling roar. The entire stone snake twisted into the ground like a drill, its massive body disappearing section by section into the hole, while the flying gravel battered loudly against the railing at the edge of the field. The sleep powder drifted leisurely onto the empty hole, completely wasting its effort on nothing. Ash widened his eyes as he looked at that pitch-black hole, then looked down at the ground beneath his feet. He could feel faint vibrations coming from beneath the soles of his feet, but he completely couldn't figure out where Onyx would pop up. This situation wasn't spoiled in advance by his other selves in the chat group, it really was his first time encountering it. Dig is a very basic move, but even though it's basic, it's not easy to deal with. Brock's voice came from across the field. You can't see its movement trajectory, nor can you predict where it will break through the ground. By the time you hear the commotion, you've already been hit. Ash's brain spun rapidly, but facing this kind of situation for the first time, he was too panicked and could only shout frantically, Butterfree, dodge quickly. Billy tilde. Butterfree abruptly folded its wings and flashed to the side. At the same time, right below the spot where it had been hovering a moment ago, an explosion erupted as Onyx surged up from underground, its rockhead brushing past the tips of Butterfree's wings. That was close. Brock gave a soft click of his tongue. He hadn't expected Butterfree's speed and reaction time to be so strong. Misty was so startled in the stands that she covered her mouth. If that hit had connected solid, with a fourfold type effectiveness, Butterfree would definitely have been knocked out instantly. Ash also breathed a sigh of relief, raising his hand to wipe away non-existent sweat from his forehead. Being able to fly is great. My other self in the chat group was right, you get to bully those who can't fly. You can hide for the first day, but you can't hide for the 15th. Brock waved his hand again. Dig. Onyx burrowed into the ground once more, even faster than last time. Ash looked at that empty hole and suddenly smiled. That line you said earlier, I'm returning it to you now, the same move cannot be used a second time against me, Ash. He took a deep breath, pressed his right fist downward, and commanded, Butterfree, use supersonic on the hole. Butterfree flew above the hole, its wings vibrating rapidly to emit a sound wave barely audible to human ears. The sound wave poured right along the opening of the hole, spreading all the way down the tunnel. Sound wasn't like powder. It permeated everywhere. Brock's expression changed. Supersonic. He hadn't expected Ash to be hiding another status-inflicting move. Compared to sleep powder, which just makes someone fall asleep, supersonic directly causes the opponent to fall into confusion, and hiding underground is completely useless since sound doesn't reason with you. He lowered his voice, as if talking to himself, I can only bet on luck. Compared to sleep powder, supersonic has an even lower accuracy. He could only hope that Butterfree's supersonic missed. Meanwhile, enhanced by aura, Ash's senses were exceptionally sharp, and his ears happened to catch what Brock said. He couldn't help curling the corners of his mouth into a smile. Mere luck. He happened to have it. And indeed that was the case. With a rumble, Onyx burst out from underground. But this time it wasn't coming for Butterfree. As soon as it broke the surface, it began violently slamming its rock head against the ground of the arena, blow after blow, sending gravel flying everywhere. Confusion status, self-inflicted damage. Brock's face darkened. Luck actually wasn't on his side. Pikachu, don't make any more mistakes, use the final Iron Tail to finish off Onyx. Ash shouted loudly to Pikachu while looking at Onyx, which had fallen into a state of confusion. He hoped Pikachu could successfully use Iron Tail. Pikachu tilde. Pikachu nodded earnestly. Struggling to recall the experience of successfully using Iron Tail earlier, after closing and opening its eyes, its aura condensed once more, successfully covering its jagged tail with a layer of metallic sheen. Pika tilde. After rapidly approaching, it leapt into the air and chopped down with a 360-degree rotation. Bam! Onyx flew backward, slamming heavily into the ground and carving out a large crater. It finally worked. Misty smiled slightly. Although she still harbored a grudge against Ash for breaking her bicycle, Misty was still happy for him that Pikachu successfully used Iron Tail and defeated its opponent. Congratulations, Ash. Brock also walked over with a relieved expression, generously handing over a gray badge. This is the proof of defeating the pewter gym, the gray badge. Yay, I got the gray badge. Hi Pikachu. Woo tilde. Ash took the badge, held it high enthusiastically, and shouted loudly, while Pikachu and Butterfree cheered along in coordination. Don't get too full of yourself, it's only the first badge. Seeing Ash looking so smug, Misty instinctively reminded him, though with a sarcastic tone. HMPH, if there's a first, there'll be a second, and if there's a second, there'll be a third. Ash responded confidently. Watching the bickering young boy and girl, Brock on the side wore a meaningful smile. But thinking about how he was bound to this pewter gym, he couldn't help shaking his head. Alright, it's time to leave for the Pokemon Center and let Pikachu and the others rest. That's true. Well then Brock, we'll be heading off first. Seeing Ash and Misty preparing to leave with Pikachu, Brock called out to stop the two and pulled a book out of his pocket. Wait, Ash. Ash turned back in confusion, and Misty also looked over. Your performance was very good. As a gym leader, I think highly of you, so please accept these private notes. Young Ash didn't yet understand worldly sophistication, so he instinctively took it and flipped through. Wow, so many recipes for Pokemon food. That's amazing. Misty also looked over and couldn't help marveling when she discovered they were indeed food recipes tailored for various Pokemon. Being a gym leader herself, she didn't know as much as Brock. This gap was a bit big. Brock, don't you know way too much? Feeling outdone, Misty asked embarrassedly. Mainly because it wasn't very common for a gym leader to moonlight as a breeder. After all, human energy is limited, and when it comes to options for careers like trainer and breeder, most people choose just one path. It's not that gym leaders never have secondary occupations, but most of them open shops, mine stones, and things like water ballet. Very few people would choose to be a breeder. Mainly because the difficulty of becoming a breeder is no less than that of a trainer. Of course, Ash didn't understand any of this. He just felt that Brock, as a gym leader, was super awesome. Sigh, actually my dream is to become a breeder. But only Brock knew the bitterness within, and he shook his head with a helpless explanation. Basically, a deadbeat dad who left, an irresponsible mom, and 7 or 8 younger brothers and sisters to support. Hearing it truly breaks anyone's heart. If I couldn't chase the dream of becoming the world's #1 Pokemon master, I would definitely be very unwilling. Upon hearing this, Ash inevitably became serious. He couldn't imagine a situation where he couldn't become a trainer. Anyway, Ash, you're very exceptional. Use these notes well and walk a further path in my stead. Brock said with narrowed eyes and a serious expression. Wait, let me think if there's any other way. Unable to bear it, Ash, whose sympathy was overflowing, instinctively asked his counterpart in the chat group for help. Leaving Misty bewildered, how could this even be helped? Brock wasn't in a hurry either, but he looked at Ash with an added sense of approval. Group owner Ash, big shots, help. Ash immediately repeated what Brock had said in the chat group, hoping to help the other party. Most of the Ashes in the chat group smiled knowingly in their respective planes and reminded Ash not to worry. There would be a good outcome. Ash didn't understand at all. Especially the sushi wrapping ending mentioned by Strongest Psychic. What did that mean? But Ash soon understood. Brock, go ahead and chase your dream with peace of mind. A sloppy-looking man jumped out. It's you. Ash recognized that the other party was the uncle selling stones near Pewter City. That's right. The uncle who secretly followed behind me, wanting to watch me make a fool of myself after reading my book. Wanting fainted, then awkwardly scratched his head. Because he did initially think that the fledgling Ash definitely wouldn't be Brock's match. But he didn't expect that with outstanding command, Ash defeated Brock. Hearing Brock's final entrustment, out of a father's guilt and Brock's ideal of pursuing being a breeder, he finally overcame his timidity and generously stepped out to shoulder a father's rightful responsibilities. So this was the sushi wrapping segment. Ash watched as Wonning spoke of his own incompetence, while Brock didn't blame him, only instructing the other party to take good care of his younger brothers and sisters, and recounting details like a series of menus his siblings loved to eat. In the very end, Wonning returned to the pewter gym to become the gym leader and reassumed a father's responsibilities. Although from Ash's perspective, Brock's younger siblings liked Brock much more than Wonning. But regardless, this was a good thing. Brock finally escaped his dysfunctional family background and gained the right to chase his dream, becoming a breeder. Anyway, you guys have seen my situation, so please take care of me from now on. Carrying a large shoulder bag, Brock looked politely at the two. No problem. Ash happily extended his hand in acceptance. I'm striving to become the world's #1 trainer, so teaming up with you, someone striving to become the world's #1 breeder, couldn't be a more perfect fit. Ash quickly accepted the fact that Brock had joined. Aside from not minding new companions himself, it was also because he learned from the chat group that Brock was originally his predetermined traveling companion. He minded even less. HMPH. However, feeling ignored, Misty let out a dissatisfied cold huff to highlight her presence. Oh right, and this is Misty, also a traveling companion. That's not it at all, I'm just keeping an eye on you to pay back my debt since you destroyed my bicycle. Mentioned last, Misty ungratefully crossed her arms and lifted her fair, slender neck. TCH, my counterparts in the chat group said I don't need to pay it back anyway. What did you say? Although the voice was very soft, Misty was exceptionally sensitive to the words, don't need to pay back, raising her pink little fist to question him. You. Brock was speechless in the back, shaking his head with a unique smile. And the Kanto trio was assembled at this moment. The closest city to Pewter Gym is Cerulean City. If you want to challenge at gym, you might as well go there. Can we change to another place? After obtaining the Boulder badge from Pewter Gym and having Brock join their team, Ash and the other two, under Brock's planning, decisively chose Cerulean City as their next gym challenge destination. Only Misty stuttered and hesitated, seeming reluctant to go to Cerulean City. Why? Holding the map, Brock looked at Misty's strange reaction and asked curiously. It's just. Maybe there's an unspeakable reason. Looking at the stuttering Misty, Ash subconsciously spoke up for her. Seeing Ash proactively getting her off the hook, Misty showed a rare expression. Turning her head, she found that Ash's expression was also somewhat strange. It looked as if Ash himself was very surprised that he had said those words. Language of the Sea King truly lives up to being an E-rank skill. I didn't even mean to say that just now. Give it to me, cry, I really need it. Everyone I meet just ends up becoming bros with me, cry. Seeing Misty's approaching face, Ash couldn't help frowning. This language of the Sea King, just like Aura and Person of Battles, was drawn from a lottery he got after clearing Pewter Gym. However, it couldn't compare to his previous explosive luck. This time he finally didn't get an A- rank or higher, instead drawing an E rank, the lowest level. According to Strongest Psychic, this seemingly is an acquired skill of either King of Harems or Time Management Master. Skills that don't belong to a trainer are indeed not easy to use. Ash couldn't help sighing inwardly. However, in the eyes of others, it wasn't like that at all. Take Misty for example. Ash, what's wrong with you today? How come you're suddenly so good with words? Misty was very shocked, finding that Ash's tone of voice didn't make people itch with anger like before. It was much better than before. Even though the time they had known each other was less than half a month. Is that so? Even if you praise me like that, I won't admit that you are the world's #1 mermaid maiden. Hee, pretend I didn't say anything. However, after Misty's reminder, Ash found that there seemed to be two speech modes in his subconsciousness. Although he couldn't feel any specific difference, it seemed to work on other people. Except for Brock. Ash thought to himself, looking at the squinting Brock beside him. This language of the Sea King seemed to be useless against guys. Alright, let's get ready to move out. Before heading to Cerulean City, we still have to cross Mt. Moon. After chatting for a while, Brock looked at the map with a smile and advanced along the wide road. Ash and Misty followed closely behind. Pikachu was carried on Ash's shoulder. Soon, they arrived at Mt. Moon. Here, they witnessed a huge family of Clefairy and the giant moonstone hidden in the mountains. Of course, Ash also discovered the familiar Team Rockets attempting to monopolize these Clefairy. And the result, naturally, was that Ash relied on his two-star generals, Pidgeotto and Butterfree, to thwart Team Rocket's plan. And feasted heavily on a wave of experience points. Then they left. It's a pity there are no Pokémon I want. Looking at the gradually receding silhouette of Mt. Moon, Ash sighed regretfully. On this trip to Mt. Moon, apart from Brock capturing a Zubat, he hadn't seen any Pokémon that caught his eye. Mainly because he already had two flying ones. Mount. Moon was mainly populated by Zubat and Clefairy. If he captured the former again, his team would become a flying-type team, and the latter didn't quite fit the type he wanted to capture. Aren't your gains huge as well? I feel like Pikachu, Butterfree, and Pidgeotto have all gotten a lot stronger. Brock sighed as he looked at the three little ones whose auras were growing stronger. As a breeder, Brock gradually witnessed Ash's process of becoming stronger. Although it wasn't obvious at first, Brock could still sense the aura of growing stronger through battles. Just from the degree of power of Iron Tail, one could already make a preliminary judgment of Pikachu's progress. This was also what amazed Brock. Ash's growth rate was simply astonishing, wasn't it? Just by crossing Mt. Moon, Pikachu and the other two Pokémon increased their strength once again. Brock felt that if they had another match, Pikachu wouldn't even need to take the field this time. Butterfree and Pidgeotto alone would be able to handle it. Ha ha ha, it's all thanks to the perseverance and hard work of Pikachu and the others. Ash said modestly, silently omitting the person of battle's talent and the guidance from his other selves in the chat group. Pikachu also nodded in agreement, thinking that being able to reach where it was today relied entirely on its own perseverance. Don't be modest. Brock shook his head and denied. Could that be explained by mere perseverance and hard work? There was perseverance and hard work too. Watching over the past few days, he had also seen Ash challenging wild Pokémon and trainers by the roadside. There was also plenty of training during lunch and dinner breaks. But as a gym leader, the number of trainers he had seen was huge, which of them didn't possess perseverance and hard work? But for strength to grow so rapidly, Ash was truly unique. Alright, stop praising him. If you keep praising him, this guy is going to get full of himself. Although Misty also admitted that Ash was awesome, before the matter of her bicycle was resolved, she still had to diss Ash from time to time. However, Ash didn't care about this at all. Because he had another way to handle Misty. We've arrived in Cerulean City. I'm going to challenge the Cerulean Gym. Misty was instantly rendered speechless. This was also a wonderful point Ash discovered through observation. As long as the Cerulean Gym was mentioned, Misty would act particularly triggered. Although he didn't know the principle behind it, it made Ash feel that his ears could be a bit more at peace. However, it was a bit too peaceful. Where did Misty go? While Ash was pondering which Pokémon to send out for battle and whether to ask his other selves in the chat group for intel on the Cerulean Gym, he unexpectedly found that Misty was gone. Misty said she had something to do and left temporarily first. After explaining, Brock added smoothly, "That's fine too. I'll also go buy some food so we can eat on the road." After saying that, Brock also disappeared, leaving only a lonely Ash and Pikachu. What's going on? Doesn't anyone want to see an intense battle between me and the Cerulean Gym leader? Facing the two people who disappeared one after another, Ash felt it was a pity. Only Pikachu had a slightly speechless expression on its cheeks. Sighing that Ash really had thick skin. If passers-by knew Ash's thoughts, they would definitely laugh uncharitably. How could the Cerulean Gym and intense battles possibly be linked together? Throughout Kanto, the Cerulean Gym was a top-tier existence. Is this top-tier positive or negative? Don't worry about that. Ash didn't know this point yet at present. Still raising his spirit to the fullest, he humbly asked his other selves in the chat group for information regarding the Cerulean Gym. Aura Guardian. Mere Cerulean Gym, it's a piece of cake. Fighting Master. That's right, no need for info, just get it done. Group Owner Ash. Why is everyone so sure that Cerulean Gym is so easy? Strongest Psychic. Although it's hard to comment, that's just how it is, go ahead and challenge them boldly. King of Harems. Worth noting, there will be a surprise waiting for you inside. Ash, who failed to extract information about Cerulean Gym, didn't understand, but since everyone said so, it meant there was no need to mind. Arriving alone in front of Cerulean Gym's gates. Is this really the place? Ash was a bit incredulous. Was the place with the seal sign in front of him definitely not a large aquarium performance arena? Pikachu didn't understand either. However, the map said so Ash finally walked in. Miss Sakura, Miss Violet, and, however, as soon as he entered the interior of the gym, a wave of noise reached his ears. The surroundings were bustling with voices, and the crowd in the stands kept cheering at the huge swimming pool below. On the calm water's surface, three great beauties resembling mermaids appeared. They dived into the water, exposing three pairs of fair legs to perform water ballet. But Ash couldn't understand these, only wondering, is this really Cerulean Gym? Little boy, did you run to the wrong place? Do you understand this performance? A young man wearing a straw hat saw Ash, who had mistakenly wandered in, and felt a mischievous urge to tease him. I certainly don't understand it. How did these pretty big sisters attract a perverted guy like you? Ash himself was not very good at being eloquent. He wanted to say, I really don't understand, and then leave. But what came out were provocative words. Pika tilde. Pikachu's gaze toward Ash was filled with disbelief. He didn't expect Ash to be so good at talking. You. Seeing that the perverted man was indeed choked up and tried to grab him, Ash directly reversed his grip on the opponent's hand and subconsciously pushed him away. Where did Ash get Machamp's strength? The bullying the weak and fearful of the strong perverted man immediately shut his mouth. In this world, he knew that there was a group of people who possessed psychic abilities. The Machamp like Ash was definitely one of this kind. That strength was like a monster's, and an ordinary person like him couldn't afford to provoke it. According to the principle of yielding to believers, it was better for him not to provoke the monster. And Ash couldn't be bothered to care, leaving the natatorium while searching for the location of Cerulean Gym. Strange, how could I say words like that? On the way, Ash was still puzzled, wondering why his mouth had become so clever. Pika tilde. Pikachu rolled its eyes, wasn't that sarcastic? It must be the merit of the language of the Sea King. Ash thought of the last reward and suddenly understood. After all, Misty even praised him for speaking human words. After figuring it out, Ash continued searching for Cerulean Gym near the aquarium. During this period, Ash's sense of direction began to show its flaws. Walking in circles back and forth, he actually got lost in the small performance arena. Fortunately, Ash still had the lucky attribute. By sheer coincidence, he walked into a different passageway. Just as Ash didn't know what to do, he heard a burst of giggling bell-like sounds coming over. Great, this performance was a success again. That's right, even though we raised the price by 3 tiers, everyone still buys it. Thanks to the new moves planned by Sister Sakura. 3 big sisters wearing swimsuits walked towards Ash. He saw at a glance that they were the 3 who performed water ballet in the swimming pool. Excuse me, 3 pretty big sisters. Ash, as if finding a savior, immediately asked the 3 women for help. What's wrong? Although a bit silly, you're also a cute little boy, is there something you need? Because the language of the Sea King brought Ash high EQ greetings, the 3 Sakura sisters were also happy to answer Ash. But first off, if you want an interview, you must go through the manager. The blue-haired Violet reached out her finger and poked Ash's face as she said. As for autographs, normally that wouldn't work either, but a little boy who knows how to talk can barely be an exception. The pink-haired third sister also reached out her finger to pinch Ash and said. That's not it. Ash shook his head to resist the 2 girls' hands and said, I want to challenge Cerulean Gym. Then you've come to the right person, the 3 of us are the gym trainers here. After speaking, the 3 girls even struck a pose. But if you want to challenge, it's a bit difficult. The blonde eldest sister Sakura then deflated and said, all of our Pokémon have been defeated by a trainer from Pallet Town. That's right, we got beaten up miserably. Violet chimed in pitifully. The only one left that can battle is. The pink third sister Peony released the last Pokémon, Goldeen. Ah. Ash was dumbfounded, could there actually be such a gym leader? If they couldn't battle, how could he and Pikachu and the others grow stronger? So let's leave it at that, this blue badge will be given to you, little boy who knows how to talk. The eldest Sakura called over the seal by the pool, and took off a teardrop-shaped badge from its tongue. Can we really not battle? Ash didn't take it immediately. After obtaining the talent of Person of Battles, his desire for battles became even stronger. Only through battle could he forget that kind of madness. Sister Sakura, wait a moment for me. Fortunately, at a critical moment, a familiar voice reached Ash's ears. Looking closely, Misty appeared at some point on the high platform. Then she leapt down and jumped in front of Ash. After that came some rather dramatic questions. For example, Ash was curious why the other party appeared here, and Misty introduced herself as the Cerulean 4 Sisters of Cerulean Gym. However, she was heavily roasted by the pink-haired Peony, just 3 sisters and an ugly duckling. But Misty is not ugly either. Ash's words made Misty, who had her head lowered to the side, raise her head with emotion. Ash really knows how to please Misty. Sakura seemed to see through some of it, smiling and teasing between the 2. No way. Misty retorted with a blushing face. Ah. And Ash, the main person involved, scratched his head, finding that what he had just said seemed to have caused them to misunderstand again. He just thought that Misty, as a boy, was indeed not ugly. Ash. Misty, turns out you're a girl. Smirk. No way. Despite having the art of speaking blessed by the language of the Sea King, it still couldn't change Ash subconsciously treating Misty as a boy. Although a misunderstanding occurred, Ash felt it wasn't important. No matter what, let's battle. Ash, who only wanted the thrill of battle, couldn't wait to improve his strength through Pokemon battles. No problem. Misty, will fight in the capacity of Cerulean Gym Leader. Ash, bring it on. Misty immediately jumped down from the gym leader's area and said with a serious expression. Even though Ash was her traveling companion and said a few flattering words to her, she wouldn't hold back either. The battle rules are 2 on 2, just like the pewter gym. After briefly explaining the battle rules of the Cerulean Gym, Misty then sent out her Pokemon. Go, Starmie. Cha tilde. A Starmie with a pink gem in the center and a purple body made its entrance. Pikachu, I choose you. Facing a water-type gym, the electric-type Pikachu was the most suitable choice. Thus, Ash immediately looked at the electric mouse by his feet. Pikachu pi tilde. But Pikachu shook its head and actually refused. Misty had been very good to it during their journey, being the second closest person to it besides Ash. It was hard for it to do this kind of thing. Unless. Such a good Pikachu. Misty happily waved at Pikachu, thinking that all the times she carried Pikachu along the way weren't in vain. Geez. Misty isn't even your trainer. Ash felt a bit helpless. But if Pikachu was unwilling to battle, he couldn't force it either. I choose you, Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto flapped its wings, hovering high above and gazing down at the Starmie below. Pidgeotto, use Hurricane. Ash's side launched the attack first. Pidge tilde. Hearing this, Pidgeotto immediately flapped its wings, creating a strong wind that swept toward Starmie. Hide in the water. Starmie immediately moved, leaping down from the floating platform and diving into the water. It easily dodged the strong wind. Use Swift. Cha tilde. Hearing this, Starmie immediately burst out of the water, shooting golden stars from the sharp points on its head to attack. Pidgeotto, dodge quickly. Ash shouted hurriedly. Pidge tilde. A white trail immediately appeared at Pidgeotto's tail as it flew quickly. Pidge tilde. But in the end, it failed to dodge the attack of Swift. No matter how fast Pidgeotto flew, it was still under the effect of lock-on, and was ultimately struck in a daze. Pidgeotto let out a miserable cry as it was hit. How can this be? A shocked expression appeared on Ash's face. With Pidgeotto's speed, it actually couldn't dodge it. Idiot, not every move can be dodged. Don't you even know that? The little boy looks like a rookie, it's normal that he doesn't understand. Exactly, you're a bit older, so you definitely know more. And yet you're so smug, you really look like a child. Misty habitually wanted to retort to Ash a few times, but didn't expect her sisters to launch a venomous tongue attack directly on her. Who is your younger sister anyway? Misty felt utterly speechless and rolled her eyes, but patiently explained, anyway, Swift is a move that never misses. I see. Pidgeotto, then let's change our attack method. Pidge tilde. Ash came to a sudden realization and didn't mind Misty's attitude, starting to change his offensive strategy. Twister. Pidgeotto began to flap its wings rapidly, and a twister quickly formed. Misty tried to make Starmie use water gun against the twister, but the effect was not good at all. Because under the enhancement of the Cerulean Gym's water field, the twister stirred up the current, wrapping it into a water tornado. Starmie's water gun was nullified. Even the water tornado was heading towards Starmie's direction. Quickly hide in the water. Increase the power of the water tornado. Misty tried to use the old method to dodge, but Ash had Pidgeotto continuously flap its wings, causing the water tornado to persist, and the pool's water level even started to drop. Oh no. What's worst, Starmie was sucked into the water tornado by the strong suction force, suffering continuous spinning and battering damage. After continuously outputting like this for a while, Pidgeotto finally stopped flapping. The water tornado gradually dissipated, and Starmie fell back into the water. Ding dong tilde. But when it floated to the surface again, Starmie's red indicator kept flashing, obviously having lost its ability to battle. Thank you for your hard work, Pidgeotto. Ash promptly offered encouragement to the panting Pidgeotto. After all, continuously firing twisters consumed quite a bit of energy for Pidgeotto. Pidge tilde. However, Pidgeotto responded very excitedly, as if happy to win this victory. Well done, little boy. Defeat our Cerulean Gym's ugly duckling and get your badge. Go for it. Please, I'm your actual biological sister. The 3 Cerulean sisters happily applauded Ash's performance. Misty, already annoyed, stomped her feet in anger. Alright, Pidgeotto, seize the victory in one go. Pidge tilde. Ash solemnly clenched his fist toward Pidgeotto. Ash, don't get cocky. Gritting her teeth, Misty sent out her second Pokémon. This was a starfish covered in orange skin with a red energy indicator in the center, looking at a glance to be related to the Starmie family. HMPH, Starmie wasn't even Pidgeotto's match, let alone Staryu. Ash took out his Pokédex to check, and finding out it was Starmie's pre-evolutionary form, he couldn't help speaking with full confidence. Misty desperately wanted to retort, but didn't know how to phrase it. She really wanted to say that her Staryu was stronger than Starmie. But even if she said it, Ash might not believe it. Even though the current Staryu was raised by her from scratch and was better than Starmie at the same stage, because its level was too low, it wasn't much stronger than Starmie. Starmie even mastered Thunderbolt, but it just got caught in Pidgeotto's water tornado and couldn't use it. Meanwhile, Staryu hadn't learned any electric-type moves yet, so its performance wasn't much different from Starmie's. When it tried to use Water Gun, Pidgeotto used Hurricane to blow it back. Then it used Rapid Spin, but Pidgeotto could fly and wouldn't foolishly be hit by the flightless Staryu. Although there were other moves, Ash wasn't stupid and only let Misty attack. He once again had Pidgeotto use the same routine of Twister to form a water tornado, pulling Staryu into it, spinning around like a washing machine and constantly draining its stamina. Ding dong tilde. After this combo, Staryu's energy display was also flashing, having lost its ability to battle. Here you go, the Cerulean Gym's blue badge. Being a good sport about losing, Misty generously handed the badge to Ash, having no other emotional outbursts aside from enduring her sister's venomous tongues. Great, we've got the badge. Pidge tilde. Hi Pikachu tilde. Ash struck a classic pose, and Pikachu resolutely joined in. However, Pikachu was teased by Ash for not putting in any effort yet celebrating with him and Pidgeotto. Just as Ash wanted to fiercely pinch Pikachu's cheeks as punishment, a loud crash echoed, and a hole was blown right through the Cerulean Gym. Who goes there? The eldest sister, Sakura, asked with a frown. Since you ask. The newcomers were the Team Rocket trio. After reciting a set of standard lines, they started causing trouble. Seeing the huge machine they operated extend a water pipe to steal the Cerulean Gym's pool. They shouted, once we suck the water out of the Cerulean Gym, we can easily capture all the water-type Pokémon inside. With the ability to build machines, why go through all that trouble to steal Pokémon? Misty muttered speechlessly, but no one understood the brain circuits of the Team Rocket trio at all. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. But Ash couldn't be bothered to care, directly having Pikachu discharge electricity into the large water pipe, which traveled to the machine itself and caused a malfunction, triggering an explosion that sent the Team Rocket trio blasting off. Idiot, remember to take anti-electricity measures while in the water. Misty muttered speechlessly once more. Pidgeotto, dodge Raticate's tackle, then use wing attack. Pidge tilde. I lost. Your Pidgeotto is truly amazing. After successfully defeating the Cerulean Gym, Ash took Misty and Brock to set out on a journey once again. However, along the road, for some reason, there were exceptionally many trainers. Whenever Ash locked eyes with anyone, a Pokémon battle would begin. Although he didn't know where this rule came from, it played right into Ash's wishes. Alright, Pidgeotto, well done. Along the way, Ash had already secured a 10-win streak relying on Pidgeotto. During this process, the talent of the person of battles also took effect, and Pidgeotto's 6-dimensional stats improved very quickly. Pokémon. Pidgeotto. Ability values. Stamina D+B. Physical attack D+C, Special attack D+B. Defense D+C, Special defense D+B. Speed D+B. In Ash's eyes, after Pidgeotto went through challenges from the Cerulean Gym and passers-by, all 6 of its dimensional attributes had reached D rank. That meant it had broken away from being a novice and entered roughly the superior tier, with its speed, physical attack, and special defense all reaching a relatively outstanding category within the superior tier. Novice E, Superior D, Gym C, Elite A, Champion S, no Quasi-Elite, B simply indicates the gap between Gym and Elite. Push a little harder, and it might just evolve into Pidgeot. Thinking of the handsome large bird in the Pokédex, Ash excitedly continued challenging passerby trainers he locked eyes with. He really is full of drive. Misty and the others didn't rush Ash, just patiently watching the battle from the side. He is a rookie trainer after all. This period is precisely the time when he is most curious about everything regarding Pokémon. Brock crossed his arms and nodded patiently. After all, it wasn't without reason that Ash could grow stronger. Ever since coming out of Cerulean City, he had constantly been looking for trainers to challenge. When there were no battles, he would let Pikachu, Pidgeotto, and Butterfree conduct daily training to slowly accumulate experience. It was much more systematic than ordinary rookies. I'm just afraid this guy will get full of himself after a winning streak. After being defeated by Ash in the Cerulean Gym match, although Misty had long since been convinced by him, because of the bicycle matter, she would still habitually jab at Ash a few times. Brock didn't know how to respond to this, because this was also a common ailment among rookie trainers. He temporarily bypassed this topic and watched Ash's battle. Pidgeotto, use Twister to blow it up. Then use Quick Attack. Under their gaze, Ash secured an 11-win streak and marched towards a 20-win streak. This goal was successfully completed an hour later. Furthermore, after the 20-win streak, Pidgeotto newly learned Wing Attack. Pidgeotto, use Twister to blow it up, then use Wing Attack. Pidgeotto unlocked a new combo, further enhancing its combat power. It also drove Ash's winning streak record towards 30 wins. Another hour later, the 30-win streak was successfully completed. Pidgeotto also took the opportunity to unlock yet another new skill, Aerial Ace. Added to the combo of Twister and Wing Attack was a new strike of Aerial Ace. The time it took to accumulate a 10-win streak began to shorten. After spending another 2.5 hours, a 40-win streak was achieved. Although it didn't learn new skills like before temporarily, it made the morale of Ash and Pidgeotto exceptionally high. By the next day, Ash continued to challenge surrounding trainers. After spending another 2.5 hours, Ash's Pidgeotto successfully completed a record of a 99-win streak. And it mastered agility and air cutter. Pidgeotto, that's fantastic. Ash couldn't help but exclaim aloud, because after experiencing so many battles, Pidgeotto's strength had undergone a complete transformation. Pokémon. Pidgeotto. Ability values. Stamina D plus B. Physical attack D plus B. Special attack D plus B. Defense D plus C. Special defense D plus B. Speed C, B. Not only did all 6 dimensions break through D+, reaching the finest tier within the superior rank, but Pidgeotto's most proficient speed also successfully broke through, reaching the level of an ordinary gym leader. During this period, it had also learned quite a few skills. Wing Attack, Aerial Ace, Agility, Air Cutter, along with the previous Quick Attack and Twister. With ranged attacks, melee combat, and speed, it perfectly formed Pidgeotto's own battle system. Of course, the places that surprised Ash were not over yet. Pidge tilde. Amidst Pidgeotto's loud cry, a white light enveloped Pidgeotto's entire body, and its original physique began to expand rapidly. Soon, a large bird appeared before Ash's eyes with a huge body, a wingspan of about 3 meters, creamy-colored feathers underneath, brown on its back, a crest on top of its head that was yellow in the middle and red on both sides, and a red tail. Pidgeot, the bird Pokémon. It can forage at a flight speed of Mach 2, and its huge claws are weapons that strike terror into its prey. Ash happily took out the Pokédex to scan it, then ran excitedly to Pidgeot's chest. The latter also happily lowered its head, letting Ash stroke its tricolor plumage. Pikachu also sent its blessings for this teammate's evolution. It evolved just like that. Yeah, the nurturing speed is truly shockingly fast. Meanwhile, teammates Misty and Brock on the side widened their eyes in shock at Ash's nurturing speed. After all, Pidgeot was not a bug-type Pokémon like Caterpie, their growth cycle was much longer. Misty knew even more clearly that from the time Ash obtained Pidgeotto to raising it into Pidgeot, counting it fully, the cycle did not exceed half a month. Ash, are you even human? Misty was already dumbfounded. This can no longer be explained by mere talent. Brock pinched his chin with one hand and thought, that's not necessarily true. After all, Ash possesses aura. People with special abilities are quite rare among humans. Brock, are you saying it might be related to his special abilities? Misty looked at the perfectly nurtured Pidgeot, also pondering this possibility. There is indeed such a possibility. Brock nodded very earnestly. Those with special abilities are 1 in 10,000 among humans, or even rarer existences. And without exception, they all stand among the top trainers of humanity. The more Brock spoke, the more reasonable he felt his patch-up explanation was. Otherwise, it couldn't be explained why Ash's strength progressed so quickly. That makes sense. Ash also said he has other talents. After a moment of pensive thought, Misty also gave deep approval to Brock's patch-up explanation. You must know that when they first met, Ash was blabbing about his so-called source of golden kidney talent. Thinking about it to this day still made her blush. However, compared to his talent, Ash's character is even more unusual. Brock looked at Ash, who was sitting happily on Pidgeot, and said, from beginning to end, he hasn't grown arrogant, instead, he reflects on his shortcomings. Ash has a promising future. Uh-huh. Seeing Ash's pure smile, Misty subconsciously nodded along. Actually, Ash had already smugly bragged to the big shots in the group chat. But which of the Ashes in the group chat wasn't standing at the peak? One after another, they flaunted exaggerated combat record charts, which instantly made Ash well behaved. Ash, your strength is very strong. I feel like you can defeat that Xiaoming who has won 98 consecutive matches. Although the passerby trainer in front of him had lost to Ash, his eyes were not dejected at all, instead, he looked quite admiring. After all, being able to evolve Pidgeotto into Pidgeot already made him a minor expert among passerby trainers. He smoothly left behind some information about the passing Xiaoming, and then left holding the injured Nidorino. Ash. Throughout the entire encounter, Ash maintained a cold and aloof attitude toward the passerby, not saying a single word. It wasn't that Ash had learned how to act cool, rather, after exchanging polite pleasantries 99 times, he felt like his voice was about to go hoarse. He had a tendency of being redified. Ash, what are your plans for next? Ahem, of course it's to go challenge the gym directly and take on the so-called passing Mr. Xiaoming. Facing the inquiry from his companion Misty, Ash gave a serious response after clearing his throat. It doesn't matter to us, but Ash, you should still take a good rest today before talking about it. Brock, acting like a motherly figure, handed over a bowl of throat-soothing cool water. As a Pokémon trainer, protecting your throat is the top priority, right, Ash? Fine then. Ash just wanted to head over immediately, but he couldn't refute Brock's suggestion. Pikachu tilde. Pikachu also nodded in agreement. After all, if your vocal cords get ruined, your trainer career can essentially be retired on the spot. Then Brock, I want to drink something good today. Small problem. Having no other choice, Ash could only rest on the spot and wait to battle again tomorrow. During this time, he enjoyed the culinary skills of Brock, this top-tier motherly figure. Although the time they spent together wasn't long, Ash could feel that Brock's versatile skills were no less than those of his own mother, Delia. Misty was also exceptionally agreeable on this point. Pikachu, Pidgeot, and Butterfree on the side were eating Brock-made Pokémon food in huge bites, leaving nothing to be desired. The next day, a spirited Ash led the two of them to continue advancing toward the gym of passing Xiaoming. They soon arrived at the gym mentioned by the passerby. In reality, it was just a dwelling centered around a tent set up by the lake near the roadside. The sign at the door proudly displayed an eye-catching 98-win streak. Pity it's still a bit worse than me. After winning this match, I'll be the king of 100 wins. Are you very strong? Come on for a one-on-one then. At this moment, a green-haired boy walked out. Coincidentally hearing Ash's words, he raised an eyebrow and stepped up to issue a challenge. Before me, enemies either flee for their lives or suffer total defeat. Mimicking the showing off quotes of the champion big shots in the chat group, Ash immediately put them to use on the spot. Whether it was Pikachu, Brock, or Misty, all of them were completely bluffed. These words were truly pretentious. HMPH, boasting shamelessly. The green-haired boy let out a cold snort. Come on in, hope you have some actual skills. Forget going into the tent. How about we do it outside? My Pokémon is rather large and might not be able to move around properly inside. As you wish. Xiaoming thought about it and didn't refuse. The focus was on the battle, not the location of the battle. Crack. My Pokémon is Sandshrew. Send out your Pokémon. After a whip crack, an earthy yellow Sandshrew emerged from behind Xiaoming. Pidgeot, I choose you. On Ash's side, he naturally sent out the Pidgeot that had just evolved yesterday. A flying guy, huh? Extremely qualified as the 99th opponent. After Ash brought out Pidgeot, Xiaoming acknowledged Ash's identity as a challenger. Pidgeot, Twister. Seeing that Xiaoming still hadn't made a move and was waiting for him to attack, Ash didn't stand on ceremony and unleashed a preemptive control move. Pidge tilde. Amidst a cry, Pidgeot flapped its massive wings post-evolution, forming a twister twice as large as during its Pidgeotto period. Misty felt that if she were to pit all of her water-type Pokémon against Ash's Pidgeot, they wouldn't necessarily be a match. Insignificant trick, Fisher move. With a whip strike down on Diglett, he did a backflip and slammed his fists heavily onto the ground. Rumbled tilde. The ground shook for a while, and a crack exaggeratedly appeared right before Ash and the other two. That's too exaggerated. Is this still a sandshrew? Watching the ground split open like a spiderweb, Brock and Misty couldn't help exclaiming. And Sandshrew hid right into the split ground in this manner, avoiding the entanglement of the twister. He's a pro player. Ash's expression turned slightly serious. Because Zhao Ming's strength was indeed much stronger than the passerby trainers challenged over the past 2 days. No wonder he could achieve a 98-win streak, second only to his own 99-win streak. Crack tilde. Next, Zhao Ming didn't give any commands, he just tapped the ground with his whip, leaving Ash feeling puzzled. But the next moment, the soil on the ground loosened, and shockingly, Sandshrew curled into a ball and suddenly shot toward Pidgeot in the sky. Pidge tilde. Caught off guard, Pidgeot was truly hit by this ball, taking a sharp intake of breath and contributing to global warming. At this moment, keen battle intuition told him that this Zhao Ming could issue commands through the whip. Ash couldn't even believe it, but his subconscious thought so. Crack tilde. Immediately following that, Zhao Ming waved his whip once more, and Sandshrew burrowed underground, seemingly wanting to attack again via a sneak attack. The same move cannot be used against us a second time. Ash also started exerting his power. Aura. An invisible energy centered around Ash spread to the surroundings, quickly locking onto the position and sharing the direction with Pidgeot in the form of aura. Pidge tilde. Pidgeot's eyes glowed as it firmly locked onto the Sandshrew below through aura. Air cutter. With the help of Ash's aura acting as a lock-on move, Pidgeot condensed a razor-sharp blade that tore through the air on its wings, aimed and shot downwards. Boom tilde. As soon as Sandshrew burrowed out, it was hit by the air cutter blasted by the wall-hacking Pidgeot. Boom tilde. Under a single strike, the ball-shaped Sandshrew was batted back to the ground like a rubber ball. After the air cutter hit, it expanded into a continuously cutting spherical shape, inflicting heavy sustained damage on Sandshrew. In the end, it left behind a deep crater. You win. It seems you weren't talking big earlier. Cradling the passed-out Sandshrew, Zhao Ming gracefully acknowledged Ash's victory. You're also a pretty good opponent. I look forward to meeting you at the league conference. Ash didn't step on the opponent's face to cheer. Great, but instead, due to language of the Sea King, shook hands with high emotional intelligence and stated outright that they would battle again next time. Definitely. Zhao Ming was momentarily stunned, then smiled warmly, shook hands with Ash, and responded full of passion. After that, Ash left this place. Although it was a 100-win streak, for Pidgeot, the experience gained was no longer much. Pokémon. Pidgeot. Stats. Stamina D plus B, Attack D plus B, SP. ATK D plus B, Defense D plus C, SP. Def D plus B, Speed C, B. Ash guessed that it was probably because Pidgeot's current strength far exceeded that of most Pokémon. When he asked the person of battles in the chat group, the other party explained it like this. Either defeat stronger opponents and win by quality, such as gym leaders, elite, and other veteran trainers. Or rely on the accumulation of time, taking all comers regardless of the quality of battling trainers, and win by quantity. After comprehensive consideration, Ash decided to walk both paths together. However, there was no rush right now. Because the short-term goal of evolving Pidgeotto into Pidgeot had already been achieved. Next was heading to Vermilion City, where he heard there was an electric-type gym. It was just right to let Pikachu have a good training session there too. As a fair loving trainer, every Pokemon needs to be shown some care. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.